right. Gambino is a mastermind. Fuck a bitch to pass the time. Mass appeal, orange rind. Smoke your green, I'm spending mine. The beat is witch's brew, but beware, this shit is potent. EE coming on her face. Now there's poetry in motion. Yeah, Gambino make it work. I'm the boss, move something. Yeah, this cool fucking suits me. Swag 2 button. Yeah, these girls be acting crazy when they're dancing Black Swan. I ain't fucking at the club. Put your clothes back on. Yeah, this beat is a disaster. 9/11. This track. Rappers wanna battle me. I have to mail their heads back. In my clique, make that De Niro. So it's time to meet the fuckers. I am running this bitch. You are just a dog walker. Leaving with your girl when we last seen each other. Yeah, you fucking with the baddest like we tag team Rihanna. Fly girl on her knees, she don't wanna come near me. Yeah, my dick is too big. There's a Big Bang Theory. Got a picture in my iPhone. What do y'all think? Why y'all niggas masturbate? I'm in that Ariel Pink. If I am just a rapper, man, you could've fooled me. I'm the shit. When these dudes talk, they talking bull me. Yeah. I'm down with the black girls of every single culture. Filipino, Armenian girls on my sofa. Yeah, I like a white girl. Sometimes we get together, need a thick chick though. So it's black and yellow, black and yellow. Love is a trip, but fucking is a sport. Are there Asian girls here? Minority Report. Put your team on the map. Blake Griffin on the court. Niggas biting off my tracks. Need a knife and a fork. We the illest, need a nurse. Here's the check. Grab your purse unless we fucking. Then I'll pay for all the food on the earth, man. I got some pussy that was insane. So insane, it's an enemy of Batman. Damn on it. Niggas call me faggot cause they closet and I'm hot as shit. Coming out the backside of a rocket shit. It's monster shit. You dudes are the opposite of Lochnesses. Respond to this. We can squash the beef right now like sausages. Chillin' with my N-words. Say it like a white kid. Yes, your booty's big as hers. Say that to my white bitch so she don't get embarrassed. My dick is made of carrots. Bunnies wanting to be fed it. I meant honeys, oh forget it. I have worked all winter. I will not fail. Summer in the back of a bush like Gavin Rossdale's drummer. Yeah, my stinger's in the flower. I hope she let me pollinate. Working hard as shit. Yeah, this beat is made from concentrate. Nigga, can't you tell that my sample of Adele was so hot? I got these hood niggas blowing up my cell. Swag out the ass. I'm the man. Fuck Chico. Took the G out your waffle. All you got left is your ego. Think about it for a second, man. We eating. Where's your breakfast, man? You hungry? Have this sandwich. Got my wallet, cheese and lettuce. An elephant never forgets, so my dick remembers everything. Green inside your wallet is that pussy open sesame. Running the game, fuck am I saying? Running the earth, give me a month. Told all you niggas I'm in it to win it, cause having an Emmy just wasn't enough. You get sloppy drunk, I stay whiskey neat. My clique should be cancelled. Freaks and geeks.
All right. How are we doing today? How's it going, guys? What's up? I know I'm not gonna be the only one to talk to myself right now, but I'm, guess I'm going well today. First off, first and foremost, today is both Veterans Day and Remembrance Day. Not much time left of the day to say it. I didn't feel like I have anything to say regarding today. To put this forth and on the record, I formerly was very patriotic of my nation. No longer anymore. Unfortunately, um, as it's betrayed me in many ways. But I do commemorate the men that did go to the front lines of many of the wars that we've had throughout the 20th century and prior. I should clarify that I do have some direct ancestors of mine that served wars ranging from the First World War all the way down to Korea and the Bosnia conflict. I have not served. I will take no credit. I will not speak ill, nor have stolen valor, nor mock the veterans, because I still hold a great regard in terms of many of those who did actually serve. There are glory hogs, yes. We do know about the negative side of some veterans that like to ring the glory, but never talk about the true horrors they didn't actually, because they themselves didn't actually go on the horrors of the front line. But the ones I want to talk about are my great uncles and my great grandfather who did. My great grandfather served the Battle of Jutland and would later have to go testify against the British Admiralty for their failure at the said battle, and also would serve on the during the White Revolution. During the rise of communism, he served on the White Revolution as a British expeditionary force to retrieve the Tsarist loyalist to save them from persecution. He was awarded some medals for that. My great uncles also served. Oh, we have a streamer here. Hello. We are Ivan Bolvin. Hello, how are you? Saying I guess I'm caught off guard. On Twitch. Hey, as I was saying though, is my great uncles served in the Second World War up the boot of Italy. So it's typically a forgotten side of the. Oh, good morning. Good morning to you too. I guess it is morning now. They served at the boot of Italy. One of them was an infantryman who unfortunately had to witness, and the only thing he spoke of is he witnessed his brother in arms who in a file line during a march through a town, which was very much city fighting, got his dome knocked off by a sniper. I guess things that he was just chatting with, and then all of a sudden went quiet, and he turned around, he saw his friend there with half his head missing. The other story is from my other uncle, who was a great uncle, who was a tank, I believe he's a tank driver. I know he served in a tank. He wasn't a commander, but they rounded a bend and saw what he said was either a Panzer IV or Tiger with its barrel stick right at their tank's head. Sherman, standard infantry model, Canadian Sherman, by the way, that they drove, and they saw that and they felt as if they were done for. So they waited for the inevitable, and it never came after 20 seconds. They decided to leave their tank and go and open the hatch of the other tank, open the hatch of the German tank that they found, and inside were boys no older than 16 that had been killed when the tank went over a landmine. Neither of which spoke with any form of glory towards the war. It was an event they didn't want to think of. My last great uncle, who died only about 5-6 years ago, he served in Korea, and one night he was supposed to go on night watch duty, and some member of his unit said to him that he would volunteer so he could rest up for a bit, because he was coming off cooking duty as well, and that guy would get popped off by a sniper before night ended. later on sent my sent a great uncle to overgo serve in Bosnia, um, where if you don't know, during the Bosnian conflict, uh, of the UN nations, and most people will talk about the states during Serbia or during those proxy wars during the fall of the Eastern Bloc, but during Bosnia, the Canadian Armed Forces very much cleaned house and were notorious because we came out with zero casualties, but we swept house against revolutionaries and kind of an intermince between both sides. So I would say there's some pride to be found there. Unfortunately, though, war is definitely hell, and I can't speak any more to that. I had, being a guy who has studied enough history of many different types of war and warfare, I've seen more than enough graphic images in my time just to know of what goes on, but I couldn't imagine experiencing it firsthand. So today is very much a somber day, I guess. Or the 11th, I suppose, is a very somber day for many people around the world. And as things have unfortunately gone the way they are in the world, the Western world, of these men who, the few that still are alive, see a nation that's betrayed them and their direct descendants. And truly, we didn't win and complete the war that they had believed they had ended so many years back, especially the ones of the Second World War. We all know that the fight truly was not over, and we are now paying the price for it again. And I see that I could foresee a new rise of pain and suffering coming this century. I don't know how things are gonna go. It's the passage of time. It's humanity. But for today, I do want to give full memoriam to the dead veterans. I would have a moment of silence, but I feel as if that time is now past. However, like last a night or so ago, we're gonna have another React stream today. I feel as if there's nothing I should comment on regarding any current situations that are around the world or in the VTubing sphere or social media. I feel as if just from today, it's very trivial in terms of what today meant for many, so many. I also want to say something kind of controversial, but I do feel as if that I want to give some commemoration memoriam to men who have died to serve in their country, whether their cause was just or not. Putting it this way, the First World War, for example, if we're going to talk about, for example, the Imperial Germans, because I do come from a lot of my descendants are ancestral is German. Long story how that goes, but I do want to give some commemoration and memoriam to them, to that side, because there was many young men who were put to the slaughter. I can understand, comes to circumstance, the Second World War gets a bit more murky, but how many millions do we have to excuse as a whole collective to not say that these young men were as brave or devoted or had the same amount of risk on the line as everyone else did. I don't want to completely excuse that part, because having met veterans of all sorts of nationalities, and when you read or see the interviews of the young men even from the German side, of whether post World War One or post World War Two interviews, I'm talking about Luftwaffe, Wehrmacht, the original Fleer Corps, the original First World War Germans too. I feel the same as sombrance as I do towards a lot of the Allies or the Entente troops. I say this because I can't help but see the youth that was stolen away from these young men. You're fighting the old man's war, and it's to see nations destroyed and crippled, and for what purpose? What purpose did it serve at the end of the day? It it pains me. It really does. And how many young men were not even volunteered? Remember how many were forced into circumstances to fight for sides they didn't even believe in? We talk about our draft over here, but on my other side of the family, a great uncle of mine was ripped away from his family to serve the Wehrmacht, and they were drafted on the Eastern Front because I come from a lineage of Mennonites that lived in the Ukraine for centuries, though we are still considered German. And he was ripped away from his family because he was just old enough to fight and not willingly fight. He would later go die in a gulag, and I feel as if there was many men of that circumstance that should have that same treatment of memoriam given to them. I also feel the same towards because the one dictatorship takes my one great uncle. My great grandfather was ripped away from my grandfather by the communists, Soviets, who ripped him from his family to serve and die in a factory out in Moscow. That I just have no. The 20th century really was a bloodfest in terms of meat grinding wars, and the list can go on. I mean, how many of your family served different lineages? And I suppose I'm very torn and muddled in my feelings of it all, because it's something that I say before. I live in a nation I know is in strife as of now, but I cannot imagine ever spitting on veterans or doing as some right wingers. Because even though I'm very much very right wing, doing as some right wingers have done and laughed and say, haha, this is what you fought for. Oh, you really did this. No, I can't imagine even saying that. It's disgusting. These brave, or just forced to in these circumstances, and young men that were put through this. The feelings become more and more harder to stand as I've gotten older. I can't give the ooh rah because I understand that there are many veterans on YouTube, many veterans in the VTubing sphere, many of which who are here, and I give my full commemoration to you guys. You guys absolutely are a different class. Have you, depending on what you served or how you served. I quite frankly, I don't really care how you did it. You deserve my respect, and you earn my respect to a degree. As I said before, there's differentiation, some contexts don't, but like 99% of the time, you do earn my respect. But I do feel as if we have to take some step back and lead way and say to ourselves sometimes that, is this all going to be worth it in the end? Because part of me wonders if whatever we fought for 100 years back will ever matter 50 years down the line from said war happening. Will same morals still exist? I don't know. Anyway, kind of abrupt tangent from that. Within 20 minutes, I'm turning 22, so it is my birthday stream, and I wouldn't say excited. It's just another year for me. I don't tend to celebrate my birthday at all. I guess I don't really like my birthday nor myself. I'm very much not one to give kudos or joy towards myself, because I don't feel like I'm that important. I feel like I'm just a I'm just a machine for most people, and self-degradation aside, I don't see it as anything special. I want to make other people happy. I see my own joy as like secondhand to any of that. But yeah, I hope anyone who comes to stream tonight can enjoy. We're just gonna be doing a react stream. Then we might do some gaming, depending how I feel, depending how long I want to stay up. But it's gonna be a fun night. We got some videos. We got some, I guess, some military history. You want to go down some memory lane here and watch dogfights, though the First World War, the air battles of the Great War, because I do love that series. We're gonna watch Emp Lemon's video, Talladega Nights. Talladega's NASCAR's most feared track, and some Count Dankula. So, I mean, without further ado, let's not waste time anymore. Let's just get into it. All right, now I've swapped over to this stream. So before we begin the video, this is Emp Lemon's video, Talladega NASCAR's most feared track. And it is a video made by Emp Lemon. I should say that. Full credit to the creator. Go definitely check it out. I will link it in the description. And without further ado, let's see what made Talladega the most feared track in NASCAR.
Legend has it that the Muskogee Indians used to race horses at Dry Valley in what is now northern Alabama. The natives referred to the region as Talatigi, or Border Town. Eventually, as American colonists began to settle the surrounding lands, the border of the Native American territory gradually began to shrink. By 1813, Talatigi had become a battleground as the Muskogee erupted in civil war. The Talatigi natives remained loyal to the Americans and helped General Andrew Jackson defeat the Red Sticks, an opposing faction who were fighting to preserve the sovereignty of the Indian territory.
That's rather unfortunate. You can say that quite frequently about the northern side of the war. Surprisingly, people don't tend to realize this, but during the early settlement of both Upper Canada and the United States, there was both betrayal, of course, the natural betrayal of things, but the natives in total were. I mean, I should also clarify too. The idea of the innocent Indian is very much a myth used to shame and guilt the whites. We know the natives had slaughtered and genocided and absolutely wiped out other native tribes throughout the centuries, countless through. It is a constant war of genocide they fought against each other, waging it because this tribe had a slightly different forehead to them. You can still see this with Africa. To fully blame the whites for any genocide on the natives is completely preposterous outright. However, I am not one to completely ignore historical context as well, and I will not deny that with assistance, the natives, unfortunately, through wielding an allyship with different nations of the time, would be shafted thoroughly. Depending on which nation you're talking about. With the Americans, you definitely see this with the initial, with wars betwixt them and the British and American revolutionaries. But also, during the War of 1812, there was definitely a unionship for the natives. Tecumseh would side with General Isaac Brock, and during the Battle of Queenston Heights, as a major star part of the War of 1812, the natives would help the British and Canadian legionaries push the Americans out of Queenston during the inaugural invasion of Upper Canada, as it was called. It was a battle that, when Isaac Brock had fallen and Lieutenant John MacDonald took Excuse me? Stud McStallion. Okay, that is a... Stud McStallion, you would look so cute with a horse cock in your mouth and 2 horse cocks in your asshole. Alright. That's one way to talk to someone, I guess. Christ. Anywho, as I was saying though, is that upon said battle, there was a case of there would be eventual betrayal to the natives who did help and assist during that point of the time with the British at the time to fight back the Americans after the post the Civil War. As opposed to the War of 1512. Further down the line, you can also see this with the Civil War, how the American natives disenfranchised with the world, or disenfranchised with the North, found refuge and solace and actually camaraderie within the separatist South during the American Civil War. In fact, people don't tend to realize that how many unlikely groups sided with the separatists, or I guess you can see the Confederacy of the American Civil War. Actually, the slave trade was very much not a majority part, or slave ownership was not a majority part of the Confederacy's point of view of what they wanted from the war outright. In fact, the Northern cared not to abolish slavery towards the latter end when the idea was more popular with larger swing states of the North. And Abraham Lincoln would later on state that. There's a video by Razor Fist I do want to check out, but I have watched it, about Abraham Lincoln. Now, there's some inflammatory statements, because this is Razor Fist after all, but there are things that people don't realize about the American Civil War, especially how a majority of it was around trade routes and trade agreements and tariffs placed on the southern states. The fact that slavery actually didn't really have to do much of it. In fact, there was quite a few black legions and units of the South that's often neglected and overlooked. Is kind of a thing that I feel like people should look into American history for. I'm giving very gentrified and very rundown because I don't have my full my full armada of sources and historical study I usually do when I begin to start talking about these things, but that's something I do want to talk about because I do enjoy that type of history. I don't like the oversimplification and almost propagandized ways of how everything is, and the moment you start talking about it, people assume you're in favor of slavery, despite that being the complete opposite of everything. Not even the complete opposite. I mean, detest it outright. It's just a matter of talking historical context of everything. I feel like things should be given a fair shake before we continue on.
In 1830, President Andrew Jackson would repay the favor by ordering the removal of all indigenous tribes from the southern United States. Disgraced by their compatriots and betrayed by their American allies, the Talatigi Indians abandoned their ancestral lands, never to return. According to legend, as the tribe gazed over Dry Valley for the final time, the shaman cursed the land and all of its future intruders to be struck with misfortune. 130 years later, the president of NASCAR is looking for a new site to construct his most ambitious racetrack yet. After failing to secure a venue in Raleigh or Greenville, Bill France set his sights on a secluded valley in northern Alabama. The town of Talladega was chosen as the location of NASCAR's biggest superspeedway, where, rather than horses, men would race 2-ton hunks of metal.
I saw that. I saw the disgusting Ford Mach-E. Absolute tripe. I'm sorry. As a mechanic, and I have serviced some electric vehicles myself, or apprenticeship mechanic, fuck the Mach-E, man. It's the worst thing that Ford's ever done. I hate this whole Ford concept of, we're going to go from cars into truck-based platforms. That's the way of the future. No, it's not. But Ford's going bankrupt as we speak. Again, they're going to need another bailout, because no shit, the American public is going to have to force them to give them a bailout, because poor company policy always trumps over your own taxes. fuck right off. Unfortunately, if I like, people forget about Lee Iacocca and the way he spoke of the automotive industry. You want to sell cars, make small cars that Americans want to buy. And who is Lee Iacocca? Well, he was the one who made the fucking Mustang in the first place, or at least proposed and pitched and sold the idea. That's who he is. The man who saved Chrysler with the K-car platform, the one who helped reinvigorate Mitsubishi, the one who basically invoked and made the American domestic import scene, the one who, I mean, his legacy is something to behold. Essentially, Lee Iacocca greenlit the Viper as well later down the line after Chrysler had worked so long with the stick and could finally have the carrot, their cake. Have their cake and eat it too with it, finally. Sorry, I hate whenever I see those because it's such a travesty. And I'm not even a Mustang fanboy. It's just such a travesty that that's considered a Mustang. Like, that's the future of sports cars. Fuck right off. Fuck right off. We need small cars again. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Hang on. Audio.
A second! Have you ever? Oh, man.
I hate whenever my audio goes out like that. No, actually, the funny thing is, I've never seen Talladega Nights. I get it's like one of the most popular car movies out there. Of course, it's a comedy. It's really making fun to poke fun at NASCAR and the whole culture around it, I suppose. I've never seen it in full. I've known the clips. It's just, I guess I don't really have the interest in watching it. It's just not something that tickles my fancy. Definitely, though, I'd recommend checking out Speed Racer, the Wazowski's 2008 film. Freaking incredible for an anime adaptation. It's actually the only anime adaptation I'd recommend to most people, outside of Battle Angel Alita. In terms of anything live action, it was pretty good. But I know people like to quote and do Ricky Bobby parodies. I know it's the thing with Basic Bitch Girls. They love Talladega Nights. I quite frankly can't stand it. Because like from what I've seen of it, it's just like just doesn't do much for me. It's very much I get it's meant to parody. I don't find offense out of it. I don't know. I'm indifferent to it. Though they do make some good references from what I've heard. The methanol fire was kind of a nice little slapstick bit they did over something that's actually considered very terrifying. Because I've seen methanol go up before. You don't see it, but you damn well feel it.
The inaugural running of a NASCAR race can be something truly special.
Oh, yeah.
The first Daytona 500 in 1959 immediately cemented the race as NASCAR's most prestigious event. NASCAR's first race at Indianapolis in 1994 was such a spectacle that it attracted more entrants than any other event in the history of the sport. Talladega's inaugural race was also a spectacle, but not for the right reasons.
Hey, I'm Slapshoes, and this is an abridged version of my video on what is widely considered to be the worst NASCAR race in history.
I know Slapshoes. I sometimes watch his content, or whenever I used to in past tense. It's not because I don't like him. It's just a matter of having enough time to watch him in a while. But I know of him because once again, I'm a guy who really likes his automotive sector and work. And I know Slapshoes, and I'm very much appreciative of the guy. He's really brought a lot of reinvigoration to dirt track scene all over North America. From his videos, he's done a lot to bring back attention to that not really fledgling, but very hometown-esque grassroots motorsport. I very much appreciate the guy, so I'm kind of glad to see that emblem gone along for this video all those years back.
Which was the very first race ever held at Talladega. If you want all the nitty-gritty details, the link to the full video is in the description. To say that Talladega's very first event was controversial would be a massive understatement. It was unlike any other race ever held in NASCAR history, and for all the wrong reasons. First, the track was completed dangerously close to opening weekend by design.
Yeah,
Bill France had gone into serious debt trying to build this place, and he needs his money back as soon as possible.
Having coming from a family construction, this is stupid. That's a stupid idea. You never never push that deadline that close. I get we're so used to seeing delay after delay after delay, and maybe if it's definitely with more taxpayer federal taxpayer federal jobs that the government will dole out, and you just maximize how much you can steal from it. But ideally, though, is that when you're doing grand openings, you never make tight deadlines like this, because you have to sift out everything before you fully do that grand opening. Because if you think you're set, you really aren't. Everything will go wrong. When I say this, because I've seen enough grand openings in my time for major projects, so it's really an interesting cause. Oh, thanks for the happy birthday. Thanks for the happy birthday, Ford. Granted, we still do that with the F1 in Las Vegas, but it seems like it's still done at the edge. Yeah, no, I get. Maybe it's just more of an American. I hate to be the oh, you silly Yanks thing, but maybe it's just more with the American spectacle of it all. But yeah, that Las Vegas. I mean, the thing is, I don't follow F1. I can't get into it. It feels like more of a nowadays. It feels more like a vanity sport than anything else. But yeah, with the Las Vegas race, I heard how tumultuous it was, and I'm all I can do to think about it is just this whole, like, even the construction was meant to be a spectacle to help and boost interest in the race. Like, it's everything about it just feels so made and played for drama, if you know what I mean, right? It feels more like a wrestling, like wrestling for a setup to it, and like a storyline for a race itself. It just, you know, like with F1 especially, I'm not sure if you know this far, but or if you've ever seen the 2008 Speed Racer film, but like it very much feels like towards the final race at the man, I couldn't remember what it was called. That's not important. But the final race in that movie, it was like how everything was just down to the wire on purpose to be as like grandiose as possible. That's just how it feels like. I'd never like this, right? I never like that because it does not air confidence, because everything could go terribly wrong. And I think we're about to see why.
In August, just a month before race day, Talladega holds its very first tests.
Yeah,
and despite topping out at 195 miles per hour, the drivers showed concern very early on. Donnie Allison, a multi-time winner in NASCAR's top division.
It came out the same summer as the Dark Knight, and the thing is, I never saw the Dark Knight. I never really saw the Dark Knight in full. Not really a big superhero guy, but I saw the Speed Racer movie. So everyone was watching had the Tumbler, had the Tumbler car and everything. I had the Mach 6 as a kid. That was my thing. And like it was a strange movie, but and granted the Wachowskis are complete nut jobs. I mean, have you seen how they've turned out now? But damn, I can recognize that movie was freaking good, right? I'd still pick it up and watch it nowadays too. I don't care if it's a kid movie. Some of the stuff that I miss as a kid were like Speed Scream, get that shit off, get that weak shit off my track. It's supposed to be a kid's movie, and all of a sudden you hear that come flying out. Yeah, it was just a good green screen. Yeah, like surprisingly, even though heavily relied on green screen, because I mean, yeah, with Marvel and everything nowadays, it's like we've grown at green screen, but that movie was made perfectly entwined with green screen, and that kind of goes with the effect of Speed Racer as well. The actual different animes and series runs of Speed Racer, there's been multiple through the years. It's not just the original one. It was not just the original Mach Go-Go. It was, hell, I grew up on the Next Generation Speed Racer cartoon, and Hot Wheels Battle Force 5. That was another one. It just really matched the aura of the whole series.
Vision said that
also, for if you can see above you, someone in Kick is cosplaying as Vaush's wet dream. So if you see the comment above my head, don't know what to say about that.
track is as rough as a cob. It'd be a beautiful track if it were smooth. The only way they're going to fix it is to repave it. Meanwhile, Kel Yarbrough noticed that his tires were shredded after just a dozen laps on the
Oh boy, look at that. Absolutely just graded. Oh my god. like, having worked in the automotive industry for enough time and seeing just people who run down their tires to the wire and never think of it, and they'll yell at you like, "You're trying to scam me." I'm like, "Sister, I'm trying to keep your kids alive. What the fuck? You're running on slicks." No, I've seen tires that nearly look like this on, like, Indians' cars, and they're like, "No, sir, it is fine. That is perfectly how it's supposed to be. You're trying to scam me, sir." I'm like, "You're fucking retarded." And I see that baby seat in the back of your car, and I get a horrible premonition feeling, because I'm like, I am literally trying to keep your kid alive more than you are.
Track. He also noted lots of bumps in the turns. Not exactly something you want to navigate when you're pushing.
That bumps too, especially when you're at those high speeds. Any form of liftoff. Oh God.
200 miles an hour in what passed for safety equipment back in the 1960s.
Yeah,
NASCAR's two
also
tire
old
manufacturers,
NASCAR.
Goodyear and Firestone,
Like
take
old NASCAR, like they were, yes, these were like frame on chassis cars, but they were, oh, actually, no, most of these cars weren't even frame on chassis. These were like cars that had the roll cage just welded in, and everything was stripped down and gutted from them from factory. These were still kind of factory cars, but the engine and everything else were highly modified and souped up. Not, like, look how bare basic the equipment is. Yeah, rip the exhaust open. You know what? Ford, actually, when I was at my trade school, yeah, you see, no, there is a roll cage here. That's what these chassis bracings are. But that was the roll cage back then. But when I was at trade school, I saw a stanced out yellow Miata that clipped the speed bump, and it dragged oil from a tear in the oil pan all the way down the street before it completely seized up. And I'm like, fuck. How the hell do you twats? And I mean, it was a girl that was driving, and of course got it stanced out because I have to be a car girl, not knowing how to work on cars, but I gotta shake my booty for it. Shake my booty on my OnlyFans and stuff, like the e-whore begging, and completely fucked up a 1991 NA Miata. And I get, like, people think, oh, there's so many Miatas. Miata's always the answer. Miata. And there's not that many left of them anymore. They're getting torn apart. And it's unfortunate. It's like, we don't have that much replenishing stock coming down the line. And unless we do something about it. Oh, should Pippa get one? No, Pippa's already got her heart set on it. And no one's going to convince her. She's got the money for it, right? Pippa's, unfortunately, has the money. I say unfortunately, she has the money for it. She can get one. That's her choice. What I would recommend, and I would love to clip this for Pippa as advice from a guy. I get she's probably talking to Netgear and of Collector Car Feed, who collabed with her apparently, or did some sort of collab work or voluntary work on their end, because I do love Collector Car Feed, but they want to keep the car stock. Oh, you want an RX-7 Ford? Ooh. See, with rotaries is if you know how to work on them, or you know someone to work on them, great. They're not hard concepts. Granted, I've never really worked on a Wankel in my time, but the concept's not hard to get. It's just you have to know how to work on it, and not many people do. And the art is dying, and it's very elitist, unfortunately. But with Pippa's case, ideally, if for her, what I would recommend her do, since she has the money for it, is try to find the best manual when she can. And if the engine starts to crap out on her, go and do the Flying Miata Chevrolet, I believe it's either a V6 or the 2.4 Ecotec out of the Equinox's, second gen Equinox, where basically you can basically get a whole kit to swap it over and hook it up, and it basically doubles the horsepower of the Miata, but it retains the same driving characteristics of the original motor. And of course, those GM ones are dirt cheap to run and dirt cheap to fix, as compared to the 1.8 and 1.6 motors found in the Miatas. So 1.5 and 1.6 motors found in the NA Miata. For Pippa especially, she's not going to do it, because I mean, face it, she's a girl. Pippa's a girl, despite how she tries to be like a gremlin. Oh, what's this one called? The engine swap? I could not tell you what the name was. It's a flea in my memory right now. I know motors typically. Ecotec. It's like an Ecotec swap, I think they call it. But see, with Pippa is that I don't want to come off as a complete asshole when I say this. I am probably gonna clip this. It's a GM V6. There's no GM's not made an inline six in decades, but with Pippa, I don't want to be an asshole, but I'm gonna be LV swap. Yeah, that's it. That might be it. No, hang on. Give me a sec. No, you're thinking LS. No. Let me just look it up actually quickly. I have my phone out. I might as well just quickly pop it up. Miata Ecotech. It's an Ecotech. You're thinking of an LS. People have done LS swaps. That's a V8. That's shitloads of power. Now, what people do to retain the original characteristics of the Miata, of it being a balanced four-cylinder, is they take the 2.4 liter Ecotech found in the Chevy Cobalts or Equinoxes, and essentially that doubles the horsepower of the motor, of the original power output of the motor that you take out of it, but it retains the same driving characteristics of the same motor. It's a 2.4 liter, so far more displacement, far more grunt, and more usable low-end torque. But what I was trying to get at with Pippa is that if she does the do thing, Pippa might just do it to be popular, I guess, or retain some more interest in her with the automotive side of things. Because that is a market to get girls into cars. That's, it's very marketable in that sense. And whether or not Sakanon pushes for it, I don't know. But with Pippa, for doing that, I don't know if she'll ever touch or modify it, or we'll do the whole thing. I got my car touched up, whatever. Ideally for her, I just recommend her for modifications if she just swaps the motor. Okay, that's a very big modification, but ideally just refreshing the bushings on the suspension. Either get lowered springs or brand new shocks and struts. Don't do coilovers, just do new bushings. New bushings all around. New tires, new OEM brakes. You don't need to go with big brake kits. For what she's doing with it, once you do a complete OEM refresh or a stage 0 just overhaul on a car, it will feel night and day. And she's probably just going to be using it as a cruiser or a show car to promote the Pippa brand, right? The Face Connect's a Pippa brand. So, and yeah, I say this I'm a tourist. No, I've been in the V2 sphere for how many years? I'm just not putting it the best way possible, but for her, definitely with the Miata, she should, if she does go forth with it, she should definitely do just an OEM overhaul before she does any of the, the wraps and the cutesy stuff. I know what she's probably gonna do because it helps promote. It's very flashy. It's out there, but as an actual mechanic, I get frustrated when I see all this shit done, especially Natasha. She's gonna Natasha it. She can do whatever she wants. Personally, I've grown up with Tasha. I know Bladed Angel, a massive car YouTuber grew out of Natasha as well, because he got so sick of the normies of anime, or the tourists especially, raiding in when he had his Fate Grand Order rap, and they would then try to guilt trip him with suicide threats to let him collab with them. He got sick of the even though he himself is a weeb, he just got sick of dealing with the tourist types that were trying to fuck with him. But no, if I know she's gonna probably do the Atasha thing. The only non-standard modification I'd say Pippa does to the Miata is she gets a hardcover, because quite frankly, those are leaky ragtops. I know people like convertibles. Quite frankly, I don't. I don't like sunroofs. I've had leaky sunroofs before. I don't like it. I hate repairing them. There's too much rust in the floor. I just want solid, just roof. It's better for handling performance too. As a guy who likes doing enthusiastic backroads driving, as we'll call it, you want to have as much rigidity with the car as possible. Now, if she does it, I'm fully on board with it, but that's her prerogative. The strangest I saw was for Bibu, who was Hololive ID, and she was the fan, and the fan was in San Antonio, Texas, which is, well, that's the thing. The Hololive international department and their JP side, they're massive. They are massive. More I get the Ian was the biggest thing for the longest while, until most of the old stars left or graduated, right? And but with I guess with but you gotta remember, also San Antonio and a lot of the drier western states get massive influx, not just internationals, but they're the trade port for a lot of East Asia to come through, much like Vancouver is for Canada. So a lot of not just East Asians live there, but a lot of the culture, of course, gets shipped down through there, or comes up through comes up through Mexico. And I of course, deport the illegals, deport the deport all the non-Americans, but the ones that are legally there also, like, they brought up like a lot of anime through the states came through Mexico up through the border, the southwise. Like, you remember how the scene kind of started off, and a lot of stuff and cabinets came up with arcade cabinets, stuff came up through Mexico. Because Japan, for some reason, has a very strong connection to South America, like from through Brazil to Mexico. They got a very strong connection with trade. It's a whole rabbit hole. But yeah, no, I guess I'm tangenting too long. I don't want to go back to go back to the video. But yeah, as for Pippa though, I hope, and just as a word of advice for her. Anyways, NASCAR, yeah. Anyways, back to redneck fuckery. But yeah, as with Pippa though, is I do hope, if she does get her dream Miata, or if she's doing this as an actual thing she wants to do and not just ooh, look at me, I'm a car girl now. Not saying she is that type of person, but just, I have grown so disillusioned of everything with the VTubing sphere of, ooh, I'm a lonely girl, ooh, I'm a femcel, ooh, I'm this, ooh, I'm that. Especially with when I'm in the car scene. I'm sick of the, ooh, I'm a car girl, do you actually rent your vehicle? No. Okay. No, what with Pippa, I hope she does a full OEM restoration on a Miata she buys, because you gotta do that. You have to bring her back down. She sounds like she got a hand-me-down for dad and the car's a mess with electrical issues. She didn't say what. I thought she was driving a truck. I thought she was driving a little pickup. Anyway. Also, her dad wanted her to get a Challenger. Did you know that? Oh, but she got her dad's car. The thing is, Papakin apparently said that he wanted her to get a Challenger. And all I can think of is, are you trying to turn your daughter black? Because good lord, that credit score is going right down the moment she gets a Challenger. Because, ooh shit, they got a nasty reputation. You got the Scat Pack. I got the Scat Pack. It's got the Hellcat package. I guess maybe the Snow Bunny joke that Kirsha made is gonna really come alive if she got the Challenger. I'm sorry, it's just Challengers are, any Dodge really is just hyper ratchet. Oh yeah, no, I would gotta get a Kia Stinger too. Far, I'm gonna tell you this much. I mean, of course, you saw the big white block on stream. I'm a Volvo guy, or formerly, like, I guess the Ford or modular white block era Volvo. I love them personally. But I'll admit something, Volvo, software-wise, made their cars a bitch to work on. However, I'm a smart man, so I pirate all my service manuals. Because fuck paying $250 for a subscription or $800 for a manual. That shit's mine for free. And I'm gonna take that engine and rebuild it back together. I have like a couple of those engines. Baked Bean's garage fixed up. He did it really nice. Yeah, no, dude, Volvos, like, okay, Volvos sometimes are a bitch to work on. People look at you funny, but when you fall in love with them, you fall in love. Actually, I'm gonna pull up a photo. I'm gonna quickly close capture here. I want to go back to Employment's video, but I'm gonna nerd out a little bit about Volvos. I want to show you pure sex appeal, right? I want to show you some really cute shit. It's called the Volvo. Because what I drive is a hatchback Volvo. I'll let people figure that out. But what I like to show you is a car that I personally love, and it is called the. Let me just give me a sec here. Maybe I can pull this up just on screen for a sec. Right. Oh. Order. Moved down. No. Okay. Let's just. I just had that. Okay. Cancel. I just had that for a sec. Sorry. Let me just try to find it. It is the Volvo P1800. I prefer the ES, though. It's the Estate. I'm just going to pull up screen here, and yeah, there we go. This right here. Schmex appeal. Pure sex appeal. Look at that glass. Look at that glass. Right there. Like, look at that. Yeah, did you, like, look at this. Look at that glass. And, like, it's a floating, that's a floating handle right there. Like, that, the design of that. This is, oh, by the way, these cars, one of these, one of the Roadster versions of this model, it looks like this. Because the Roadster was a standard version. This one, there's one in New York that holds the record for the most mileage on a car, sitting at nearly over 3 million miles as we speak right now. It was owned by one guy for the longest time, and now it's owned by his lifelong mechanic. So, also another Volvo that holds a record was a bus, a diesel bus, and it holds the record for the longest running unserviced bus engine or transport engine, because Volvo bought it from this Mexican tour bus company. It was a 6-cylinder diesel that Volvo made, but they bought it back from the company because this thing went 660,000 miles without a single major overhaul work to it. And what I mean by overhaul work is that it never had anything like a valve or had any didn't have any head gasket or quite frankly any issues to it. Like, it was just oil change only. Like, it was just oil and of course the def change and fluid change. Like, that's it. Like, it was just rudimentary maintenance and just non-stop. Like, I love these things. But yeah, no, with Pippa, I guess you get on the whole JDM scene, but that's her prerogative, not mine. Anyway, back to the video. I'm been yapping too long about cars. Once you get me started, man, once you pop, you can't stop.
Noted the tire wear and vowed to come back with harder tires to compensate. The first open practice for all teams.
Also, Goodyear and Firestone, not bad tire brands. Firestone with the new Firehawks are really good. Pretty decent. Also, look at this, right? People don't talk. If you've seen Cars, this is what Richard Petty's character, the King, was based on, which is the Plymouth Superbird / Dodge Daytona. They're sister cars, based off the Plymouth Roadrunner and Dodge Charger. I want to believe. Yeah, it was the Charger. I think. No, it was the Challenger because it was larger. Anyway, they're both butt ugly, but also very beautiful in their own mystique way. Like, very, very Americanized in terms of beauty. I don't know how to describe it. It's not very flamboyant or like schmex appeal, but you can still recognize beauty in it.
Happens in September on the Wednesday just before the race on Sunday. And that tire issue is not resolved. Guys are noticing chunks of rubber coming off the tires after just a few laps. Goodyear and Firestone fly in harder compounds on Thursday and Friday, but nothing works. Drivers are getting uppity, and by Friday, Firestone backs out, citing safety concerns. The drivers, who just mere weeks ago formed the Professional Drivers Association, a union-like organization, are talking openly of a potential walkout. And the president of the PDA, Richard Petty, the winningest NASCAR driver in history, is in some tense negotiations with Bill France. But the straw that broke the camel's back was one exchange between France and Bobby Allison, who won the most recent race just last week. France says to Bobby, quote, "I think you're just afraid to race." Bobby...
Motherfucker. Okay, I get this is like old, like, Southern boy talking here, but I'm not usually one to give a shit about, like, safety, but, like, this is like the type of shit I hated from bosses. Like, I've been fucked around by the whole, oh, you're just chicken shit, you don't want to do this. I'm like, dude, OSHA is on my side to not wall climb these racks to grab you something from the top shelf. Fuck off. I don't get paid enough for this.
Was taken aback, but it was the quiet Leroy Yarborough who stepped up from behind him and swung and hit Bill France in the face, knocking him to the ground. Leroy then calmly said to everybody watching, "Boys, pack up your stuff, we're leaving." And just like that, almost every single driver put their cars...
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, gentlemen racing. Maybe not this time, because this was the late 60s, so at this point these would be like the silent generation / early baby boomers that are now racing, because a lot of those older guys were coming near their retirements, right? But yeah, with the whole fighter pilot mentality, not even a lot of them were fighter pilots. A lot of them did other work in the military if they did serve in the Second World War. Most famously, though, if you're talking about pilots, you're thinking of Carroll Shelby, who he flew bombers and then went back as a chicken farmer before he went back to just tinker around on cars. But yeah, that's kind of how Carroll Shelby went about things. But if you're talking like these guys are from poor backwoods towns, and like that was their big ticket out.
Back on the hall.
Like a lot of starlets, a lot of the starlets for Hollywood, they came from the South, and they got casting couch and everything through these for the men. This is the way out for the big ticket stardom. Like it was to get here.
And left the track, save for 3 holdouts. 1, Bobby Isaac, a soft-spoken man who never joined the PDA just because he didn't like the idea of anybody speaking on his behalf. 2, a non-PDA driver named Jim Vandiver driving on...
And then I can respect, too, because I've working in the trades field, there's a lot more unions, and a lot of unions are ran by a lot more far left-wing people, who, especially if you're working at like a dealership, which hopefully I'm leaving the field, and I'm going to go to HVAC. But like with a lot of dealerships, they tend to have, because you're being accounted for not just the shop, but all the people in the dealership are accounted for, and that goes all the women at the front too. So, you're paying to basically their expenses, and you hardly see any doubt of it too. And I don't like having someone speaking for me, and I do appreciate that mentality too. However, unions do sometimes have in this case, definitely had a good point. Yeah, the union mafias are I fucking hate it. Yeah, unions are mafias, but like, granted, Disco Elysium, they did make a point to show how the socialist union mafias operate, and it's just kind of like, yeah, I'm not here to toe a party line, but you're gonna get your ass jumped, unfortunately. Now we're gonna unionize for Starbucks baristas. We need to unionize and protect ourselves from these icky coffee machines and wear pins while we serve you. Yeah, sure, fuck right off. No, like I would say the coal miners, like you're talking about the Kentucky, back in the 20s, it was the one, where the song "Which Side Are You On," which is actually about actual struggling men that were put through exploitative time, and they were not communists whatsoever. As unfortunately being appropriated by fucking commies who couldn't imagine digging a ditch. How dare we work 5 days a week? Dude, I would fucking take overtime. Because on the weekends, sometimes I have like nothing to do, and when I say nothing to do, it's like I'm so burnt out, I'm just like, fuck it, just exploit me harder, like make me work like a slave harder. I'll do it for you, master. I'll work harder for you, master. A little bit more pay for me, master, please. Yeah, at least that was the 19th century. Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm fully on board when it comes to coal miners. I mean, shit. My family's very much dealt with a lot of shit too. I don't come from like rich families either. Or the affluential wealth we did have back in Europe was lost because of socialism and communism years ago, but that's the point. But like, my whole side literally came from servants of big houses in Europe, in England actually. Funny enough, it's like I'm a mechanic, but I'm kind of like a horse whisperer, because I used to help my sister when she'd go to riding barns, to like do horseback riding lessons, and I guess horses really got along with me. And it turns out in my lineage, I came from a long line of horse trainers. So I might play with Musume on stream, because fuck it, might as well tap into my roots.
Car owned by Ray Fox. And 3, a young up-and-comer named Richard Brickhouse. Richard made his very first NASCAR Top Division start ever just last year at Rockingham. And despite that being his first race on a paved track, he finished 4th. Brickhouse is a PDA driver and plans to walk, but the Dodge factory team pulls him aside and offers him a new ride, the brand new Dodge Charger Daytona, a winged supercar supposedly capable of speeds exceeding 200 miles an hour.
Would you like to go 200 miles per hour on a track like that? would you... Listen, the fastest I've ever gone was probably 125. In terms of like in cars. Oh geez, yeah, that's because like 200 airborne, it doesn't feel like terribly fast. But then again, when you're 200 on the ground, shit, like that is, you're on like, especially in tight circumstances where how fast you're traveling in a small range of distance. Like, I get these are 2.5 mile or 3.5 mile long tracks, but like 200 miles per hour whipping around that shit. You're clearing in one lap in like 15 seconds of 3.5 miles. I mean, this is also early aero for cars too. Like, wind tunnels, yes, were a thing, but in terms of automotive production, no, they weren't using wind tunnels like they do nowadays. Like, wind tunnels were still a new concept in terms of precision, and those were mainly used for military aircraft. Like, this was early aero. This was early aero. So, just this wing was the only thing that probably kept this thing on the ground at all, with the downforce produced. But like, even then, I mean, Richard Petty spoke of these things. He was terrified to drive these.
But this weekend, it won't happen. The tires just can't take it. Brickhouse agrees to the deal and turns scab, leaving the
Yeah, I guess. Because remember, these were steel cars a lot of the time. Like, I guess the phrase Detroit Iron, but like, these were steel. A lot of, the NASCAR cars nowadays are just like fiberglass bodies over the frames. These were production cars, but they were still like frame and body cars, but still production. So these things were chunky.
PDA that afternoon. So there it is, a 500-mile race at a 2.66-mile track with just 3 cars in the mix.
Yeah, that's
Bill France offers fans a special deal. If you buy a ticket for the inaugural race at Talladega, you can use that stub to get into the Daytona 500 next year. With a 2-for-1 special that good, people turned out in droves to watch.
Have you ever seen like Southern do business deal? Like, this is where that stereotype of the gallon cap, the gallon hat with the Doug Dimmadome, but like the offering, the big larger than life, I'll make you a deal, I'll make you a sweet deal there, boy. This is that stereotype where it comes from. Like, Bill France especially, I guess he's not a Texan, but like he's got the whole Southern, like, big baller businessman stereotype. I mean, he definitely fit that bill outside of his appearance. Like, he fit that bill in the personality department.
Watch the shit show down in Alabama. But Big Bill has one more trick up his sleeve to make the race just a little less ridiculous. He poaches drivers from the preliminary race on Saturday, the Grand American Series, who race smaller pony cars on the infield road course, not the big track. Instead of Chargers, Chevelles, Torinos, and Roadrunners, they race Camaros, Mustangs, Darts, and even one AMC Javelin.
Oh.
These cars were never intended to drive on a track that...
No, these are like, okay. I get a lot of people don't really understand a lot about like different classifications of cars, but like, you gotta remember, the Mustang wasn't really considered a muscle car for the longest time too. Outside of a few models, but like, they're pony cars. The term pony car, yes, originated from the Mustang, but they were meant to be smaller American muscle cars with small block V8s put into them. The pony car series, like where these things are coming from, these like the all-American ones, these ones are meant for handling. Like, the American, like, these were not meant for the the typical. I get, we think of American racing as like going around that oval, but a lot of stuff like Grand Am and Can-Am, like for North America racing, a lot of it's all about handling, like Grand Touring, and these things were meant for that. They weren't meant to take on this type of shit. Because, like, again, NASCAR looks very simple to watch things go around in a circle, but like, dude, the speeds to get up, because these are like 45-degree embankments, like, to get up there, that the amount of like, not just speed and torque, but downforce to hold it up there is just incredibly straining on a car. These things can clip at 145 miles per hour top. And these are meant to race.
Is big, and they can barely do 160 miles an hour with the wind at their backs. Not to mention, there's no way they could pass tech inspection. These are cars from a completely different series. So, Big Bill France calls an audible and just changes the minimum speed requirements and the inspection templates.
Fuck it, I'm the boss. I do whatever I want. Oh, volume. Where's volume? Here we go. Here we go.
thinking of backing out, he offers cash bonuses just to roll off the grid on top of the already stated winnings purse. But with so much tension looming in the air over this slapdash ramshackle affair of a race, the stage is set for a disaster to occur, and it does, but not in the way anybody expected. That tire issue is resolved at the 11th hour when Goodyear flies in their last Hail Mary, and those tires finally held up. There wasn't a single tire failure that day. No, what did this race in was one of my favorite parts of old NASCAR racing: the scoring error. Electronic transponders and timing and scoring didn't exist yet, so officials would move.
How American is this? You got your cup of nuts here, and I can't tell if that's a Coca-Cola or a Budweiser. No, that's a Coke. Okay, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a Budweiser, but like, I've been doing enough auto racing in my time, and it's just like, I'm sorry, I may be a guy who likes motorsports, but I do not like the crowds associated with it. Like, I get that might sound pompous. Nuts and Coke, the prime diet of stress. Oh yeah. Like, I know it sounds pompous to say I don't like the crowds of motorsports, but like, man, I would much prefer like rally, because like that just feels a lot more classier, despite being more in the open. Like, that it doesn't have that same affair being corralled in with a lot of mouth breathers, right?
Placards around on a desk to keep track of all the cars. If the officials agreed on the running order, then it was final. But every once in a while, they'd get it wrong. Well, that happened in this race. That's right, with only 3 cars even being competitive, NASCAR still lost track of Jim Vandiver and Richard Brickhouse, the 2 guys competing for the lead. Bobby Isaac was taking it easy, just worrying about finishing so he could have some easy points to make a run at the championship with all of his competition sitting at home. Richard Brickhouse is declared the winner by NASCAR officials, but Jim Vandiver and his car owner Ray Fox are adamant that they've won. And even the radio call with 2-time Cup Series champion Ned Jarrett in the booth thought Jim Vandiver was in the lead.
Fans are worse.
And I think it's worth noting that Jim...
I don't know what's worse, man. Alpha, why did delete? I don't know, because you're insulting the French or insulting the Spaniards. I mean, it lets all the French insults pass, which granted, I mean, who the fuck is going to care about the French? But for the Spaniards, maybe there's some bias towards conquistadors, or are they afraid of the Spanish Inquisition coming in for them? Because no one expects it, right? You gotta be careful.
was driving the older model of Dodge Charger and was not affiliated with Chrysler.
The Spanish Inquisition. No one expects it. Yeah, I guess it's getting at the point here is that, yeah.
Corp. Meanwhile, Brickhouse was driving the Dodge factory entry, and it was the first race ever for their new winged wonder car. Rumors...
yeah, it's all, well, we don't know if this is real guys, but, I mean, face it, there's this brand new model grand spanking car that's coming out. The Nora fans, yeah. Give it the flick, yeah. But yeah, you see that here, right? The worst, like, what they're trying to do, I could see where this is probably coming from, because, like, you get the brand new model of car, and then the guys driving the yesteryear's model, you want to promote this new one for the new sales, and how are you going to sell it? Well, you're going to have a giant win at the...
Persists that the scoring error was not an accident, and Chrysler executives sweet-talked Bill France into manipulating the finish of the race. After all, they kept some of the intrigue for the event by making a big deal about their new car. A lot of people in attendance bought a ticket just because they wanted to see that new Daytona rip around the track at nearly 200 miles an hour. Richard Brickhouse's win stands, and he is absolutely elated with his first career Cup Series win, and is so sure that he'll be tapped to drive the car full-time next year that he uses...
Well, you say that. I get the South has never really been one for wealth, but remember, this is a different time period. Like, I know both the boomers both want to play the inflation card, but also the, y'all don't work hard enough like I do. You don't really work. I guess it really applies for Gen Xers, too, because they're starting to see that a lot from them, too. But you gotta remember, too, that, like, the market was hyper-competitive, even domestically. Like, a lot of, for adjusted for inflation, a lot of base model cars were $20,000 American nowadays, or $25,000 to $35,000 American nowadays. And by the way, you could buy cars without going to dealerships along this time by doing place through order through catalogs or through, I mean, I guess you can go to dealerships, but you place through the direct catalog and get them without the markup. Like, you could get what you actually wanted from factory. This was still going on to this point. So I guess they could actually afford the car. That was the idea, you know, race Sunday by Monday. That's what they did back then. It's just nowadays, especially, is that it's just because the problem with the dealership model is not even really the dealership model itself. It's the fact that the dealerships, they have a lobbying group and a kind of a actual regulation unit in the federal governments to ensure that they stay about. The idea of going back to the old model is basically outlawed because dealerships, I mean, it's money for them. Like it's like a mafia family for these dealerships, and they of course lobby politicians to keep them around, like everything else. And it really does disgust me because people wonder how cars flop, and it's like, well, you enthusiasts aren't buying it. It's like, because these motherfuckers mark up to them twice their price, and then of course you get people who don't understand market sales and auto sales who get into companies and they want to take the larger gross profit margin, which is usually found in SUVs, without understanding that, asshole, just because this thing has a higher profit margin than the smaller cars typically do, these smaller cars in the end make a lot more money than these SUVs do outright because more people can afford and will buy them. But you remove them away from the market and then you just force people to lease cars, then I guess really I'm just yelling to the wind nowadays. I really do hope to see some return on that with the newer electric companies. I'm not really one fully for electric cars, but then again, I'm not adverse to it. I've driven a few decent ones. I just wish they were like 3-door hatchbacks or small econo coupes. Like, I don't need thousands of horsepower. I just need something that's just a little bit fun and quirky, but a little bit fun and quirky, but can be practical enough, right? And small. Right? And that's funny too, is like, a lot of people say to me like, oh, what do you need? Like, see, well, when you feel small in traffic, and they're like, don't you feel like you'd switch in a car? Because like, I'm 6'7", like I'm a tall guy. And if I tell people, I drive a European small hatchback, my ass fits in that car comfortably. How the fuck do you not fit in it? Oh wait, you are a woman who is 5'4" and weighs more than I do. I'm starting to think it's your gut that's hitting the wheel and not not the fact that you're wondering why you can't fit in the car. You have terrible physiology. And your physiology, both, but also your physical state is a piss poor example. And you shouldn't be dictating of what I can do and can't do, right? Maybe you should look back at yourself in the mirror and say that instead of saying, oh, I should buy a larger vehicle. Because also a lot of ladies also want to buy larger vehicles because they want to feel larger in traffic and have domineerance over the road. I see this especially, and that's why I lie. You know, with big cars, yeah, it's a size thing too, right? People always want to joke with the men being emasculated, but like I'm noticing, like it's women. It's women are the worst offenders of that. It is definitely women that are the worst offenders of the big car thing. There's definitely like a lot of just especially to emasculate men. They love getting big cars, big trucks for themselves. It's and of course a lot of women are horrific drivers. Fuck me. I'm sorry. Like the stats don't lie. Honest to God, stats don't lie. Yeah, no. I mean, I get like, yeah, if someone's short, like, once again, it depends on what you need, like what you need a vehicle for. If you need a giant like Cummins diesel for workloads, by all means, get it. I'm not saying you should have any like freedom to not do it if you wanted to go the full mile and just have it for shits and pickles, for tits and giggles, or however you want to say it. But personally, the only diversity I believe in is the diversity of the auto market, of how we should sell cars. So you want a 911? Nah. Don't become a Porsche bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. Porsche people are stuck up their own ass. They're not very nice to deal with, personally. I don't like them. But I can recognize that some of them are decent. It's just, I don't really like Porsche bros.
His winnings to buy a brand new airplane for himself, but unfortunately, he never got the call from Chrysler or any team for that matter. In a year's time, he was semi-retired and only racing a few times per year. So there it was, a disaster of a race made up most. native track at nearly 200 miles an hour. Richard Brickhouse's win stands, and he is absolutely elated with his first career Cup Series win, and is so sure that he'll be tapped to drive the car full-time next year that he uses his winnings to buy a brand new airplane for himself.
Oh no. No, he thought he had security. Oh, you never do that, no.
But unfortunately, he never got the call from Chrysler or any team for that matter.
I feel bad for that, because if he's a good driver, but no, he got in with a fluke, so that, oh shit.
Years' time, he was semi-retired and only racing a few times per year. So there it was, a disaster of a race made up mostly of field fillers, a tire scandal resolved at the last possible second, a brand new supercar that nobody got to see the full potential of, and of those two competitive cars out there on the track, they were driven by two guys nobody had ever heard of, and we're not even sure which one of them actually won the race.
Of course.
If this isn't the worst race in NASCAR history, then I really don't know what would be.
So ends the tale of NASCAR's most disastrous inaugural race, and so begins the tale of the Talladega curse. Over the next half-century, Talladega Superspeedway would play host to some of the strangest, unexplainable, and harrowing occurrences to ever afflict the sport of stock car racing. The earliest
down south amongst the bayou, the swamp witch comes out, she touches you.
races at the track are possibly the most mysterious. They existed in a time before NASCAR was.
Honestly, I may not be religious, but I'm hyper superstitious around a lot of things. Like, yeah, I believe. I mean, you shouldn't say I believe in the science, bro. Trust the science, bro. But I mean, I'm very scientific and very much one to. Yeah, Alabama's in swampy. I'm going with the Louisiana thing. That's way different. I understand. Alabama's a lot of mostly northern Appalachia, and a lot of hot, humid areas. But what I'm trying to get at though is that with Alabama though I was trying to say is like I'm one for more logic than anything else, especially if everything's been explained off. But it doesn't mean I don't believe in a lot of superstition, because there's a lot of things you can't explain in the South, especially. A few things to worry about the South, because I'm saying it's there's some bad juju in that area. I like it. I like the area. It's just there's things that go in the woods down there that I don't want to. I'm definitely one to have the inclination that it's not safe to wander about. There's certain areas of certain parts of North America that you don't wander in with balls of steel. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't walk through certain parts of North America thinking to yourself that you're gonna come out there all fine and dandy. When we talk about the states wise, but I mean, you can talk about Canada too. You can talk about Northern Ontario. You go into places up north, or go out to the eastern BC area, or there's in these woods, you're not alone. So you best watch your back, there, buddy. And I hope you said your Hail Marys, because there are things I hear that'll turn you.
Frequently televised, and most of the footage from this era is either missing or not publicly available. For many incidents during this time, only the stories remain, leaving the rest up to our imagination. The Talladega woes would continue in 1973, which may have been the most tumultuous single year in the history of the.
I mean, the thing is, if you're coming to the city mostly, you're a city slicker, you I guess this is where like a lot of Southerners may actually surprised me. Have a lot of Southerners might actually find some camaraderie with some Northerners that came from Appalachia or rural areas, but because like we know that yes, it's much colder up here and our weather's a lot different, but we know that those woods will disarm you. We know about the curses down south. We know about the hills may we may not be in these tranquil hills alone, right? I totally I feel like a lot of Southerners should realize that. There's a lot of us up north that know how you feel, and outside the cities, you best watch your back out there.
Track, That year's Winston 500 earned the dubious distinction as the only race in NASCAR's modern era to start with a field of 60 cars, a decision that would immediately backfire on the 9th lap when one car blew an engine and spilled a trail of oil in front of the supersized field. Drivers were instantly sent spinning across the infield grass, kicking up a cloud of smoke and dust that made many wrecked cars impossible to see. When the dust settled, 23 drivers had piled into the wreckage, and the Talladega backstretch now resembled the set of a Mad Max film. Multiple drivers suffered severe injuries, including longtime driver Wendell Scott, who was so badly wounded that he was practically forced into retirement. It was an outright miracle that no one died that day. The following race at Talladega would not be so fortunate. Just 3 months later, teams and drivers would have to pick up the pieces and run it back in the Talladega 500. On lap 13, defending Rookie of the Year Larry Smith struck the Turn 1 wall in a single-car incident. Hours later, fans and crew members were shocked to discover that Smith had tragically become Talladega's first fatality. Commentator Ken Squire was perplexed as the accident looked nowhere close to deadly.
See, that's the thing what a lot of people don't realize about with motorsports especially, is that, I mean, I guess nowadays it's a lot harder to die in a crash, but I guess an old grim thing I speak of in terms of vehicle safety is, or the size of vehicles, that it doesn't matter how much you weight and armor you put around a vehicle, you can't stop the laws of inertia, the laws of physics that affects the human body. The thing is, if you hit a wall, so an immovable object meets an unstoppable force, you hit a wall at 60 miles per hour head on, the time that the brief time and whiplash and snap and the crushing of your organs against your own body from the G-force of the rapid stop is bound to kill you outright. However, the joke, as I said, is how are the medics going to pull you out the car? Are they going to pull you out in a body bag, or have to ladle you into a soup pot? Because that's the difference between old cars and new cars in safety. So are they going to be using the body bag, or are they going to get a ladle out for you? Because I've seen both ends in trainer safety videos, right? It's just like, it's not even human anymore. It's soup. It's not. It's just soup. Not soup. It's a stew. It's a goulash of what someone's turned into sometimes. You never think of it, but yeah, no. When things go like that, go awry, they go.
Fatality was unbeknownst to competitor Bobby Isaac, who would go on to do something even more inexplicable later in the day. Midway through the race, the 1970 champion would impulsively pull his car into the pits. It was at that moment, in the middle of the race, that Bobby Isaac decided to retire from full-time racing. Media outlets at the time reported that Isaac heard a voice in his head which told him to stop racing immediately. After missing the rest of the 1973 season, Isaac would periodically return to the track for a handful of races per year. In 1977, the 45-year-old driver collapsed while exiting his race car and would be pronounced dead the next day from cardiac arrest. At the time, Isaac held the NASCAR record for the fastest lap at Talladega, which he set in 1970. In 1975, racing legend Mark Donohue ran a time trial lap at Talladega with an average speed of 221 miles per hour, setting a closed-circuit world record. Days later, Donohue was fatally wounded from a crash while practicing for the Austrian Grand Prix.
Is this the crash I'm thinking of? Okay,
1 miles per hour, setting a
is this the one I'm
closed-circuit world
Hang on. Is this the one I'm thinking of?
record. Days later, Donohue was fatally wounded.
Donohue's body was recovered. Donohue and mechanical. Oh, this was the. Was this the one that? Okay, so he's the one that crashed in the fence. Okay, so the one I'm thinking of is, it was tragic for Donohue, but there was another case of a Formula One disaster, and it was when a car caught fire, and the 16-year-old volunteer fire marshal with his apprentice trainer was hauling ass across the track, and there was a crest of this hill that was a blind spot, and this kid was hauling a 80-pound, 90-pound fire extinguisher, and one driver came flying out because he couldn't see the hazard lights. They were behind the crest. And he clipped the kid, and the kid's fire extinguisher went into the driver's skull. So kid got bisected, and the driver got his skull caved in at 168 miles per hour. It was bad. It was bad. And it was all caught on camera, too. Yeah, it was caught on camera. People don't realize, like, F1 had some horrific crashes. Early drivers never wore their seatbelts because they'd rather be thrown out the vehicle rather than burned alive. Lotus, one of the most dominant teams and factory teams of F1, their drivers, because of how stripped down the cars were, because the philosophy of Lotus was simplicity add lightness, the cars claimed about 7 drivers, I believe, in the Lotus's history. And just horrific. The real question is, do you want to die immediately or do you want to die in a burning wreck? Because that was the choice. Yeah, it was wild. Yeah, Seneca. Yeah, I mean, racing's a dangerous sport, but like it does push the boundaries of technological what we do. People don't see the value in racing, but frankly, it's how we improve our road cars for both safety and for performance and engine reliability. It's where we put things to the test. It's just that these earlier racing series were far more gruesome in terms of what would happen.
From a crash while practicing for the Austrian
death was always a
Grand
better
Prix.
option.
On nearly the same day as Donahue's accident, beloved NASCAR driver Tiny Lund was struck and killed after another car collided with his driver's side door on the Talladega backstretch. In less than a decade of operation, Talladega Superspeedway had already been directly or indirectly linked to the deaths of 4 drivers. However, following the death of Tiny Lund, the Speedway's spirits will look more kindly on the track's active competitors. To this day, Tiny Lund remains the last driver to lose his life in a NASCAR race at Talladega. While drivers would remarkably be spared on the track, there were never any guarantees inside of it. During the 1975 Winston 500, Richard Petty's car caught fire in the pits. As Petty's brother-in-law Randy Owens rushed to douse the flames with a fire hose, the nearby pressurized water tank exploded, launching Owens 15 feet in the air and killing him instantly.
Oh, fuck. Oh, Gutenberg. I thought that was wasn't that? No, that was actually at the that was the Nuremberg. That was Nuremberg you're thinking of, yeah. I couldn't remember was it Hockenheim corner? I couldn't remember which bend it was, but that was that one at Nuremberg. But yeah, no shit. Oh that. Oh god. Yeah.
In 1977, veteran driver David Sisko was competing at Talladega when he was greeted by a terrible sight in the infield. His mother had been struck and killed by a pickup truck near the garage area.
How? Oh my.
Sisko was apparently so devastated that he would never attempt another NASCAR race. Unbelievably, this wouldn't be the last pickup truck-related death at Talladega. In 1996, the president of ARCA was T-boned in the parking lot and would later go on to die from his injuries. Along with its string of inexplicable tragedy, the early days of Talladega also housed some of the most bizarre mysteries that stock car racing has ever known. On the morning of the 1974 Talladega 500, crew members awoke to an unnerving development. The race cars of nearly a dozen drivers had...
So you have Petty there. I know that, I know a couple of these drivers, like these are some of these are really big names of who they were at the time. I mean, of course, the King. I can't remember, that was early, not Bobby Allison, but...
been sabotaged. Teams inspected their vehicles and discovered slashed tires, cut oil lines, and gas tanks filled
Oh, someone was looking to kill them. Oh, yeah.
with sand. The extent of the sabotage was only fully realized during the race, as many drivers began experiencing mechanical failures as soon as they hit the track. Miraculously, no drivers were injured in the fiasco, but sabotaging so many race cars at a track as fast as Talladega was practically attempted mass murder. Authorities launched an immediate investigation to find the perpetrator, but were unable to identify even a single suspect. Whoever sabotaged the cars did not leave a trace of evidence, and to this day, the Talladega Tamperer remains at large. Following the worst vehicular sabotage,
You know, I'm just putting this out there. I'm surprised that none of those climate activists did anything like this before, because like this is something it sounds something like Greenpeace would do, or the Just Stop Oil like rich kids. Like this is something as horrific as I'm sure they would probably have done or do if they are in the plans of doing so. Because this just sounds like something they would totally do. Fuck.
in NASCAR history, the track amped up security for future events, and while they succeeded at keeping future delinquents out of the garage, they didn't think to check whether one could wind up behind the wheel. Prior to the 1982 Winston 500, a few drivers expressed confusion at an unfamiliar name on the entry list for the race. A man by the name of L.W. Wright had purchased a race car for $20,000, which he entered in that week's race at Talladega. Despite claiming to be a seasoned stock car racing veteran, no other driver had ever heard of him.
Yeah, no one wants to encourage dumb acts like that. No, definitely. I mean, for all case in point here, I mean, I'm trying to say that no one should. Why the fuck would I ever suggest even that? But no. What I'm saying is, I'm surprised because how low they go. I'm surprised they haven't done something that involved murder. Because I mean, that's not even manslaughter. That's murder at that point. You're trying to kill someone if you're trying to tamper with race cars. But racing is very much like motorsports of the FIA is very much tight guarded, so they would immediately pick up on someone immediately. And those are idiot kids that are funded by oil barons. I'm not kidding. You're looking at Greenpeace and looking at a lot of you're looking at Just Stop Oil. The head of Just Stop Oil is the daughter of an oil baron, and she's not doing this out of some way of, oh, I'm so guilty of what I do. No, none of them believe in this fucking environmental crap. It's literally just a way to add taxes to you as a consumer for emissions. We also remember British Petroleum still to this day gets royalties for the term carbon footprint, because after their oil disaster in 2003, I believe, they started coining that term, and they basically get royalties off it to this day.
However, in an age before detailed
Don't talk about the carbon taxes, man. They're fucked. It's absolute shite. What are you paying for? You're paying just to line some politicians' pockets. All right, tax this, tax that, tax that, tax that. No, tax for everything. Right? And on top of the taxes too, right? Americans the universal health care is absolutely shite. What the Americans don't even realize too is that sex-wise, it's heavily skewed, because if you're only talking about the Canadians that were born here, and talking about third generation, I'm going to say third generation is the most integrated. For the men, we are annually owed $15,000 of so we're in the negative of $15,000 of benefits we don't receive from the healthcare system or in the universal system that we pay into or forced to pay into. But women on average get about $44,000 in plus of what benefits they're able to reap from the system, in terms of what it is. Now, granted, that does sound like a large skewed number, but in terms of healthcare, medical assistance, or mainly a lot of, it usually goes with reproductive things for women especially. It's not right. Honest to God, it's not right. Women fucking use doctors all the time for sniffles. You remember, a lot of women do a lot of stupid shit. A lot of guys tough things out that we shouldn't tough out, but a lot of women go get things checked out that they shouldn't get checked out. Also, too, I'm not sure how our abortion laws go. I forgot about it. I gotta look into it more before I start running my mouth about it, but I'm very much want to say that prioritize abortion at the very least, because shit, either keep your legs closed or fucking pay up. Because I don't agree with that at all.
Record keeping, it was somewhat plausible that a driver could have honed their skills in some middle of nowhere town. The mysterious driver
Oh yeah, Forward, by the way, if you suggest anything...
Well, you don't bleed for your genitals once a month.
Yeah. But I damn well feel the pain from working my ass off for the rest of my life, so quit crying about the one thing you have to complain about.
managed to qualify for the race despite wrecking his car on just the second lap around the track. As the crew was repairing the car for race day, Wright seemed unable to answer basic questions that any driver should have known. Suspicion aside, Wright managed to line up for Sunday's race and take the green flag.
Hang on, so this guy got in all the way through everything. They still let him race despite not knowing anything from the basic rulebooks or tech inspections? How the fuck do you... So they didn't even kick him. Like, they're just like, oh, you know, that's gravy. He'll just learn. He'll learn.
Immediately, it was
qualifying.
clear that the number 34 Chevrolet was dangerously off the pace. Wright was quickly lapped by the leaders and was ordered by NASCAR to retire from the race.
So L.W. Wright again given the black flag as he passes by us, and Wright has been ordered to the pit area.
After pulling into the pits, Wright got out of his car, slipped into the infield, and was never seen again. It turned out that L.W. Wright was an imposter and had conned investors out of nearly $50,000 so that he could race alongside NASCAR's biggest stars.
So dude swindled people just to say that, yeah, I got to drive on the track. I got to race some NASCAR. Dudes rock. Like, honestly, that's a hustle right there. He didn't perform. He just wanted to be there. Like, he wanted to be that cameo guy behind, like, he wanted to be a backdrop scene, a backdrop character right behind the star in a movie, right? Like, that was his dream aspirations. I was 5 feet. I was 5 feet from Christian Bale in the scene, in this one scene, bro. Like, I made it. I made it, bro.
To this day, the true identity of L.W. Wright remains unknown. His alias
Oh my god. Some Rusty Shackelford type shit. This is something I feel like Dale would have been able to pull off. Like, this is something they would have written for Dale Gribble to pull off. They did a NASCAR episode in King of the Hill too. They got Dale Earnhardt to voice in that just before he died. Like, this is definitely some Rusty Shackelford shit. Like, this is something like Dale would totally do.
Exists as one name in the NASCAR record books that may always be shrouded in mystery. After letting what was essentially an average Joe mess around in a sanctioned professional sporting event, NASCAR would tighten up their standards for who exactly was allowed on the track.
It's something you don't think of until it happens. But at the same time, too, why do you have such a glaring inconsistency in security? That's the same question.
However, while paying more scrutiny to the drivers in the race cars, there was one other car they forgot about.
No.
Well, the pace car, we understand, has been stolen. The officials are not driving this thing, and somebody has actually gotten into the pace car and stole it.
At the 1986 Winston 500, 20-year-old Darren Crowder
20 years old. Dudes rock. You know what? Honestly, shoot for the stars, kid.
stole the pace car that had been left unoccupied on pit road. He completed a full circuit at over 100 miles per hour before the police set up a blockade and took him into custody.
Free my boy, he didn't do nothing. He was just a good boy going to college. He didn't do nothing. Her Ocean, hi, how are you? I'm good. Welcome to the stream. New on Twitch? Like maybe. I don't know. I've been here for a couple weeks now.
During the whole bewildering spectacle, the crowd of 133,000 fans cheered wildly. Growing up, we're all told to respect the law of the land, but sometimes you just gotta root for the rebel. After the Muskogee Indians were forced to vacate their lands, most obeyed the order and subjected themselves to the infamous Trail of Tears. Some of the natives, however, refused to go west to the Indian Territory and instead chose to keep their destiny in their own hands. A few Muskogee turned their sights instead.
Yeah, I mean, granted, Emblem is tying the Muskogee nation back to Talladega. He spoke of this earlier in the episode. He seems like he's tying into the documentary to the haunting of Talladega, why it's so cursed.
Towards the south, in the mostly uninhabited territory of Florida. The subtropical peninsula had become known as a safe haven for refugees of the expanding American Empire. Together with various other displaced natives and escaped African slaves, the remnants of the Muskogee would integrate into a new tribe, the Seminole. Although they too were forced to abandon their way of life like all the others, at the very least, for the time being, they were free. In 1819, Spain ceded the Florida Territory to the United States, and concerns of relocation immediately returned. Although the Seminole briefly received a reservation on the peninsula, it wouldn't be long until the federal government once again demanded they move out west. After already sacrificing so much, the Seminole refused to budge, and after Chief Osceola shot and killed federal agent Wiley Thompson, they found themselves at war with the might of the U.S. military. As the American troops marched into Florida, the Seminole warriors would soon be outnumbered by as much as 10-1. Needless to say, they were heavy underdogs.
The Palace is going to make a move. He's going to have to do it now. He cannot do it. Still, Parsons is going to win his first Winston Cup race. There's the checkered flag.
Talladega Superspeedway has always been unusually favorable to underdogs. The relative ease with which drivers can navigate the track opens the door for the occasional David to contend with NASCAR's Goliath. In addition to the fluke win of Richard Brickhouse in the inaugural race, 5 other drivers would score their one and only career victory in the first 20 years of competition at Talladega, by far the most of any track in the sport. In the early days of the track, winning at Talladega was a matter of endurance, completing 500.
I guess, okay, so I mean, I can see this. I mean, they do call a lot of races that have a lot of laps in them on dirt tracks, enduros, for a good reason. Not really who's the fastest or has the fastest car or the most tenacious driving skill. It's who can really withstand the punishment the longest. Who can play it smart and keep the car alive for as long as they can. Because remember, these motors are built for these one race. They throw them out after a race. These motors are not built to last. Not even the car itself is built to last. So, I suppose it's really who plays the gamble of taking the right moments. Because if you overstrain the motor and that pops on you, that's it. You can go from first place to dead to a complete DNF and walk away with an empty purse.
100 miles at the longest circuit in the sport was a daunting task for even the most dominant race teams. Putting yourself in position to win was often as simple as overcoming the attrition of your competitors. Eventually, most teams figured out how to make their machines go the distance.
And dirt track racing is something else forward. If you're not from local regionals, like it is very I guess the crowds for dirt track racing can be very sister fucker, if you know what I'm talking about. Like they're not very the crowds it draws aren't very pleasant to be around, but simultaneously dirt track racing is truly something else to behold. It's a very high stake, high risk, high profit, very competitive race scene for all sorts of things. And the fact is, you see the cars, they're modified to such a degree that their aerodynamics, they're turning, their suspension setup is favored to turn left, of course, but they're basically crab walking the entire race. Like hardly a time they're not going sideways. Like that's the sheer stability it takes to go neck and neck to make the pass is just, you only have like a second and a half to make that pass, especially on the very tight, closed dirt track circuits.
The name of the game shifted to speed. In spite of its many trials and tribulations, Talladega Superspeedway has always managed to draw in fans for one simple reason. There's no other place on Earth where you can witness so many cars go so fast. The track's 33-degree corners allow drivers to maintain...
Look at that. Look at that angle. Like, it's like a staircase to get up there. Look at that.
Incredible momentum throughout the circuit, Talladega may be the only track in all of racing where you can complete an entire lap without ever touching the brake pedal. The colossal oval is capable of producing such extreme speeds that most motorsports don't feel comfortable racing.
Look at that name. So I know he's sponsored with a battery company, but fitting that, well, we know what happened to Mark here, to Marky Mark here. But look at the sponsor. Ooh, that is foreshadowing. That's a foreshadowing.
On it. In 1980, IndyCar had plans for a Talladega race. They would soon scrap the idea forever after it became clear that the cars would be moving so fast that any accident essentially meant.
Yeah, you gotta remember something, dude. Like IndyCar racing. Because I have watched some IndyCar, and I haven't watched it for years, but they do have some more handling operated ones, kind of like F1, especially around North America. Like they have their circuits, but when they go on NASCAR tracks, you gotta remember these guys are opening up all the way on the corners, and these cars are F1 grade in terms of their engine power and prowess, but they're a lot larger, or they're both they're open wheeled, but they're a bit larger than F1, so their speeds are freaking just. Their gearing is really meant to go all out on certain tracks, and it's especially this. Like, if they're saying it's too fast for that, I don't want to know what they were hitting.
Certain death. Stock cars are considerably slower than open-wheel cars, but soon enough, they too would begin approaching the danger zone. Bobby Isaac managed to break the 200-mile-per-hour barrier as early as 1970, but rule changes to the cars brought speeds down to the 180s for most of the decade. Gradually, though, speeds began to creep back up, and in 1982, Benny Parsons would once again reach 200, becoming the first NASCAR driver to eclipse the mark in a qualifying lap. 1 year later, Cale Yarborough would reach 202, surpassing Bobby Isaac's 13-year-old record. 1985 would mark the arrival of the fastest man in NASCAR history, Bill Elliott.
Remember, 1985. But look at the body and shape of these cars. Like, remember, the 80s cars are very angular. They're very boxy and square. They're very boxy and heavily angular. That was the style at the time. It was believed to be early aero. This looks like something from the mid-90s. Just how shapely it is. The Thunderbirds.
Who would qualify for the Winston 500 with a monster lap of 209 miles per hour. Elliott's car was so much faster than the competition that after a ruptured oil pump forced him into the pits, Elliott would overcome a 5-mile deficit under green to retake the lead by the end of the race.
5 miles under green. 5 miles. Just how dominant this thing was.
Even after burning several minutes on pit road, Elliott had just ran the fastest race in NASCAR history, completing 500 miles in just over 2 hours and 41 minutes. 2 years later, Bill Elliott would complete a 2 2/3 mile lap at Talladega in under 45 seconds, setting an average speed of 212.8 miles per hour. It was at this point that the entire sport of stock car racing would discover that they had ventured too far into unwelcome territory.
Talladega, it means speed, it means competition, and speed's certainly something we've seen a lot of this weekend, Larry.
8 drivers exceeded 210 miles per hour.
The identical front row as last year, Bill Elliott on the pole and Bobby Allison alongside.
Bobby Allison spent a brief period as NASCAR's most popular driver, and at Talladega, the Alabama-born racing legend was always a fan favorite. On May 3, 1987, Bobby Allison came inches away from becoming one with the fans.
One of the real
we have a problem. Bobby Allison with a horrible crash here on the front stretch. It has torn out a complete section of...
Yeah, I know this image. Because, like, this is dauntingly horrifying how close it got. And you gotta remember, too, 30 years prior, Le Mans, a car that got airborne, made of magnesium composite, that ignited killed, I believe it was over either 75 to 80, over 80 people. Spectators, children, women, mothers, fathers. This is what banned motorsports in Europe for over a decade. And this happened nearly again 30 years later. And these things are far heavier than what those Le Mans cars were. Yeah, granted, they're not made of magnesium composite, which just ignites and just has to keep burning and burning and burning. It burns extremely hot. I mean, Group B, what basically sealed the fate on Group B was that one Finnish team. It was, I believe it was I don't remember what team it was, but 2 drivers died when their car went into a tree line in Group B rally and ignited. And their car was made of magnesium composite. So basically, there was nothing left of them. There was not even charred remains. It was not even like the Apollo 1 failure where they got carbonized. There was hardly anything left. There was just ashes. So they were basically cremated within their car. So that's how hot magnesium burns. But with this case here, like Group B took 12 people with it in terms of fatalities. This could have taken hundreds. It's because with the difference with Le Mans was that it was on fairgrounds, like fairgrounds spaced out in a single. It wasn't spectator row like this. They're corralled in this tight area. So if that car went into the field, into the spectators, that would have been hundreds. A little bit, maybe shot over 200 miles per hour airborne into that. Like, that would have been hundreds of people wiped out. Jesus.
Protective railings.
After a mechanical failure sent his car spinning down the tri-oval, Bobby Allison found himself at the center of the most frightening near-miss in NASCAR history. The Talladega pace had become so fast that even a slight aberration was enough to transform any of the 40 vehicles on track into a 2-ton projectile. Just as everyone was starting to forget about the Talladega curse, the track would produce an incident so ominous that it would fundamentally alter the future of stock car racing. One may consider it benevolent of the curse to spare everyone on that day, but the story of Talladega's most dangerous race doesn't end here. Following Bobby Allison's spine-chilling accident, the fastest field in NASCAR history would be conquered by the heir to the Allison throne, Davey Allison, who scored his first career victory on the same day that his father cheated death. 6 years later, fate would repay the favor.
A sad note in sports today. Stock car racer Davey Allison died this morning after the helicopter he was piloting crashed yesterday in the infield of the Talladega Speedway down in Alabama. Davey Allison, a great champion and a good friend of ours.
Years old. 32. And yeah, no, Ford, the reason why they just stood there is because you gotta think of it from this perspective here. One, the race immediately gets called. Like, they shut down everything. And the drivers immediately shut down and slowed it right down. The moment they see the lights go out, and you can see that right ahead of them, they'll slow right down. As for the fans, they subconsciously, sometimes some people are smart enough in a collective to know that if they start to run, they will cause a trample and stampede. And the shock and adrenaline of them staying still was definitely, fear, but you definitely can go into a case of having shock from such an event that thankfully, since no one was running, no stampede would happen, therefore no crush, therefore no fatalities occurred. But man, yeah, so Talladega, she's like Lake Superior, like in terms of just like never want to give up her dead.
Was 32.
Although his life and career were cut tragically short, Davey Allison's legacy will always be etched in the 1987 Winston 500, possibly the most influential single race in NASCAR history. Bill Elliott would become the last NASCAR driver to ever reach the 212 mark. After this race, superspeedways entered the age of the restrictor plate, a new component to the intake manifold designed to limit horsepower and keep speeds under 200 miles per hour.
this, it seems very simple, very stupid in terms of design, but it's surprisingly hyper effective for terms of restrictions. This is used in many motorsports. I mean, Toyota, with their Celica in the Group A rally, cheated the turbo restrictor plate by using a spring system that would snap shut upon throttle release. So it would look like it was a constant restrictor plate, but the moment it would be accelerated, the springs would coil just enough to lift the plate off to allow more air to flow into the system. But with this one, because NASCARs, I still think to this day, still use carburetors, because carburetors are just like more optimal for power and tuning compared to ECU. Well, the ECU technically gives you more race feedback and data, but a lot of them still use retrofitted carburetors because it's really simple in terms of tuning up what you would want out of the car. But with this here especially, this is great for. I mean, this restrictor plate, as simple as it looks, it's so easy to restrict air, because, like, think of it this way: if you have a clogged air filter on a car, it doesn't matter how much like horsepower your engine can technically make. If your car can't breathe, your car can't make power. Think of an engine in a car like a human being. Like, it's a living creature. That's the way I treat my vehicles, and that's why I love them so much. The oil is the lifeblood of the motor. I suppose the gasoline is too. Is the food and water that runs the power. But in terms of respiratory system, your intake system is your lungs of the car. Your valves are your lungs, essentially, for the exhaust too. But think of it this way: is like if you put Usain Bolt as a runner and you were to tie a face mask to his face, one of the COVID masks, he wouldn't perform nearly as good as he would have. He would have his top speed would be greatly inhibited because he can't force enough air into his lungs to keep the blood circulation going to output in that same power and performance as he would have trained his muscles for. Same thing kind of goes for engines too. If you don't have enough air for the combustion ratio, you get rich combustion, or you tune it down to not be able to go past a certain point, which is what they're doing with the restrictor plates. It's completely cutting off a majority of airflow. So, in doing so, this simple just plate here, this simple just one piece of metal, essentially knocks power down because like the engine still make plenty of horsepower, but it can't breathe the same way at the top end. If you can't produce that extra couple hundred, more horsepower, you don't have that same high-end ratio and speed as you would need to reach those speeds. Because your gearing can only take you so far. Because like top speed's really ratioed by both horsepower and gearing. And the gearing is already favorable enough to it. It's just a matter of you don't have that same amount of air coming in. You can't have that same amount of horsepower. You don't have the same amount of high-end performance, which is where you get the higher top speeds from.
Hour. This thin metal plate would completely change the game and spawn a form of racing so sensationally unique that no other motorsport.
And this is where we get the golden age of NASCAR, because restrictor plates basically made this pilot. There was no more of those long-stretching, long lead races like what really brings up the action. But this here gives us more action because they're all compact in there, and simultaneously too, they're still going at a fairly decent clip. So when they tap each other, well, they're right up against each other, so you get a lot more interesting effects from it. I mean, motorsports, I guess, are the most entertaining because a crash could happen, and when a crash goes, it's a big one. It's a spectacle, though the wreck itself.
The world even comes close to replicating it. Plate racing takes traditional racing technique and turns it on its head. It's a format that can allow the 30th place car to be within 2 seconds of the leader.
And with NASCAR too, like a lot of stock car racing, is that unlike Formula One, right? They're slugging it. Like, they're tapping each other, they're bumping each other, they're drafting and smacking each other. They're going at it. It's very high pressure, and the drivers are turned up with their attention. There's more strain on them physically and mentally because they have to be aware of their surroundings as things are far closer.
Featuring lap after lap of 3-wide traffic. Rather than raw driving ability, winning a restrictor plate race relies on the driver's patience, timing, and decision-making. Compared to the spectacular displays of speed in the past, Talladega racing would now resemble a high-velocity game of chess. Restrictor plates would usher in a new era of NASCAR, and along with it, a new era of mayhem.
Wow, that's not what you want to see out of your windshield.
Oh my gosh!
While plate racing was intended to make the sport safer, superspeedways arguably became more treacherous than ever before.
I mean, it's not just the racers. How many people? The accident wasn't my fault. The only accident I've ever been in was 100% not my fault. And I say that ironic. I say that now, but it was a rear-end collision. I was on a stop sign, and a woman hits me from behind, and it was my prized Volvo, which I have a new model of it. Sorry, I have another one of it because it was a write-off, and that was my beloved car. Called her Roberta. She was my sweetheart. And the woman's excuse for colliding with me, I was at a complete stop, and she hit me at like 35, 40 miles per hour. I'm surprised I don't have serious back trauma from it. I guess being young really helped with that. She was driving a Hyundai Elantra. And, Volvos are complete tanks, even in their little compact hatchbacks. It was a C30, right? Her excuse for collision and why, it's not my fault, is I was eating a cheeseburger and I got this distraction that totally wasn't my fault. Don't go through insurance. Well, I gave her the ultimatum. It's like, okay, well, car's a write-off. It's like, car was a write-off, so I had to get rid of her. But like, in terms of payout, it's like, okay, you pay the toll or we go through insurance. And she's like, well, actually, it's not worth that much. And I'm like, well, I'm going through fucking insurance. I was able to strip her down before sending her away, so she is going to live on through my new car. But like, I lost my old girl that way too. I love Roberta. Roberta, named after the character from Black Lagoon. But yeah, she was my sweetheart. I loved her dearly, and she kind of brought light into my life. That's why I love that car so much. But she's gonna live on. I have her motor. The motor you saw on Kersh's on the Kersha pumpkin clip, that was her motor. So she's gonna live on in the new car eventually, but I have another motor from a car that was salvaged, another C30 that I bought from salvage, and she's gonna live on through that one too. So you could call it that one. Was it Odysseus' ship? Kind of how it was just different parts, but no, I believe the soul will live on through it. I believe that metaphorically the soul of the motor will carry her legacy on. That's the way I like to think about it. Maybe I'm too attached to my machines, right? I joke about my cars being my girlfriends because, she takes all my money, gives me plenty of stress, gives me headaches. The only difference between a car and a girlfriend, a modern-day girlfriend, is the moment I put my foot down, she puts everything on the line for me. She puts it all out for me. And she returns the favor when I treat her well. Modern-day girlfriend, she's gonna fucking just leave you and dump you. Also, actually, I'm going to show you. Volvo C30 is what they're called. See, that's why I'm a Swedish boy. Let me just close the screen for a sec. I'm going to show you quickly. Because if you like big booty bitches, as I do, the car fits that type. I get with VTubers, there's the whole lewd-tuber aspect and everything, but I'm talking full-blown childbearing hips. Look at that. Look at that ass. Check out that ass. Absolute delicious. Just perfection. Check that booty. That booty too fine. That booty too fine. Look at that. Unfortunately, though, the legacy of these cars is not motorsports. It's not hot hatch hooligan. These cars had their featurette in the Twilight series. Robert Pattinson drove this because Volvo, through underneath Ford, sponsored the Twilight trilogy. And I found that out. So I'm thinking, and yes, it unfortunately is not attracted to any women to me outside of creatures that are middle-aged, postmenopausal horror stories. But I will say one thing though. Because it was a vampire car, I'm starting to wonder if the new Roberta or the new C30 I own, if I should start naming the motors of each one and call that one Ceres. Right? I wonder if I should call the new the girl I have currently, the C30 I have currently, Ceres. What do you? Okay, I'm joking about the Twilight thing here, but honestly, there was the author did a one-off. I'm not sure if you've heard of it, but she basically rewrote Twilight, but except she flipped the gender, she flipped the sex of the characters. So instead of Bella, it was some introverted, shy high school dweeb who gets a stalker conflicted goth vampire girl and is being fought over by a tomboy werewolf chick. And you get it. I kind of get it. I get it. As the joke goes, oh my god, I finally get it. No, that basically is a harem anime at that point, but like, I mean, except I think Stephanie Meyer wrote the cross-gendered Bella to be more like less than the quirky, I can insert myself in this, like he's more like an actual high school dweeb. Like he's just, if you were like scared to talk to a girl, that's how the level we're talking here. Like he can barely talk to a girl, right? Like that's the level of what we're talking about for riding.
The frequency of wrecks skyrocketed as drivers now had far less margin for error in the close quarters traffic. With so many opportunities for calamity, the drivers would start discovering inconceivable methods to wreck a race car. Talladega had always been a place that pushed the limits of what was possible on a NASCAR track, and the early 90s saw a remarkable string of accidents where drivers would test the literal limits of the track. The 1993 Die Hard 500 was NASCAR's first race at Talladega after the death of Davey Allison. The event would be remembered most for two harrowing incidents. On lap 69, rookie driver Stanley Smith would suffer a head-on collision into the Turn 1 wall. The accident eerily occurred in the same part of the track as Larry Smith's fatal crash almost 20 years to the day after the tragedy. Stanley Smith would manage to survive, but with catastrophic injuries that would end his racing career entirely. However, despite involving a driver nearly losing his life, this accident is most well known.
No. Oh no. Look at
for
this.
Something that had not happened in a NASCAR race in a quarter century.
There is one car that has gone over the wall, as you see in that. I can't remember the last time we saw a car out of a speedway net. No, I can't either.
Jimmy Horton's number 32 Chevy had
Look at that. There's nothing left of it.
left the racetrack. The accident compelled NASCAR to install a catch fence in the Talladega corners. The new enclosure would come in handy just 3 years later, as it prevented Ricky Craven's car from also exiting the circuit in a similar crash. However, back in the 93 Die Hard 500, the mayhem was only half over. On lap 132, Neil Bonnet's car was sent tumbling into the tri-oval catch fence. Thankfully, after Bobby Allison's accident, NASCAR had strongly reinforced the line between the spectators and the action, narrowly escaping yet another tragedy. While it came very close, this Die Hard 500 did not live up to its moniker.
You want to live free or die hard? I want to die hard. You know, I'm sorry. I started thinking of Die Hard. I started thinking of the movie, and then I started thinking of the sequels, and I started thinking of the opening scene in Die Hard 3, where he's standing in the middle of the ghetto with a sign on his neck. You know the one I'm talking about. And I'm thinking, do I get an artist to rendition that? But like, I have a blank like slate where it says the word for esteemed African American gentleman, and I get that completely swapped around with just have it blank so I can make a blank slate for streams. just of my model standing there disheveled, shirtless, in like ill-fitting sweatpants with a giant sign that hanging around my neck that says "I hate blank." So like I can use it for like game streams, and like have like bosses or just like character names on there instead of you know what? Oh man, I got some horrific ideas what I want to do for stream promotional. If I'm ever gonna do a subathon, if I ever get to that stage, because like I see Bagsterd's stream promotionals. Like one of them he did recently was he parodied that one fake Subway ad with the 9/11 subs, and I'm thinking to myself, I want to have an art rendition of my character, doing a seductive, draw me like one of your French girl poses, and him holding up a sign that says "Spread some cheese on this broke cracker" for the subathons. I wonder if I'll get away with that. See, the problem is my model artist, he's a great guy, but I think he's like, he plays the whole like, okay, he invited me to his Discord, and it's like, oh, my family, my VTubing family, and like a lot of them are like, the Skittle people. There's some like, the Skittle people, Rainbow Mafia, whatever you want to call them, that are in that Discord. Yeah, no, I'm not against AI, but like there's some things I want to have renditionally done because a lot of AI goes for the more modern anime art style, and I kind of want to stick to more like Araki's art style or older Studio Gonzo or Madhouse styles, because I think that looks better for my appearance, and I feel it stands out a lot more as opposed to the more smooth and cutesier style, because I need to show off the musculature and the facial tones. Like the model's really based off how I look IRL. Like I have the same cheek indent. But yeah, Grok can do it possibly, but just like I'm not adverse to AI. There's just some things I'm like, I kind of want to have an artist get some touch on it. Plus, I'm friends with a few actual artists who are really chill, so like I want to maybe get them like some work and promotional stuff, just because like, hey, we're homies, I might as well just, throw you a bone here. But, there's some things like I get what Leaflet does. I'm happy with that. But like, if I was ever to get like large enough, like I would do some horrific shit for art, like for promotional stuff. I of course want to get the model done first. Like I want to have an actual 2D model as opposed to the PNG tuber. But I feel as if like I could do some really fucking wild stuff with my my model. It's just like I want to be like the ultimate antithesis to most of the VTubing sphere, because I never fit in IRL. I'm very much a hipster, or just like I feel like I never really fit in with crowds. So like this really would probably help out, because not being able to bribe like a black sheep of just like I kind of go by my own flow would be kind of cool. Yeah, like I don't want to like spend too much money on stuff. Like I'm not one to shuck out, because like first of all, I'm not even anyone on this platform, right? I'm just a dude. But I wouldn't want to like, I don't want to end up like, if I ever do become like uber successful, like, which it's a hopeful thought, but like I don't want to end up how you're seeing all the mean girls. Then again, I'm not a mean girl, because first off, I'm a guy, and number two, it's kind of like how It's a Gundam Max. Like nowhere near the shit he's been through. But like, I'm a guy. I've been through enough. I've been through shit in my life. I just take it in stride. You can laugh things off and laugh at the absurdity of it all. So maybe me being so aloof about things could go to my benefit.
The event would go on to be remembered as the race where cars seemingly refused to stay inside the track. The next time the Cup Series returned to Talladega, Mark Martin would discover the true meaning of going inside the track. Once again, NASCAR would have to make some modifications.
Oh, no, dude, okay, well, I'm still earlier in the game, so... Still early in the game. If you're talking about, like, dating scene, no, dude, I've blackpilled and given up on that entirely. But if you're talking about, like, the VTubing scene, yeah, sure, why not? Like, I'm more than happy to roll thunder and just keep going. Like, I'm doing this for fun. It's making me feel happier to live with my life a bit more. I'm doing actual work and career-wise, but, like, I mean, this just makes me feel happy. But, fuck, like, did you see that? Like, first-person perspective. I want to go back and replay that. That's...
Mark Martin would discover the true meaning of going inside the track.
Oh, God. Yeah, you see those barriers coming at you, and, like, as a guy who's done street racing in my time, and yeah, I'm going to admit that on stream. I'm not going to say where I did it, how I did it, whenever I did it. I did toge. Like, I was a road rally, if you call it that. Quarantine was a good time for that, especially when you were out in the backwoods with the curvy valley roads. But what I'm trying to get at is that I've been in vehicles that have understeered. Yeah, cough, cough, hint, hint. It was in Mexico. It was down in the snowy parts of Mexico. Where you not come from, gringo? Not where you from, eh? Say. But no, it was I've recovered from many understeer or hydroplanes in my time, and I've used handbrake snap-arounds to pull myself out of situations, but there's that feeling of dread of, this is it. Now, granted, I've never wrecked a car in my life. I've never had a car crash, never wrecked, but I've had some near misses. And if you look at my model here, I have what looks like a collar on my neck, but really it's a choker, and it has a coin on there that's an angel coin. And it's based off a good luck charm I actually do have IRL, because in Roberta, underneath her seat, there was a Catholic angel's silver coin that I found when I was cleaning her up. We're watching Amp Lemon right now. Slimy Cheesecake, welcome to the stream. We're just chatting and watching some Amp Lemon. It's about NASCAR, about Talladega. What I was saying, though, is that underneath my car, or Roberta, there was an angel coin. It was a Catholic angel coin, and I'm not religious. I hate doing the Reddit cringe thing of I'm not religious, guys, but I feel like I had a guardian angel over my shoulder sometimes in hindsight. So I keep that coin around me, and that's why I integrated the model too. But I did have stupid things with, like, racing wise, and I'm surprised I lived through so many close calls. But I guess maybe there was some angel overwatching me, or something I like to believe in that sense. So I keep that coin with me around me for good luck to keep me alive. In Japan to drift, and then some of those guys go way too fast when you have fun at half the speed. Yep, some guys just go all balls to walls. Into the track.
Once again, NASCAR would have to make some modifications. Talladega has the strange ability to send cars in seemingly any direction. In a few cases, that direction would be up.
Is he going to win the Winston 500? They come through the tri-oval. Checkered is waving. Ernie Evans wins, and Rusty spins and gets airborne.
The blowover is one of the most ethereal moments that any racing fan can witness. We all know cars as some of the heaviest objects we interact with on a regular basis. Most of us would have to use all of our strength to get them to budge a single inch.
You're talking to a guy who's taken full-blown rolling shells of cars, and I've deadlifted the front of them. Granted, there's no engine transmission or really anything at the front, but, like, I've deadlifted the front off the ground to move them because the steering rack is removed. and you gotta move that front end somehow. So like I'm just like hucking that thing up airborne just to pivot it. I'm surprised my back still operates the way it does, but like I've done some stupid things in the heat of passion, Jimbo. Like I've done some stupid things to get stuff going.
And to think that something as light as air could be powerful enough to lift a 2-ton machine off the earth, well, you just have to see it to believe it. At the speeds NASCAR drivers travel at Talladega, it happens more often than you'd guess.
Well, Darrell, a 737 will, of course, it's designed to take off, but it will take off at, 160 some miles an hour. These cars are running 185, and the roof flaps do their job to keep that car from getting way up in the air. Wow.
Man.
In 1996, the Talladega curse finally caught up to...
I get it depends on the angle of how you're watching it, but like it just looks like it's floating in just a pirouette, and then it comes down like that, and you realize how the velocity and violence of the velocity and turbulence and the violence of it all. Especially when it comes down, like just for seconds, it's just floating. It's ethereal. He's right. It's ethereal to watch. That is not something that's everything against nature's laws.
Bill Elliott, who suffered a broken leg after his car soared across the backstretch grass. But the most spectacular blowover in Talladega history belongs to a different Elliott.
Uh-oh, trouble! Elliott Sadler over 1.5 and on his roof.
Okay, who remembers these M&M cars though? These things were everywhere, like merchandise. Like remember when for some reason like Gen Xers and Boomers love the M&M merchandise. I mean, how many of them want to fuck? I mean, people joke about Tucker Carlson, but Lynn Carr was ahead of the curve on wanting to get freaky with the green M&M. And now they try to introduce the brown one. I guess I don't know what they're trying to do with that, but these cars were like everywhere. Like these like die-cast and toy M&M cars were everywhere, right? And I saw how many M&M merchandise and the dad garage with the Corvette. You don't want to get deep in that milk chocolate. She might not melt in your mouth, but she won't melt in your hand. But she's sure gonna melt around your nougat bar or something. I don't know. But what I'm trying to get at here is like how many boomers, like I've walked in so many man caves with the Corvette, and they had like M&M. Yeah, no, NASCAR merch is pretty cringe. Okay, granted. I say that as a kid, I had a few die casts, like 164 die cast. That was cool. I still think if you have a die cast, that's all right. But I just find it, yeah, like people who wear the uniforms, yeah, the shirts and jackets, not the Hot Wheels, yeah, especially when you see like, I mean, for the longest while it was old, I guess, trailer trash that would wear it, but then Spencer's got a contract with Hooters, and I've been seeing a lot of Hooters racing merchandise everywhere, right? And new generation of trash, of just like trashy, is now wearing that. I mean, I guess Hooters really banking on that market though, because you know the pothead goblinas go to Spencer's and they get their Hooters jerseys and merchandise, and then you get all the femboys that go there to go buy the dolphin shorts. It's like you become a billboard to like promote candy or batteries. Here's the thing though, is like also, I mean, we say that, but, and I guess like Europeans might, or like international ones might, oh, you silly Americans with your, I mean, granted, like, you know, F1 has sponsorships too, but like, you silly Americans with your race cars, you know, these brand names on them. It's like, your fucking hockey teams look like NASCARs. Like, honest to God, have you ever seen like Japanese or European hockey jerseys, like, or even just like the jerseys of the soccer teams? So granted, it's only like a mono sponsor because it's typically like a company owns the team, but like with the hockey teams especially, they're just covered in patches and stuff. You can't even tell what the team's called, and it's usually like, oh, we're the Swedes are especially like they're just like, oh, we're not Stockholm, actually Stockholm. Like we're the Stockholm team, or like we're from I mean Stockholm's only coming out of my mouth right now. I know a lot more Swedish cities than that. Come on, man. We're the Gottenham? No, Gotham. We're the Gotham team, like. Yeah, like just like it's just like, but with like NASCAR in particular, I guess maybe it's just more prevalent because like it's American. It's the Americana brand recognition because a lot of it's far more flashier, right? I mean, you watch Kyrgia. She talked about how she doesn't even like know NASCAR, but like, sure as shit. When Outback was sponsoring NASCAR for some time, they were doing the promotional with the Bloomin' Onion. I guess it kind of plays into it, you know. Yeah, it's a design thing.
In 2003, Elliott Sadler would get over a full second of airtime as his car executed a near-flawless pirouette. The number 38 M&M's Ford must have covered the length of a football field without touching the ground. The following season, Sadler returned to Talladega and inexplicably became the only driver in history to blow over at the same track 2 years in a row, this time finishing the race in style.
Yeah, okay.
He said he wanted to finish this race with all 4 tires on the ground. He did. But he just didn't keep them there the whole time.
It's one thing to watch a blowover as a spectator, but to experience one from inside a race car is a sensation most of us can only imagine. A NASCAR engine can roar as loud as 140 decibels, but in an airborne car, many drivers report a brief
Never been on my roof before. The scariest thing is it spooks you pretty bad. It's just really silent. And then when you get up in the air, it seems like you're going to hear a pinfall. Yeah, I've heard this before, whether it be through combat situations or racing situations, like high stress, high adrenaline situations. Is it when your adrenaline just completely takes over and a sheer state of shock that everything just goes quiet around you? Like the whole world falls silent because an overload in your audio visual or audio sensory just completely crashes it just for a short bit. You're getting your brain operating like a computer and you have complete audio silence because you're in such a state of shock that you completely nullify everything out. Well, not even just meets the focus on anything, it just completely crashes, like you're just at the mercy of whatever whim is taking you.
Moment when everything falls silent. At the instant in which the mighty racing machine is briefly wrestled away from the dominion of gravity, it's as if the driver has entered the window to another realm. Do you think that if they listened hard enough, they would hear the faint thumping of horses galloping on the Alabama clay? Of course, in moments like these, most drivers have other things to worry about.
Oh, around goes the 18! The 62 upside down!
Ever since Bobby Allison's accident, NASCAR has been continually trying to eliminate the blowover.
Yeah, these aero is always a good thing. It was probably the biggest development in terms of auto racing and also actual cars. You'd be surprised how far aero can take you for everything. One thing in particular is that a lot of people who don't understand race cars or different types of racing classes, they don't understand why front-wheel drive cars have large spoilers on, especially for hot hatches. Don't understand why they have spoilers on them because it's not going to the rear wheels, bro. Why are you putting power to the rear wheels? It's to keep downforce to hold the rear wheels to the ground for stability, for control. Because you'd be surprised, some front-wheel drive cars like get up there in speeds, and I've tuned a few myself, and they get up and go. When they're up there, you're going to want all the downforce to hold you to the road, because when you lift off the throttle, you get lift off oversteer, and that can snap you right around. From learning rally like techniques, you learn that the weight transfer and having that downforce really does save your life, but also keeps you doing the game at a better clip.
But try as they might, Talladega has always found a way to send cars flying.
Oh, Logano gets turned! Logano is upside down!
Joey Logano.
While more blowovers happen at Talladega than anywhere else, The track's most iconic accidents are of a far different breed. Ever since restrictor plates introduced the age of pack racing, there's been a monster lurking in every superspeedway race. It's the reason why most drivers, teams, and owners dread Talladega Sunday.
Uh-oh, Kyle caught up. The field accordion's back.
Whoa, man.
Trouble. Stewart in the wall.
Here we go. Here we go.
Robbie Gordon's in at the 33. Harvick is around.
Here we go, guys.
The big one.
They call it the Big One, a massive pileup that can wipe out more than a dozen cars in the blink of an eye. Talladega may have the most room of any NASCAR track, but when the Big One strikes, drivers often find
hang on. I know it's very juvenile,
most
but
room of any NASCAR track.
You have Freaky Fast.
But when the Big One strikes,
Hooters. It still shocks me to this day how much Hooters actually sponsors NASCAR. Like, once again, I said before, they really upped with the Spencer crowd, because you got how many alt types are just like degenerates buying Hooter merchandise. They went bankrupt? No shit, really? Well, that's funny, because, like, okay, the way I think of it is this way, is like, Hooters as a brand in terms of actual restaurants in, like, establishments is kind of like how Playboy's gone about, because they've both fallen off the wayside, but their merchandising is everywhere. And it's like, in terms of how things are nowadays, the way I see it is that in social, or like the moral Puritan, or the supposed moral Puritan, you know, especially like, I don't want to use the word cancel culture, but, you know, like the whole culture war bullshit. It seems like the types of, like, we both fetishize and also, like, or like, sorry, not we, but like, you know, the sex pests, the hyper progressives, both fetishize said so-called chauvinistic things, where you have the femboy Hooters supposed meme, which is just really a psyop to get guys to want to suck femboy cock, and then you had Playboy, which is like, how many people wear Playboy merchandise now? Like, I've seen that bunny mascot, like the bunny thing everywhere. Yeah, like, that's, you're right. Like, Hooters has a separate brand for their sauces and, like, veggies and dressings. Yeah, I've seen it. Are you talking like the Playboy or Hooters? Like, I think is no in hell anyone I would want to wear any merchandise regarding Playboy or Hooters. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, Playboy. I mean, I frankly just, I don't get it, right? I just do not get it. And I said before, like, they really were able to sell themselves to the Spencer crowd, especially Hooters recently, when they had a collab with Spencer's, so-called collab, like a merch drop with Spencer's. I've seen them everywhere. I've seen Hooters merchandise everywhere. But, like, also simultaneously, despite what Hooters' reputation is, they're very tame. Once again, it's very tame. It's not good food, and it's just, like, I don't know. Are dolphin shorts considered, like, tank tops considered risque anymore? In Asia, it's a popular symbol. Yeah. So when women wear it, it's strange. Yeah. Yeah, the bunny screams, "I'm a gooner." Yeah, it's when women wear it, it's strange. Yeah. Like, in Asia, of course, like the whole bunny girl thing's a massive thing, like, all the world around. Like, I guess Playboy popularized it, but, like, you know, it fits the feminine figure well. I'm surprised the vixen, like, fox didn't take off, but hey ho. But like, I mean, in terms of, like, merchandising, I guess it's done really well for itself. It's just it's the same thing. Like, do I find bunny girls attractive in terms of like casinos or like bartenders? Like, yeah, it's an attractive thing, but simultaneously too, probably they sleep around and I don't really want to touch that. And then, of course, if you're talking about anyone who's got tattoos or anything that wears Hooters merchandise or, Playboy merchandise, I'm looking at you sideways. I'm like, yep, you probably got your link tree with OF and OnlyFans and stuff, so I don't want to get near you. Yeah.
drivers often find themselves with nowhere to go. It can happen anywhere at any time. All it takes is for one driver to make one mistake.
Laugh little cocktail waitresses now like 60-year-old women whenever I go to the casinos. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't like. I get I'm 22. I'm supposed to be like young and reckless, but fuck, the economy is shit. I live in a country with a bad economy. I'm very frugal with my money, and that's very prude, I guess. So I don't really have vices in that regard because I don't want to spend money. I'm too stingy to have a vice like that. So I wouldn't know if the waitresses are like that. Quite frankly, I make the joke about the hag maxing thing. I like the company of older women, not 60-year-old talking here, but like mid-30s, late 30s. I would enjoy company in that regard of a finally aged woman. I say finally aged like a wine, but like who's at least a conversationalist. But yeah, I can imagine the horrors of seeing windsock, jello-filled wind socks in a bunny leotard. That would be horrible.
It's as simple as someone mistiming a block, sticking their nose in a gap too small, or inexplicably rejoining the pack at half speed.
I've seen this too happen too many times. How many slow drivers have you seen just merge in a highway and you gotta lock your brakes up for this shit? I was dealing with this on the way back from school tonight. It was just like, it was a shit show. I'm in the passing lane, 140 kilometers, 100. I shouldn't say that. 90 miles per hour, flying, and I nearly got like clipped because like this mom and her freaking Lexus. If snow driving area, that would make it worse. Yeah, no, we've had snow. It's just the roads are now dry. The snow has only come back now. The snow stuck. It's now, the roads are now cleared and dried off. So, and I have my winter tires installed. I installed them at 2 o'clock in the morning yesterday. So, because I got back from the gym very late and I was just like pulling all-nighter. I'm like, I might as well do it. Because I've been laid off my work currently, so it's like I got time in the world and keep up with it. That's why I'm streaming so late at night. But like, what I did was I was coming home and I got clipped by a couple of women that were just like, like they decided to merge because like, oh, I'm going under the limit. My turn to merge over. Block everyone. Good luck. And it's just like, fuck. You nearly take me out with you.
Whatever the cause, the outcome remains the same. Multiple drivers' days are ended by something they had no way of preventing. Modern-day NASCAR fields race with around 40 cars. Throughout the 90s, it was not uncommon for the
See, like, people treat driving manual like it's a, like, I'm answering your question here, Far, but like, people treat like driving manual like it's a, oh, it is, you have to really appreciate cars to drive a manual. All my cars I've driven are manual. All the shit boxes I've driven, my dad's shit box I learned to drive was a 5-speed manual, right? Get this. Pontiac Vibe, aka Toyota Matrix, first generation, has over 700,000 kilometers on it. Still runs like a clock. And I learned 5-speed manual on that thing. I've done clutch jobs on it. I've repaired it. I've done some work on it. She just still learns. Thing is, people treat driving manuals like it gatekeeps you. It is a high art, you see. No. Drag racers use automatics because they shift faster. Nothing's shift faster than machines do. And they don't use the slush boxes you find in most cars. DCTs are very similar to manual transmissions, except they're electronically governed and can actually shift far faster than manuals. That's why they have paddle shifters on them. There's different types of automatic transmissions with different gearing on them that are not DCTs but are still hydraulics, like most automatic transmissions. There's very engaging ones I've dealt with. Mazda's manual CVTs are actually pleasant in terms of what they deliver and what they can do. And that's like, you're thinking, why is this guy complimenting automatic and stuff like this? Like, your passe car enthusiast might say that, but as a guy who's taken appreciation and driven many vehicles for test drives and like repair work, honestly, you come to a point of appreciation of different things and can rate things how they are. Now, granted, I'm not terribly thrilled with everything so stale, but people throw the baby out with the bathwater and don't see the forest of the trees. And also, in terms of manual transmission, I have to remind people. Oh, I mean, I was meaning where, like, not being able to drive in snow. Honestly, doesn't really help with the snow. Selecting your gearing is not going to exactly help you with the snow, depending how your engine's meant to run in it. If you have low end torque, you're just gonna be spinning. You're not gonna get the foot down to grip on it. Like it's not really a manual thing, right? It's just how the engine is, how your engine is on the car, and also luck of stability, traction control, and yeah, I guess front-wheel drive is better for that regard, but people like to claim all-wheel drive is better. I deal better with front-wheel drive in the snow than I do with all-wheel drive. In fact, I've driven rear-wheel drive in the snow too. I like it. It's actually very fun because I'm willing to take the risk, and also I learn how to be safe with it. But also, like, just if anyone in the States like claims they're a car enthusiast and they're so snobby about automatics, I gotta remind them, it's like, asshole. You go south of the border, you go down to South America, you go down to any other place in the world, like, majority of the drivers still don't know how to drive manual. It's not special. Especially over here with, like, Western, I guess, female car tubers, and that can be like VTubers or just like any women in the car scene. It's like, I don't like how it's also like a commodity. Like, oh, she drives manual, she's a real go-getter, she's that ultimate girl. It's like, I treat women as I treat other person in the car scene, like with equality. It's like, you're not special. Like, if you know how to fix things and wrench things, then I'm like, then you're impressive. Like, then I'm fine with that. Then you know your shit. If you're just throwing stuff at it, I look at you like every other racer does. Like, come on.
The big one to involve 10 or more cars, about a quarter of the field. By the 2000s, the accidents started to become truly enormous. The 2002, 2003, and 2005 Talladega Spring races each saw a pileup involving more than 20 drivers, with the 03 race consuming a Cup Series record 27 cars. However,
oh, that's brutal.
The largest wreck in modern NASCAR history.
Hey Phil, you're from Europe, right? You're when you say your crappy Fiesta, it was like a Mark IV, Mark V Fiesta she was driving, or is that, no? That's too new. I'm guessing you're in your 30s, so it's gotta be a Mark III, Mark IV Fiesta she was driving. You're from Texas? Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot the Mark VII Fiesta came out in 2012. I want to say came over here in 2011, 2012. Yeah. Okay, you're a Texan boy, so okay, so she was okay. So you're close to my age, I guess. I don't. I mean, you've doxed yourself, but like, don't dox yourself on stream. Oh, okay. So, dude, you got a younger girlfriend. You had a younger ex. So I feel bad for you, man. Honest to God, if she was anything like my age, dude, fuck you. Yeah, don't date girls. Don't date Gen Z girls. They're not completely there. I made a post about it on Twitter too. Like, it was I think it was a Kitsune era. I responded to it. I don't think it got any traction because of course I have a very small. Yeah, it was years ago. Yeah, no. I put on. I mean, I commented to Kitsune era, and I said, like, even in the dating scene, women in their 30s are like, you're still babysitting them, and I'm like, I'm a mid Gen Z guy. Like, it's my birthday today. Like, I'm 22, right? And it's like babysitting a woman who's like a decade older than you. It's like not even the Hag pill maxing thing is real because they're not fiscally responsible. And it's not like I'm trying to find party girls or anything. I'm trying to find nerdy girls, but they don't exist. Oh, the 90s gets so strange. I don't know how you do that, man.
What happened at a Talladega race in what is now the NASCAR Xfinity Series. The division is essentially NASCAR's minor league, and in the 2002 Aaron's 312, inexperience would contribute to the mother of all pileups. On lap 14, Johnny Sauter's blue Chevy slid sideways and started tumbling in front of the entire field. Drivers began swerving into each other to avoid the carnage and quickly blocked the track. When it was all said and done, 31 cars were collected, nearly 3/4 of the entire field. Out of the few survivors, most would fall off the pace with mechanical issues. The race eventually boiled down to just 2 competitive cars, a scenario that may never occur in another NASCAR race. While Talladega races have increasingly turned into wreckfests, it's curious to consider that when it so desires, NASCAR's most feared track is capable of leaving everyone unscathed. The 1997 Winston 500 was the first race in Talladega history to run caution-free. After crashing into the infield just 3 years prior, Mark Martin would break Bill Elliott's record for the fastest NASCAR race, completing 500 miles in 2 hours and 39 minutes. In the following 5 seasons, 2 more Talladega races would run caution-free. As of now, it's...
Look, since the thing that always gets me about NASCAR races too is that they have different like naming concepts for it, and they start doing the sponsor. Well, they've always done it, but like the sponsor gets the name of like the race. So instead of Talladega 500, you have the EA Sports 500. EA Sports, it's my ass. This is what we have. I remember, it's like that one meme of the guy who was doing the race tier list. I don't care if people say they're different cultures, they're the same thing. The Good Wrench and Good Save 500s are both terrible races as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, like how baseball stadiums are named after companies like that. Yeah, like the thing is, like, people forget that like a lot of sports arenas that okay, sports ball, I don't watch sport. I hate to do this whole sports ball joke too, because you meet the people who ironically say it, but like a lot of having known history, just like random pop culture and history. So I was actually a member on the trivia team in high school. I was a star on a trivia team before I left to do sports and athletics. So I got sick and disillusioned with the very with the socialist teacher that ran the whole team, who tried to guilt trip me afterwards. That's a long story. The thing is that I used to be in really much in trivia, but a lot of sports team arenas were actually given more grandiose names. Forum, Garden, you have Madison Square Garden, which still it is to this day. You have some I'm blanking on, but like there was a lot of names to a lot of these arenas. Instead of Astrodome, yeah, like in Houston, Minute Maid Park. It used to be called the Astrodome. Like, okay, maybe Astrodome's not the most original name, but like, Detroit had the Coliseum. Like they actually made them grandiloquent in naming, and not just in naming, but like the design of which, I get it's more economic. It was more, of course, architecturally sound to have the stadiums be designed to look, they're very much straight to the point that they're going to be giant like arenas to watch spectacles. But something about classic ones like Madison Square Garden, like the original Madison Square Garden, or the Maple Leaf Gardens, or I think one of the ones I've been to. They were designed. They were stone. There was like you know what I'm saying? Like there was a sense of art put into it. You don't see anymore. Yeah, so I'll give props to that. Yeah, you're right. It's the first home stadium. But like this whole naming concept they do for like even the races too. Like instead of naming after the stadium it was built around, it was named after EA Sports.
The last track in NASCAR history to ever achieve this feat. It really makes you wonder, does Talladega create the mayhem, or do we?
We saw a lot of communication on that restart, that first initial start, with the Stewart-Haas teams all working together to get in line on the front. You see them. They're pulling away, Jeff.
Let's show you how far this first group of Stewart-Haas Racing has driven away.
When everyone chooses to cooperate, we are capable of achieving remarkable things. In an ideal world, we could do anything caution-free. But there's a reason why idealism is so hopelessly fragile. While it takes everyone to avoid destruction, it only takes one to create it. As is the case with most things in America, the best you can do is survive.
What you got ain't nothing new. This country's hard on people. You can't stop what's coming.
How is it that when we find ourselves in the biggest place we've ever known, we still run out of room? Americans have always been infatuated with the concept of manifest destiny. the 19th century ideal that the United States should inevitably span from sea to shining sea. This grand vision of America was eventually realized at tremendous expense to those who originally roamed those lands. Even now, as we sit atop our New York skyscrapers and California mansions, Manifest Destiny is still very much alive. We apply it to what we wear, what we drive, how we conduct business.
No. See, fella, I see what you did there, right? And I'm gonna say it. Yes. Take over Canada, annex Canada. You damn well know I'm a Leaf. You damn well know I'm a Leaf, but I would rather take the States annexing us than be a Leaf. You would have to do some heavy overhaul in terms of how things have fallen out, but I'd say you guys would get along pretty well with Alberta. They're pretty good people. Ontario's going to need some work. Quebec, you need to completely give to the French. They need to succeed and go to the French. The problem is, though, is you have to claim dominance over the St. Lawrence, because that's a massive trade route right there. Some logistics you have to get out the way. Mine the gold up in the Queen Elizabeth Islands. Those are packed with gold. We haven't touched. No. Okay, see, unlike Texas, Alberta oil, well, it's crude oil. They don't call it's not Brent oil. It can be used for things like automotive vehicles. It can be refined for that, but it can't be refined for higher demands, octane like jet fuel. So it doesn't have the same value as would typically Texan gold or the Arabian flats would have. So what you would want to do is, I would see Alberta being a good example, like a Puerto Rico, in terms of it's a independent colony of the States, but it also acts as their own operation. That would be a better option for Alberta. But also, if Alberta's going, they're trying to succeed with Saskatchewan and Manitoba, which ideally you may not think much because people don't know about Saskatchewan or Manitoba that much. They're very small provinces. They're fairly straight. They're pretty straight-laced. They're pretty good people over there too. Maybe if you get, of course, the big cities are going to be a problem too. Winnipeg might be a bit of a problem. So, Calgary and Edmonton, parts of them are shitty. That's the thing with they can open up the Arctic. Yeah, that depends too, because I know the Hudson's Bay does make contact with Manitoba, but you'd have the territories up north too, which could pose a problem. Because remember, there's Alaska. How Alaska sits on the border between the three territories. So with Vancouver and I believe it was the Northwest Territories. They sit alongside. No, it's Yukon, Northwest. Then it's none of it, or is none of it in the middle? I can't remember how the territories sometimes go. I forget my own geography sometimes. But I suppose. The territories are practically sparsely populated, so I could see it operating well enough.
Enough is never enough. We are always marching forward to some glorious, indeterminate outcome. Why stop at building the biggest racetrack in the world when you can build one even bigger, steeper, wider, and faster? Our conquest for more never ends. Some call it greed, others call it destiny. The driver's strike at Talladega's inaugural contest gave many others a unique opportunity to race in the Cup Series. One of those newcomers was a 23-year-old Richard Childress, who would use the prize money from his big break to open up his own racing team. In 1981, Childress retired from racing and handed over the reins of his number 3 car to NASCAR's newest champion, a driver by the name of Dale Earnhardt. With Richard Childress racing, Earnhardt would go on to win 6 of his 7 Cup championships, and the Childress number 3 would become the most iconic stock car of the 20th century. Earnhardt's career will always be most intertwined with Daytona, but one of his most impressive feats was coming the closest of anyone to conquering Talladega. Despite hating restrictor plate racing more so than any other driver, Earnhardt was undeniably the best at it. He was so skilled at drafting that some competitors swore that he could literally see...
Yeah, it is Race Hail, praise Dale.
...the air coming off the cars. In October 2000, Talladega would be the site of his final career victory.
I'm sorry, but every time I see Dale Earnhardt, all I can think of is, I'm not sure if you know the YouTuber Sniping Soup. You might be a little too old for that, but all I remember is Soup, and the Do, which is, they're called The Goons, a podcast. They have a Gamersubs flavor, if that raises any connections, called Grandma's Ashes and Grandpa's Ashes. But, they were with McNasty and Blarg, but it was, they were on CSGO and they were harassing this, not really harassing, but like, taking the shit out of this one, piss out of this one e-girl that they found. And Soup's like, what if they were trying to see who could make the loudest fart, and it was like, what if I told you I left a little Dale Earnhardt skid mark in there? And he was just trying to, like, doing this in, like, this redneck seductive way, and it was like, oh. I still like Soup. I'll watch him, but he's not, he's a little hyperactive. He's not really brain rot, but he's a little bit more hyperactive. More lowball humor, but he's still pretty funny, I would say. When he had Grizzy on there, Grizzy was this young black guy. He was really young when he actually hopped on streaming. 17 actually. When he was hanging around with, like, the Goons, and then I remember his name. Always wears a night helmet. I can't remember. Like, he was a big streamer. I forgot his name now, but Soup would troll Grizzy because they made a lot of black jokes with Grizzy, because Grizzy was both fat and black, so they make a lot of jokes with that. Not Fillion. No, Fillion's like too hyperactive ADHD. I can't watch her. I know people like her. Kershaw likes hanging around her. Nothing against Fillion. It's just, the scary thing is Fillion's like probably 4 years older than me or 3 years older than me, and like I feel like I'm too old for that. Right? I can't like watch Fillion because I get burnt out like in seconds. But Soup used to make jokes with Grizzy as in their golden age peak in 2020, and it was Skrillex in the 1800s, scary monsters and nice masses. They used to do like Hogwarts in the South. It was good. It was like, yeah, it's not the edgiest thing in the world, but it was hilarious.
Possibly the most impressive display of racing mastery the sport had ever seen, Earnhardt would charge from 17th to 1st in the final laps to become a 10-time Talladega winner, by far the most of any driver. He may have won even more, but well, you know what tends to happen when someone comes close to conquering Talladega.
Oh.
This is undoubtedly one of the toughest announcements that I've ever personally had to make. But after the accident in Turn 4 at the end of the Daytona 500, we've lost Dale Earnhardt.
What VTuber would get pissed off? Okay, I get a lot of them are like stupid now. I mean, it's just very stupid. Like, a lot of them are very much progressive, because, you know, it's very much a girl sphere. Which one said that? Honest to God, so I really want to know. That's so fucking retarded. Like, yeah, I cuss like a sailor, but you know. No. You said that. No. I Fuller, I know what you mean. I'm asking, like, which VTuber said that, you know, that got pissed off at you for saying that, or got you banned, or banned you for saying that. Like, that's my wonder. Because, like, that's asinine. Brandy Moonmoth, forgot her name. Probably Diamond Dozen, probably graduated, right? Oh, I didn't make it to superstardom. I couldn't even sell my asshole for a cheeseburger and get popular. I'm leaving. I literally saw a tweet, because, like, here's the thing. I hop on, first time I've used Twitter in months was the past 2 days. Like, the most activity I've had in a month in Twitter. I actually banned my account for a while. I come back and I see the requirements for my boyfriend are very simple. It's like you're promoting a Fansly, or the most common one. Another one I saw was like this girl bitching, I get no interaction on Twitter. I might as well leave and quit the whole VTubing sphere. Well, I need attention. It's like, Christ alive. Like, maybe you're not interesting. Consider that much. Yeah, pot calling the kettle black here. Nobody's speaking this, but like, just do it if you love it and just shut up. Why do you need ass pats and attention? Oh, I mean, granted, this is a man talking here, right? I mean, big difference between that and a lady, right? It's just like I think we all know, like, if they're not getting attention. Yeah. I mean personally, it's if you need validation all the time, you obviously don't. You're obviously just flawed as a person. Like that's just fucked. People like to claim it's like, oh, they have low self-esteem. It's like, how the hell did you get low self-esteem? Because I have low self-esteem, yet I'm able to just keep myself rolling because I have to. Right? There's no one to catch me if I fall. Well, I mean, technically I do have my parents, but like, and of course I'm grateful for that. But like, in the sense of, yeah, well, here's the thing. Like, Leaflet says that, and like Leaflet is saying that, and here's the thing. She's not the first to say that. In fact, do you know Medicare? Daddy Jim, as we call him. You probably know Medicare. You possibly know Medicare. He said the phrase, "There is no friends in content creation." That's what Medicare said. He tried. How many people did backstab him? How many people brown-nosed him and then just use him for their advantage? I mean, fuck's sake. Like, it was... He's right. I mean, I get Kirsha supposedly has made actual friends with Pippa, hanging out with Pippa. I'm not going to deny that. Or, with Bagsterd and Kiba. Right. Yeah. I saw the good news with Medicare. I'm glad he's doing better. I'm glad, or not better, but like, I'm glad he's got some up and up for him. Yeah, Bags and Pickle. I love Pickle VT because she's like one of the few ones you can actually take the piss out with the wheelchair joke, because even with like the we care about men VTubers like Kitsune. I'm not gonna take the piss out of her too much, but just like I threw like an off-color, like, kind of broski joke one time in her Twitter, and she started to almost get uppy, like, I'm gonna make a cancellation out of this. I'm like, it's a fucking joke, sister. Just hold your horses for a sec. But like Pickles, like I think with Pickles you can make the Red Dragon joke or the flaming wheelchair with her, or make Hot Wheels jokes with her, or Ricky Berwick jokes. She'd be fine. Yeah. Like I like Pickles. Like she's pretty chill. I like her. Yeah, like as Jim was saying, that was like, there's no friends in like content creation, or very, very, very few exceptions, of course. But honestly, just keep your walls up. And Leaflet unfortunately found out the hard way, because like, I mean, she was trying to be nice to everyone. I'm not sure if she hangs around with like Mint Costello anymore or any other ones, but like, but like, it's just you gotta really just realize that. Yeah, she's forming her own guild. Yeah, I mean, granted, she's learned now. It's just, I often wonder with a lot of these indies, and whether it's for money or not. Because of course, with the big girls, like it was very much with the whole Cinder thing. It was a dog pile. It was a mid dog pile. It was meant to just essentially attack. And I mean, Cinder also had her own fucking demons too. There's no black and white in that thing. It's just mean girls doing mean girl shit. But like, I often wonder how many of these like indie virtual girls don't, the high school, like, did you not like learn this shit in high school with socializing? Like, I'm a guy and I figured this shit out like off the hop. Maybe to an extent I have no trust in people, but why not? But like, maybe learn to keep some walls. Like, how'd you not learn this in life earlier on?
The white flag is up. Final lap at Talladega. Who's it going to be? Labonte, Earnhardt Jr., Stewart, or maybe somebody out of the pack? Look at this move by Jr. at the white flag.
After suffering such terrible loss, the Talladega spirits would shine favorably on Dale Earnhardt Jr., who would immediately carry on his father's legacy. 1 year after Dale Sr.'s final victory, Dale Jr. would score his first Talladega victory, one of 4 wins in a row at the track for the new Pied Piper of superspeedway racing. Dale Jr.'s remarkable success on NASCAR's biggest stage would make him an instant fan favorite.
To respond to what you said, yeah, I mean, civil, I suppose. If they want to be civil, that's grand and all, but I mean, I'm surprised that in IRL in life you didn't figure this out too. Like how they didn't figure this out earlier on. That's just my only wonder. Like not like a detriment to that they didn't, but just kind of how did you go through your life not figuring this out? And don't worry, your comments may be deleted. I can still see them. Don't worry. Women do the crazy. I mean, women workplace versus men's ones are always easier. Hell, dude, I don't even have any mod things on here. I don't have any filters. That's whatever. It was a Kick or Twitch wrong. It's like that's just that's Kick. It's just Kick being retarded. I don't know what's going on. I don't have any form of moderation set up. Yeah, the phrase is "bitches be shopping," right? And also with men's workplace, the only thing I can say about men is that either it's anti-women. Yeah, there it is. It delete that one too. Now, I wonder if if you were either A, pro-feminist, or B, you were so modest on the other end of the horseshoe and you're doing, you were going to start saying women should do Sharia law and wear their hijabs to cover themselves up from rape culture. I wonder if they'll allow that. But as I was trying to get at is that I often wonder how Leaflet didn't figure that out, or and not a detriment against Leaflet, just a lot of them. It's just do you not know how this goes with life? Maybe I'm very jaded and haven't just kind of like given up on just like people in general, but like, come on, like it can't be that hard to figure that out, right?
The newest racing superstar would carry both Talladega and the sport into its present day.
And also, I guess like the problems with these React streams I'm doing is that I can't clip these like other VTubers tend to do because I spend too much tangenting. And if I start talking shit like I do, like just like throwing stuff out, being unfiltered, I'm sending myself into a crossfire. And when I'm starting to watch I should be watching a video about NASCAR, and here I'm talking about women and social issues and VTubing.
Incarnation.
Hey Ricky, Bobby, good to see you again.
Thanks, man.
You still owe me that $30.
Oh no, man, you said that was a gift.
You're a dirty liar.
By now, Talladega had become so infamous in pop culture that someone was bound to make a movie about it.
Said before, say it again. I'm really a fan of Talladega Nights. I would say not a fan of it. I've never really watched it in full. Just like it doesn't really tickle my fancy all that much. I think it's a comedy, you know. It's like it's supposed to be like funny, you know, like, but it's Will Ferrell. I don't really find Will Ferrell that funny. And also it's like what the basic bitch white girls get into. Or supposedly get into racing, and I hear, Ricky Bobby, I'm Ricky Bobby, not first or last. It's just, I mean, I'm not even a NASCAR guy. I'm just like, I don't really want to talk about it. It's kind of like dealing with like people who get into tuner cars. Yeah, I mean, the kids are meant to be stuck up brats, but like, it's kind of like kids got how like the initial D scene took off, the anime scene, and now you got a bunch of girls, or like people that will buy cars and like, I'm Takumi Fujiwara. And I'll listen to Yurbi, and I'm like, there are better racing series in manga and anime than Initial D. Like, Wangan Midnight, Overrev is my personal favorite series of all time, and one of the greatest series I've ever read. Read that one. It's actually about women racers. It's pretty cool. But like I just like with Talladega Nights, I'm just like it's too watered down for my taste.
2006 saw the release of the Will Ferrell comedy Talladega Nights, a film that
it didn't help there's a manga with female drifter. That was Overrev. Overrev was the one with the female racers. Well, not really drifters, but like okay, one of them was Sawako was a drifter, but in the series, but Ryoko is the main character. She drives an AW11 MR2. First generation. And Aika Katayama is my personal waifu of all time. She's the tomboy that drives the Honda Civic. It's actually a really, really good series. That's my favorite series of all time, as I said before, and it's really, really good. for like a sport. I'd say it's probably one of the best sports manga out there, like for the genre of sports mangas. But I'm just surprised it didn't take off like over in the West here, because like I'm like it fits the archetype of what should take off. It has cute girls doing racing, has great story, great drama. I'm surprised it didn't take off.
Features a winless driver growing resentful of his more successful teammate. Strangely enough, in NASCAR's first race at Talladega,
one of the guys in one of the group chats I'm with, he talked about that one manga where it's like eroge fighting, like ecchi fighting, but it's basically like a porn manga. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, because I heard of it and I decided to go to Mangadex and I clicked on one chapter, and it was the one where they had apparently in that arc, it was a girl who's doing a humiliation ritual, and she was doing a eating contest, and she was also an escort, and she was escorting for a German soccer player. And if you know anything about Germans and food, with women consuming food, and where does it come out? Yep. And I just I stopped, closed the tab, went back to the Discord, said, "What the fuck is wrong with you, man?" Like, I'm not a Puritan, but I'm like, what the fuck, man? I screamed like, dude, what the fuck? Like, I recommended you cute girls in cars, or sexy girls with cars with Kanjo no Carrera, and you send me this shit? What the fuck? I just had sloppy joes for dinner. What the hell is wrong with you?
after the film's release. A near-identical storyline
I'm a scat man, give it a little bit better to bop.
Would play out in reality. Back in the 2006 Daytona 500, Brian Vickers is leading with just 15 laps to go and has a chance to score his first career victory in the biggest race of the year. Unfortunately for Brian, his teammate Jimmy Johnson passes him and goes on to win instead. 2 months later at the spring Talladega race, Vickers once again has an opportunity to get his first win.
Now, will Vickers be the good soldier and follow Jeff Gordon home, or does he want his first win that bad? He's got to get his first win.
He takes the lead with just 2 laps to go, only to get passed once again by Jimmy Johnson. Later in the year, the Hendrick teammates return to Talladega to find themselves nose to tail behind Dale Jr. in the closing laps. Both Johnson and Jr. are in a tight championship battle, and it's up to Vickers to help his teammate complete the pass for the win. What happened next wasn't exactly a shake and bake.
That's hilarious. That's honestly that's a concept, and I find that's pretty hilarious.
The 48 and takes out Earnhardt and Jimmy Johnson.
Talladega has always been known for its sensational finishes. Since 1980, about a third of all Talladega races have ended in a last lap pass. Such a scenario is portrayed to great effect in Talladega Nights, which makes use of the track's most distinct feature. While most tracks are designed with the finish line in the center of the front straightaway, Talladega's is about 1,000 feet farther down the track towards the entrance of Turn 1. While it may seem like a small alteration, this unique design aspect has affected the outcomes of countless races. It's amazing what can happen if you leave someone with just a little more room to run. The name Seminole can be traced back to the Spanish word cimarron.
I mean, actually, I can't even think of a reason why they would do it. It just coincidence.
Or runaway. They were a tribe composed of wildly different people who all shared a single unifying vision, a refusal to be conquered. The Seminole warriors fought valiantly. They pushed the U.S. military to the most challenging and expensive conflict with any indigenous group in the nation's history. However, eventually, the Seminole losses had become catastrophic, and they simply couldn't outlast the overwhelming resources of the United States. One by one, the Seminole chiefs were captured and forced to surrender. By 1843, nearly the entire Seminole tribe were forcibly relocated to the Creek Reservation in Oklahoma. Only a small fraction managed to evade government capture by fleeing into the Everglades. a vast stretch of swampy wilderness considered by American settlers to be inhospitable. After nearly a decade of costly fighting, the military decided that further pursuit was no longer worth the trouble. By the end of the war, as few as 100 Seminoles remained, the last of the runaways. Throughout the rest of the 19th century, all of the other indigenous people in America would be forced to submit to government rule. Eventually, the Everglades Seminoles would remain as the last free tribe within U.S. territory. Despite all of their power and...
That's actually quite impressive. I mean, then again, some of the greatest passages and things that have slaughtered the largest armies in history have been the weather and climate of certain areas. You don't cross Siberia. You don't own Siberia. You just merely hope for its grace. You don't. The Everglades too. You'll get lost in those woods. I don't know what to tell you. There's some things that we've yet to conquer.
Might. America could never conquer the Seminole people. There are some things in this world that you simply cannot control. Since its very first race, NASCAR has always struggled to control Talladega. The track has served as the ultimate fulcrum for the sport's greatest conflict.
And think of this too, right? How big this track is. There's the NASCAR track, but right here, this is where they do Grand Am racing. This is an inside field track, like a track within a track. It's trackception. This is impressive.
Of interest. By creating the world's most spectacular track, they simultaneously created the world's most dangerous track. NASCAR has always straddled the fine line between entertainment and safety. Throughout the history of the track, the sanctioning body has been in a constant balancing act in trying to prevent the next Talladega catastrophe while maintaining the track's unique appeal. The continual addition of rules and regulations has resulted in a style of racing that looks completely unrecognizable to the sport's humble beginnings.
And I mean, guys were slamming into one another, they're hitting each other in the corner. Eventually, just what happened is going to happen. It's going to happen again too, probably before the day's over.
Many drivers today feel that Talladega racing is a glorified crapshoot, which is somewhat emblematic.
Yeah, and I mean, Jeff was everywhere back then. Once again, NASCAR really fell off after Dale Earnhardt. Dale Earnhardt was the end of the golden age of NASCAR when he died. Jeff was like that new breed. I can't say if he was really that much of a diva, but he was Jeff was everywhere. Jeff was just everywhere. That DuPont car was recognizable to a T, almost as much as Dale's and the M&M car.
Of modern NASCAR as a whole.
Look, these championships aren't like winning like Petty and Earnhardt used to win them, and it comes down to one.
Annika Carter is a YouTuber I follow. Dana something. I know what you're talking about. Something Patrick. Dana Patrick. But the thing is with Dana is that with that driver, is that she was actually Dana Fitzpatrick. Yeah. Is that she was actually, surprisingly, and I remember reading about this, she was a competent, not a great, but a competent IndyCar. She was an okay IndyCar, a competent, right? You gotta remember that. I believe the syndrome was both, not to say that all women drivers, first off, I liked Overrev. That's a female-centric series, and yes, that's manga, that's fiction, but it was based on a lot of Japanese drivers in Japan's touring car races, which were often race queens that started to drive themselves, and they were pretty decent for what they were. The thing I think was most with Patrick, with Dana Patrick, is that she went from IndyCar, so open-wheeled, very non-contact racing, to NASCAR, which is contact-heavy. Yeah, she was, because what I'm hearing is the syndrome was that she, not used to this new, not really used to the finesse it takes to do contact sports, like NASCAR, like contact motorsports, is that she took it to the nth degree. So she was very trigger happy and aggressive to just slam, and of course that takes you out to at speeds. This is not like they're not lumbering around. They're still going the speeds you're doing at IndyCar. It's just the accelerations may not be the same in their heavier vehicles. but she would still slam into people. So she really just could not have the balancing act of you need to tap when you can and know when to play the cards right.
One race, and it came down
These
to
guys come from, like, a lot of them, like, okay, for the most part, not all of them, but like a lot of these guys came from dirt track racing, where it is contact heavy. It's just you also have to play with the finesse and not wipe yourself out too.
one race for us tonight and came up short.
How far are we willing to compromise the merit of competition to manufacture a more entertaining spectator product? NASCAR is always trying to tweak the sport to make races more exciting. But there comes a point where all the micromanagement becomes counterproductive.
It's just NASCAR, especially after because like Jeff could only keep the sport going for so long. Like, it was just relevance is completely gone from it. It's no one knows, like no one watches NASCAR. It's too boring. It's like once again, it's like the F1 effect. It blew up, and now it's nothing more than just kayfabe and like storylines. It's like it's like watching pro wrestling now.
It's idiotic to be out here doing this anyway, trying to put on some cute show for whatever the hell this is. It's stupid. There's no sense in doing this.
One of the most defining aspects of present-day Talladega has been the looming threat of controversy, where NASCAR's contrived bureaucracy ends up spoiling the race itself. In 2003, NASCAR would end its policy of allowing drivers to race back to the caution flag, as the practice was becoming too dangerous. Instead, the field would be frozen at the moment of caution, a change that would reach a breaking point the next spring at Talladega. When the caution came out with 5 laps to go, fans were thrilled as Dale Jr. appeared to make the pass for the lead. However, the lead was instead awarded to Jeff Gordon, as he was slightly ahead at the exact moment of caution. The race would not be restarted as Gordon would coast to a very unpopular win, as frustrated fans pelted the track with debris. NASCAR would later institute the green-white checker rule to minimize the chances of races ending under caution, a policy that has since undergone numerous confusing and inconsistent changes over the years. One of the most baffling officiating...
meddling with what worked initially. I get the danger of it was always more so, but if you can't come up with a set alternative off the hop after just not even like focus grouping, but like putting through dry tests, you're not going to make it work at all. And it's just constant tinkering just made it more annoying than anything else.
Decisions for any NASCAR finish happened at the 2016 Xfinity Series race at Talladega. At first, it looked to be an amazing feel-good story with underdog driver Brennan Poole threading the needle to score his first NASCAR win. However, in an unprecedented reversal, NASCAR would award the victory instead to Elliott Sadler. The officials had bizarrely frozen the field less than 1,000 feet from the finish line, and in that instant, Sadler's car was briefly in the lead, despite being in the process of crashing. To this day, Brennan Poole is still searching for his first win.
That's... oh, man. That blows. That's gotta hurt.
And by that much, Elliott Sadler, a winner over Brennan Poole at Talladega.
Not even NASCAR's biggest stars can avoid the jinx of Talladega controversy.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. looking for his 5th win at Talladega.
Later in the 04 season, Dale Jr. would avenge his dubious runner-up finish by winning the fall Talladega race, only to once again wind up at odds with the sanctioning body.
You see that title there? I'm sorry, I go back to this. An American Revolution, Chevy winning moment. GM, an American Revolution. The most corporatized. Like Ford's bad. Dodge and Chrysler are, they've sold out. I mean, they've been sold to the Stellantis, right? Because of their own mismanagement. But fucking GM, the definition of corporate bureaucracy, bailed out how many times by the government? By the federal government on your taxpayer dimes, right? And by the way, if you guys don't, by the way, I don't think something like the states realizes this too, and I feel bad for you guys outright, because it's your American company. John Deere equally fucked over Canadians, and the GM equally fucked over Canadians too, because a lot of the manufacturing was done up here in Canada for the longest time in coalition with the states. In fact, the Pontiac Firebirds and Camaros were made in Montreal. surprisingly. Like that's going to catch a lot of people off guard, but a lot of the muscle cars were made in Montreal. And they shut down plant after plant after plant after plant. And you know what they do? You know, they move it, you know, they're with Kirsha covered it. They're trying to move John Deere off to India now for the IT department. You know, because AI, I think the whole AI ruse too. People treat the AI boom as the main thing now. The AI is mainly a ruse, where AI will be its own technology sphere. People overestimate it. They're mainly using as a guise to use Indians and cheaper labor forces to completely nullify the American market. But that begs the question is, it completely kills any form of purchasing power that domestic manufacturers have, considering that out of which nation has the highest spending, it's typically America. Like, the average American will spend far more in consumer goods than any other nation. Yeah, John Deere is going to be fucked with. And the problem is my father is very much an idealist of the old ways of things. He loves he's got John Deere merchandise. Granted, he's got a Model M. He owns a restored Model M. But it was such a, like, I'm like, I have no idea how some people can live in the ideals of, like, this company will come back to being American. This company is really supporting the American people. The bullshit they fucking are. They moved all your, not just from the States, but from even us up here. And it's like, you may not think of it as much, but it's like, dude, like, a lot of American trade's done between the States and Canada. I don't like the whole tariff bullshit either. It was not Trump's end. Like, the fucking Canadians taxing you guys to the nth degree for how long is this? Just, we're that much of a smaller GDP. It's just like, yeah, it was bound to happen. But I digress. I'm just like, I'm sick of it. Like, I don't understand brand loyalty in the first place, but like this year is just an insult considering 5 years later what would happen.
Talladega race, only to once again wind up at odds with the sanctioning body. In his Victory Lane interview, Junior would drop an expletive on live TV.
What does it mean to win here, not only once, but to win here 5 times? Well, it don't mean shit right now. Daddy's done won here 10 times, so...
A mistake that would normally be a non-issue, but it just so happened that this was the year of Janet Jackson's wardrobe malfunction at...
Oh no. Oh no. Wasn't the original creation of YouTube, like conception of YouTube, was that it was just that YouTube was made because the creators wanted to find videos of Janet Jackson's nipple, and they literally started the company just for that same purpose a year later. Like, don't get me wrong, Janet Jackson, she was pretty, I will say, but like, and not something I want to see a nipple slip over.
The Super Bowl, and networks at the time were hyper-vigilant at maintaining their standards and practices. As a result, Junior would be docked 25 driver points, which knocked him out of the championship lead.
No.
2004 was the best season.
They basically screwed him because he let out a little... Oh, that's bullshit. That is absolute garbage filth. And yet, was it that Bubba Wallace did, like, during the whole Summer of Love thing, he tried to... it wasn't his PR team, because I don't even know it was really him who did it. Didn't Bubba Wallace during the Summer of Love try to fabricate a story, or his PR team, I'm gonna say, because fabricate a story of an electrical cord being made into a noose and hung in his garage, even though literally you took a look at it and it was just like, that's how electrical cords are typically hung, in a butterfly knot. Or a butterfly hang up, because like that's how I've tied electrical cords before myself. It's like, of course, it was like, you're trying to put rationality to it. It was obviously nothing was rational about it. It was just meant to stir controversy. It was meant to stir up attention. It was, and then of course they fired that one driver. They literally terminated one driver because his father in the 70s said the N-word. Fuck, that was a stupid ass time. Like, we're still not out of the water. Yeah, we're still not out of the woods, but like, I mean, you want to make a future generation of people who are going to become Klansmen. I mean, by all means, you etched it in stone there.
Of Junior's career, and he may very well have won the title if all of us weren't so sensitive over a 4-letter word.
So the chase for the championship.
And all because of George Floyd, George of the jungle, strong but he can't breathe. Watch out for that fentanyl.
Is over, and here's how it ended up.
2004 also marked the beginning of NASCAR's chase for the Cup, which eventually morphed into what we now know as the controversial NASCAR playoffs. The 2014-16 incarnation of the playoffs was very likely the most busted and unfair championship format in the history of motorsports. In October 2015, the system would be painfully exposed at where else but Talladega. This era decided to make Talladega a cutoff race for the next round, meaning that some drivers would be forced to do whatever.
Wait, the Americans never got George of the Jungle down there? You're kidding. Like, I know the Brendan Fraser movie existed, but like they didn't get the cartoon. What? How long did that cartoon run for? I thought it was aired in the 2000s. Like George the Jungle to me is like a weird Mandela effect where like it seemed like it was made. Like it seemed like it was made for or like made in the but like it seemed like it was made in like the 2000s, right? The George of the Jungle cartoon. Oh no, dude, Full Art. No, I'm not sure if you're talking about Hercules or George of the Jungle right now, but like, because I don't know about the Hercules one, but I know about George of the Jungle. There was a show in the 2000s. There was a reboot in the 2000s. I'm not kidding. That's what I grew up with. I think a lot of people would know that. Because after the Brendan Fraser movie, they made not Disney, surprisingly, but Cartoon Network, they made a reboot of it on Cartoon Network in the 2000s. Yeah, it's kind of shocking, isn't it? Like it was made. I'm not sure when it was made, but I'm pretty sure it was made after the whole Golden Age Cartoon Network era or Nickelodeon era that like the millennials were like harping on for the longest time. So like it was in this weird interstice of things, and I guess maybe just like my generation kind of just knows it. It's kind of like how Totally Spies is still something like my generation still knows because like it's not something you typically think of, but then we still kind of remember these weird things. Yeah, it was definitely past 2003. Yeah, so you were an adult, like you wouldn't have been watching it. It was of course very immature. It was the 2000s wacky humor. It would have not been like up your alley, but the theme song still stuck.
They could to avoid elimination. On the final restart, Kevin Harvick has a serious mechanical issue. He can barely keep up at pace car speed and is practically guaranteed to get eliminated unless he does something dire. So, with no other conceivable way to save his season, Harvick swerves into the car beside him and causes a 10-car pileup. The caution comes out, seriously? Harvick coasts to the finish line and advances to the next round in quite possibly the worst NASCAR finish in the past decade.
You can hardly blame a guy for doing it. He's either going to make it if he does that and wreck some people going slow, or he's not going to make it if it goes green for 2 laps. But I don't know. It just feels like we kind of lost control on the situation.
You know, look, these championships aren't like winning like Petty and Earnhardt used to win them.
Modern-day NASCAR is always throwing curveballs, and drivers will adapt to do whatever gets them closer to winning. One of the most peculiar changes in superspeedway strategy was the brief rise of tandem drafting. Following the release of NASCAR's Car of Tomorrow, drivers began to realize that the flat-nosed design allowed the cars to lock bumpers at tracks like Talladega and gain an extra boost in speed. The tandem era would truly begin at the 2010 Aaron's 499, a race that saw a record 88 lead changes. By the next season, drivers had mastered the tandem, leading to one of the most unbelievable finishes of all time.
He's got room. They're 3 wide. 3 by 3 to the line. Johnson. Maybe Jimmy Johnson.
In a mad dash to the finish line with 8 cars under a blanket, Jimmy Johnson would edge out the win by 2 1/1000ths of a second, tied for the closest finish in NASCAR history. However, during its brief stint, tandem drafting represented too extreme of a departure from what audiences were used to, and NASCAR would eliminate the strategy in the following season. While tandem drafting was relatively unpopular in its time, many fans today look back on the era fondly. What has never been viewed fondly is the single most despised policy that NASCAR has ever implemented, the yellow line rule.
Kenny, I hate to deliver bad news, but they're telling me that they're going to drop you back to 21st for dropping under the yellow line. I went underneath Sterling, right? I was underneath him. He turned left. What the hell was I going to do? He run me in the yellow line. So I finished 5th today. I know that. So hell, whatever the hell they want to do.
The death of Dale Earnhardt convinced NASCAR to implement a variety of new safety measures. Most of these ended up being extremely beneficial.
The Hans device is definitely probably one of the best ones I've seen so far. I mean, how many... I mean, it's not just with motorsports. Like, I guess maybe with, like, motor performances, i.e. with, like... I guess Nitro Circus. I never really watched it, but Monster Jam especially. Considering the shit they do, they needed to have that Hans device implemented, and that was... I mean, I guess it took a tragedy to make it, but... Yeah, I guess...
But one
I suppose it is one of those things that you just don't really think of until you need it.
change, the yellow line rule, has plagued superspeedway races ever since. In an attempt to reduce the number of accidents, NASCAR started penalizing drivers for passing
I grew up on Monster Jam. That's nostalgia for me, personally.
On the apron of the straightaways, which they now marked as out of bounds with a double yellow line. Despite their good intentions, this...
Like, I went through all the phases of autism, essentially, as a kid, for, like, autistic interests. It was trains, planes, right, ships, monster trucks, race cars, Star Wars. They used to televise it, they don't do it anymore. It's gone kind of underground.
Change was a prime example of NASCAR trying to outsmart the room by adding a needlessly complicated judgment call to what was a self-policing issue.
Here comes Junior, he's got to run. Kenseth tried to close him off. It's going to be borderline, guys. It's going to be borderline.
Boy, I don't know. That was a pass under the line. I don't know what we're going to see here. It would be very unpopular to black flag him.
In 2003, Dale Jr. was not penalized on this pass for the win. 5 years later, Regan Smith would not be so fortunate after he was forced below the line while passing Tony Stewart for the win.
They are saying Tony Stewart has won the race. Tony Stewart is the official winner here at Talladega. They would not allow that pass below the yellow line.
That's what I was going with. I got forced down there, man. I had a nose inside of them, and I could have piled up the whole field, and I guess that would have been a cooler finish. I don't know, but I always got told that the rule is if you get forced down there, then you're the winner of the race.
Even as recently as last year, NASCAR still has seemingly no idea how to actually enforce the rule, as Denny Hamlin went way below the line on this pass for the win and wasn't penalized.
NASCAR has said the 11 is the winner.
Since its inception, countless great moments have been tainted by the perpetual...
I'm starting to wonder if this whole yellow line thing is really just a way to maybe... How they're flip-flopping it so much is not even a sense of, like, bureaucracy. It's more so... Who's gonna sell the most for a photo finish? What's gonna be the, it's media and publicity. It's like how F1 has mandatory rules for how long a tire can last because they want to have a blowout. They want to have things happen. There's more drama, more excitement. The big, either the underdog or the superstar comes out on top. It's just, it feels very much like for show.
Asterisk which the yellow line rule creates. And the worst part is, there's no evidence to suggest that the rule has had any effect on its intended purpose of preventing accidents. If anything, the rule has contributed to an increase in accidents.
Like, that's what kind of killed Formula E in the water. Because, like, there's the electric Formula 1. Is that they had for the while was fan power boost. So making, like, a gimmick of, like, it's like Mario Kart, guys. If the fans cheer for you, your car gets an unlocked extra 100 horsepower from the motor, which is controlled by judges, so you can have a little nitro boost and go faster for a little longer. It's like, this is gimmick bullshit, yeah. That's gay. That's fag shit right there. I'll say it for you. I'll go the mile and say it for you. That's some serious fag shit. Because like that's like both as patronizing and equally as just like that nerdy tech bro was just this will incite more people to come and watch the show, and if maybe we can get some people, the fans, involved a bit more, people will actually like our electric cars, right? Please like it, please.
As it effectively constricts.
I gotta talk to Leaflet maybe about letting me on if I ever get big enough, because I gotta try to outpace her with a nerd voice.
More cars.
The problem is if I go for it for too long, it starts sounding like a New York. The problem is where, yeah, why don't they add also shocks the driver where their car gets locked up? Yeah, that'd be cool. No, that would have been funny, just like, because then immediately the car locks up at like 120 miles per hour, and then just like it'd probably kill the driver. But you know, like the problem is with the nerd voice. If I go too long, I start sounding like a New York Jew, like a stereotypical New York Jew, and yeah, I'm not looking to get my credit score dropped.
Within an error.
See, I'm not even in the full credit score cycle. I'm estimated to be in the 900s. Like I have a business platinum card just from having a good credit score. So I don't want to have that dropped.
For space.
Yeah, I got a great idea for everybody. How about we just get rid of the yellow line rule? Nobody really wants to see the races come down to these type of decisions, and I don't think it's going to crash more cars than we crashed today.
Recent races at Talladega have been about as close as you can get to a demolition derby. It's not uncommon these days.
Actually, a funny story on that note, and because I like to tell these funny personal stories. Yeah, because it also crashes cars because no one wants to be stopped at the line. Exactly. Yeah, because no one wants to be forced down the line, so it causes more wrecks than anything else. But the funny story is, when I was in high school, I was actually friends with this one guy. And when I say friends, like I hung out with him consistently on our lunch breaks. He was a big MMA bear guy, but he was Jewish, and he stereotypically joked how his mother was a lawyer and his father was partial head of one of the local banks. I'm not joking. Like he made the joke himself, and we had all sorts of shenanigans. I could talk about our the great Anne Frank Bush debate of 2018, but that's another story. But he called me, despite me being half German and having sorts of like an edgy humor that would put me in line that the teachers would call you a neo-Nazi or something. Despite me, hanging around this guy and being friends with him and like having like the most diverse group of races outside of the side of the Mississippi, he actively one day he called me the biggest Jew he knew because I got excited over picking up a dime I found on the ground. And then I started playing up the act because then what happened is I played up the act because then next time he asked me, can I borrow like $2 for cafeteria to go get some in the cafeteria? And I said, yeah, sure. And then a day or so later he comes to pay back. I'm like, so there's a 13% interest on this one, and I need you to give me another 20 cents more. Don't shortchange me, please. And he pointed at my nose. I have this very it's a small nose, but not really big nostril, but more like a pointed tip. And he's like, you sure you're not Jewish? And he tapped my nose. I'm like, you sure you're not? It's like, you're trying to screw me, aren't you? And I'm laughing with him. Fuck, I miss high school sometimes. Oh, dude. As what was it? I know the Reddit meme game as it is, but like, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. What did Sundowners say? Kids are cruel, Jack. Right? Yeah. Kids are cruel. Like it's the problem with liberal schools, especially, is like they would take a kid's side for like everything, despite them being extensively in the wrong if they had some sort of like racial or sex or some sort of like card to them that they could play. But like it also makes you also need to be a little more tougher to deal with it, because then you have like roving gangs and stuff, and sometimes race wars would break out. But when you have like just when you go fisticuffs with it, or just kind of go balls to the walls, you have to kind of laugh at it. So you being like a misfits pile, being called a racist despite your friends being from parts of Africa or the Philippines or, South America, or you have like guys who are Jewish descent hanging around with like German imperialists who like one of the guys I was friends with was like a wannabe imperialist who then after school went off the deep end apparently and is now dating a tranny, I think. Like it's wild.
For a race to end with less than a dozen cars limping across the finish line. Over the past 2 decades, NASCAR has made incredible
Shut up, Porky. You're gonna be like, what? Like, I like ham loser.
strides in safety, an unintended consequence of which was ushered.
You know what, I'm probably going to delist the stream on YouTube and like hide the VOD on Kick. I'm not gonna let this one sit around.
Bring in a new generation of drivers who no longer fear accidents. Back in the day, drivers were forced to use restraint on the track because
not you, no, me just yapping away because I'm like, this is stuff I don't think Kershaw would talk about our childhood about.
Consequence of wrecking would be potentially inflicting serious injury on yourself or others. Today, drivers are mostly free to take unthinkable risks on track and walk away from any mayhem completely unharmed. Twice a year now, drivers start a race at Talladega knowing that they most likely won't make it to the finish.
Sorry we couldn't crash more cars today. We didn't fill the quota for today for Talladega and NASCAR. If we haven't crashed at least 50% of the field by the end of the race, we need to extend the race till we at least crash 50% of the cars.
This is Talladega, and this is the Talladega curse. All the way back in 1969, we didn't just construct a racetrack. We constructed a monument to mankind's arrogance. We created something that we can never truly conquer, so that we can spend eternity chasing our endless desire for more. No matter how fast we follow them, all roads at Talladega eventually lead to destruction, misfortune, and controversy. The state of Alabama carries with it a hauntingly somber...
I demand 15 to... Oh, for fuck's sake. Wasn't this one framed too? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Past. It has been the epicenter of some of the most unforgivable sins that we as a nation...
Yeah, that was fraud. Oh, God. Hang on, I gotta get on. Fuck, I have a PNG model. I keep forgetting this. I'm not 2D. I can't get on my knees and put my fist up and kiss the ground and say I'm so sorry for party rocking.
...have ever committed. A history that's stained as red as the clay on which it all lies. And unlike clay, the mistakes of our past will never wash out. They follow us as painful echoes from a faraway
The mistakes of our past will never wash out. I liked M. Blemon with his poker video, but like, dude, seriously. Like, I get it sounds metaphorical and deep and all that shit, but like, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. He's tying it into how Talladega's cursed because he used to belong to the Muskogee Indian tribe, and long story short, natives and American history and colonialism, and I guess to a degree it does make sense partially if you want to make a tantalizing story, but dude, don't worry about the mod comments. I don't care. It's Twitch, it's Kick's auto mod. I'm not gonna time you out. The way I roll here is like if you know ER, E semicolon R, how he does his streams, it's kind of like a game of just like letting loose. Like I quite frankly don't care. Like I don't care. I get if it was like Streamlabs, like they'd be uppity about someone like donating slurs. Maybe they could. I don't know. Like here's the thing. Like I'm not one to be concerned about bans, personally. Like I'm not one to really care about bans. The only reason I might like hide the VOD, it's just like because I'm saying a lot of personal stuff, right? Not terribly stuff that would dox me, but just like, you know, when I have like a journalist story for me down, you know, a year or two down the line, right? But quite frankly, dude, I don't really care about bans because this groveling you want to do to companies, like, oh, I'm so sorry, I said something mean, like, I'm really sorry, please unban me. I'll be better. Like, it doesn't do anything. Every day we're reminded that bans are a joke. Like, what, that one Chinese? I used a far worse word for what I called her on Twitter. She gets a 1 week suspension for sexually assaulting a guy, and you still got Tectone, who had months because he called a couple girls whores and one girl fat, even though it was they literally whore themselves out online. And Frogan is, that's being, to call Frogan fat is an understatement. Right? It's just, it doesn't mean anything personally to me. It's not my livelihood right now, and if it ever is, even then, I'd still be aloof about it, because, there's 101 streaming sites. I watched the Almighty Lolly. If you don't know, you probably don't know who he is. He did the massive Berserk video that went, a couple million views before I got taken up by YouTube. The Almighty Lolly is, I've watched him for years, and he's kind of toned it down because he's now sponsored by Gamer Subs, but him and his friend Shota, because Shaq called him Shota, because what do you call him? I don't know, he didn't get canceled. Lolly didn't get canceled, no. He's just, his video got taken down because music copyright issues. He used his real music. It was to make the manga a lot more intriguing. But anyway, Lolly's streams were always buck wild. He was saying stuff and that's why I loved him. That's why I liked watching him. And I still kind of watch him here and there. I'm more busy with life now. It's just, he's definitely had to tone it down because he's now sponsored by Gamer Subs, and he also, he'll still let a few things slip through personally, because, he doesn't care either, but, I take his advice. It's just, yeah. I like my little bubble, but personally, I don't care if I get banned, because I'll just go to another site till the ban's over. Yeah, no. I mean, I can even tell you, all those, even the soy men that will cancel you, they say shit behind closed doors too. How many trannies and troons are out there canceling people especially if they're all gynophilias that are men going to cosplay as a woman? How many of them are saying the N-word unironically and not even in joking manners, are just full blown dropping lines on the chat on the so-called down low and hundreds of times. It's no one, it's just, that side will come out when you're having fun or chilling.
Time that's somehow still too close to us. We can never unhear them, but maybe if we get enough race cars together in one place, we can drown them out, even if it's just for a few hours at a time.
The Southern writer, William Faulkner, once put it, "Between grief and nothing, I will take grief."
People always ask me why.
Listen, maybe pandering with the whole Indians story about the American Indian, but you know what? I can appreciate a good literary reference in there. I can always appreciate a good literary reference. I'm a book nerd, and I personally like it.
Why I watch NASCAR, why I enjoy something riddled with so many imperfections. And to that, I simply answer that we can design the perfect race car, but we can never design the perfect driver. Talladega may not be the greatest display of racing, but it is the greatest display of humanity. It's a racetrack where speed, skill, and machinery no longer matter. It's a venue that only seems to grow more prosperous through its legacy of disaster. It's a battleground where the mistakes of the few are destined to end the journeys of the many. The only place in all of racing that produces no winners, only survivors.
I think Kyle's trying to cross the start-finish line, don't you think?
Yeah, I believe he is.
He wants to finish.
He's going to do it.
There it is. All right.
You go this far, you don't want to be one lap short.
Every year on NASCAR's schedule, there are 2 dates that I never forget to tune in, when America's greatest drivers are confronted with the one track they fear most. In the land that America's native people once called home, 40 race cars are cursed to reenact their story.
That must be at least 30 cars in that wreck. God help all of them because there's no place to go.
The Seminole bided their time in the Everglades for more than 100 years. They emerged in an America that had grown rich off the lands they had claimed long ago. An America that was now looking to move on from its centuries-long conquest. In 1957, the Seminole tribe was granted federal recognition by the U.S. government, extending them special privileges as a sovereign jurisdiction. By the 1970s, the Seminole had begun
White man take land. Quick, son, build casino. Quick, quick.
using these privileges to host high-stakes bingo halls, which would go on to be the very first Indian casinos.
Oh shit, really?
While most of the Seminole tribe gradually integrated into modern society,
Hey, you know what? Say what you will, respect the hustle, honestly.
a small part would continue their traditional way of life in the Everglades. This group would go on to form a new tribe, known as the Miccosukee. In 2002, the Miccosukee tribe was looking to advertise their new casino and turn to the world of NASCAR. 7 years later, the Miccosukee car would be the centerpiece of the most unbelievable moment in Talladega history. It's April 26, 2009. Americans are reeling from the struggles of the Great Recession. And on this Sunday afternoon, a few of them turn on the NASCAR Cup Series race at Talladega, hoping to witness something incredible. In this race, they see big pileups, close racing, and bizarre oddities that only Talladega can seem to produce. With just 2 laps left, the audience sees something truly unprecedented. The 99 car of Carl Edwards rockets into the lead and starts pulling away from the pack. He's being pushed by a car no one has paid any mind to all day, the Miccosukee car, driven by rookie Brad Keselowski. After 7 years in the sport, the Miccosukee team has never won a Cup Series race. Their best opportunity to do so is now resting on the shoulders of a driver making just his 5th career start. Going into today, there's such long shots to win that odds makers didn't even bother listing them. However, with just 1 lap to go, the Miccosukee car has just one driver standing in its way of glory. The tandem are pursued by the Army and National Guard cars, but they're not going to catch him. Keselowski pushes Edwards to the home stretch. He looks high, then he looks low, as Edwards swerves down to block. Keselowski is forced all the way down to the double yellow line. He thinks about what happened to Regan Smith the year prior. He knows that if he goes below that line, it's game over. The Miccosukee car has been forced as far down as it can possibly run. It can go no further. It has been given no choice but to stand its ground.
Can Keselowski try to win it?
I don't think he can step out.
Okay, despite all the story of like, you know, the side tangents, I guess once again, it does play poetically into this whole story. I guess if you can, it can be interwoven, maybe less preachy, but definitely, lay it out as flat as you can. I suppose it can be interwoven into making a good play into it. It took time, and yes, it did feel preachy, but it took its time, and I guess maybe the cream has finally risen to the top through the boil.
Until he waits till the last.
Goes to the outside. Is Edwards going? Oh, no! He turns it. No!
Oh, and that destroyed the front end of Newman's car.
No!
Edwards will not make it to the flag.
Oh, Brad Keselowski won this race.
Carl Edwards' car destroyed.
Not sure where Carl's going. Maybe he thinks if he runs across the start-finish line, that'll count.
That's what he's doing.
I want to finish the race.
And he did,
yes,
to
he
a
did.
standing ovation from the crowd. Shades of Ricky Bobby.
The funny thing about NASCAR is that if you watch long enough, everything always comes full circle.
That was an awesome video. She Rusty Cage too. I forgot, yeah, because they used to, didn't Emp and Rusty used to do a podcast back in the day with Mumkey? That's where short-lived. It was called, I think it was Downward Spiral Podcast. Yeah, apparently they did. It was, huh. if I'm going to continue on for tonight. I don't know how you're feeling. What I do want to do is take a tinkle, because I need to use the little mechanics room. Oh. 2 followers, yeah. I'm surprised I haven't, I'm surprised we're still here, but, yeah. That's fine, I need a refill. You pulling an all-nighter, too? Anyway, I'm gonna go for a tinkle. I'm gonna give you my little intermission screen. I hope you enjoy some, Vaporwave.
And there's no places we can go for better. Even if you think we're fun, I can feel the leg on all the street, baby. Even if you kiss me straight, I can take it any longer. It's like a beating on love, faster and faster. Oh yeah, I know you need time, but you go breaking my heart deeper and deeper. I don't want to wait for you anymore. It's like a beating on love, faster and faster. Oh yeah, I know you need time, but you go breaking my heart deeper and deeper. I don't want to wait for you anymore. Oh.
And I am now back, alive. Took a leak. So, what shall we do today now? I think we're gonna do one more video. I'm gonna have a sleepy. I was gonna watch Dogfights, the Aerial History Channel, but I think we're gonna watch the Count Dankula video. I want to do one on. I want to see what Count Dankula has for his selections. I want to definitely watch one of his videos. There's a few I haven't seen. I'm gonna look. Some Dankula. Some Dankula. What do we do? Cause we go through all these. The Man Who Fought the War on Meth. That sounds like a good one. I think I know it's one Finnish soldier, right? The one guy who was zoinked out on so much meth. Let's see this. He covered this? Okay, I guess he did cover it. And whoop, we're live. I don't know if it was donor operator who covered this.
As a libertarian, it might shock you when I say drugs are bad. I myself don't do any drugs.
You know, I used to call myself libertarian too. And then I realized how many of them were not for true libertarian economics. And it's all just, dude, weed, bro, I want to jerk off and smoke weed. What do you mean I gotta do personal responsibility? No, I want the government to pay for my stuff, man. Libertarianism is so cool, right, bro? So fucking righteous, yeah. But no, I think it should be like universal income. Yeah, no, they're outright anarchist communists. It's just libertarians are far more. It was a pill it was something they could use to guise and hide themselves underneath. And that's when you start getting into the sex pest that came into libertarianism, and that was just like, ugh. That's a problem. I don't want to deal with the sex pest.
But obviously, your body, your choice, and all that. What right do I have to tell you to lay
my tax money, my choice? That's what I say. Just in regards
off the devil's cabbage?
Yeah, fair enough.
But while there is a lot to be said for the pretty colours, mellow vibes, stirred eyes, empty fridges, and awkward conversations about how you were baked and you forgot to let the dog in last night, never mind. It's winter. He's dead now.
What? That sounds way too specific to be actually just a bit right there, Dank. You want to confess to something?
There is an entire class of drugs that, if abused, can lead to some pretty devastating consequences.
Sure. Which makes them perfect for warfare. There was one great book, though. What was it called? So, To Be Free in an Unfree World. That was a great libertarian book. I couldn't tell you. I need to pick up on this. Like, I read a lot of books, as a lot of people proclaim they have. But sometimes when I got into my stint of reading full-blown literature, sometimes I get myself into a book I shouldn't really get into and then become deterred from reading it. Whether it be political science or whether it would actually be a novel. I think one of the most brutal ones I had to sit through was reading Finnegan's Wake. Because there's modernist literature, which is Ulysses, which, same author. But Finnegan's Wake was such a clusterfuck. Oh god, I know. It was meant to basically screw around with the literature. It was modernist literature. It was made to screw around with those who were reading it. But I fell for the meme of, this will make me more sophisticated. I read Finnegan's Wake. No, it did not. Honestly, my favorite books are typically first-hand autobiographies. That's an oxymoron. That's an oxymoron. Oxymoron? No, that's a double entendre. That's just me being repetitive. I'm at a loss. I do like Generation Kill. But one of my favorite books of all time is the Seven Pillars of Wisdom by Lawrence of Arabia. I miss good sci-fi. Women ruined it. Yeah, since they edited it. Yeah, sci-fi was ruined by women, unfortunately. Remember, women's literature is thing plus sex. It's not sci-fi. It's sci-fi sex. It's sexy sci-fi. It's spicy sci-fi. To be fair, James Cameron may try to make me feel bad and try to do Dances with Wolves, but I'm fucking the Amazonian cat lady. I don't care what you say. My Navi wife will be working as my little bed wench.
Everyone likes to focus on the fighter planes
Anne McCarthy.
and tanks.
I have read Anne McCarthy. Some of her work. Actually, I haven't. No, never mind. Sorry, different author I'm thinking of. I've heard she's good. Not denying there are decent female writers and authors out there. I mean, that's a given. Good lord. I know it's basic bitch when it comes to horror, but like Mary Shelley, crazy woman, but Frankenstein is still a classic. I mean, I want to see the new one, the new adaptation of Frankenstein, because I really enjoyed the novel. I feel like it should be done justice.
A lot of research that took place during World War II involved stimulants. And since this was one of the most horrific wars in human history, desperate times called for desperate measures. And the Boffins turned to something a little bit more potent in their quest to create the perfect super soldier. Today's Mad Lad is the logical conclusion of that research. After receiving an edge that would make him a legend, he answered the age-old burning question.
That is,
what happens when you take an absolute unit, put him into one of the deadliest situations imaginable, and then fill him to the brim with meth?
Yes. See, there's a problem. Not the meth problem, no. How the hell can we recreate this? Because the drug, I mean, opioid, crack epidemic, like, it's been a problem, but why don't we have a true meth epidemic? Like I could not tell you when it was an actual nationwide, not just regional, a true meth epidemic. You get high testosterone men, and we just go off into a new planet, and we just conquer it by nightfall. If it moves, we fuck it. If it can scream, we kill it. That is how we win and conquer the universe. That is how humanity will become the indomitable spirit. That is the indomitable human spirit. We just need to tap into it by using methamphetamines. Bring out the Cranston rocks.
You get Corporal Aimo Koivunen.
Oh, no. You don't know about the Japanese with their drug. Like, oh, no. It's under wraps. But they're living the 80s life still to this day. You catch my
Please leave a like and a comment on this video because it really helps me in the algorithm. But before we get started, we have a new sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a new app and website that lets you see how breaking news is covered across the political spectrum in one place. With just a swipe or a click, you can quickly compare articles from thousands of publications around the world and see the ownership and factuality of those sources. A feature that I find particularly interesting is the blind spot feed, which allows you to see news that you might have missed by showing you articles that have little coverage on either the left or...
Sorry, I'm not sure if they're doing what Wall Street does and where they're cutting it with other stuff, with other substances, but I know the booger sugar trade is still a big thing in the Japanese white-collar industry.
The right. Ground News is a great way to save time and stay fully informed on issues around the world by giving you all the news...
That might... No, I'm not going to say that. Because I know Tenma just hopped up on coffee half the time. No, dude, drugs are everywhere. It's just they don't have a problem with the homeless. I guess maybe they sweep them away, or they whip you back into shape. When your whole culture is basically based around your work ethic, like it's a monoculture on that method. Even the delinquents still have a high work ethic. You don't really see the dropout dregs that suck at the teat of welfare.
News you could want in one place, and also have some awareness of where, who, and how trustworthy the sources are that you get the information from. The way it compares both right, centre, and left-wing articles is the most neutral way to deal with the chaos that is today's news media.
See, the thing is with Count Dankula is I've seen some of his videos where he's just had fun with his ads, but like sometimes he just, like with these ones, maybe it's just because Ground News told him to be straightforward with it, and like, we won't pay you unless if you act out of pocket, like unlike those other ones. I don't know. It's just like you can see like Dank's just trying to like shuck it, but like he doesn't like I know Dankula, like I know it's all money, like cash rules everything around me, but cream, but I know Dank admits that he doesn't like doing ads. He doesn't, for products he doesn't really believe in, and if it's based off this, he just doesn't really like. Ground News is just kind of like, eh.
So if you want to stay fully informed on breaking news as it's happening around the world, and you want to know where your news is coming from, then click the link in the description or go to ground.news/CountDankula. Subscribe before December the 23rd.
See, that's the way it works for Shoe on Head whenever she does an ad read, because like I'm not going to do a shoot and head react because that's just like a meta for VTubers. I'm going to be a hipster and not do that because, you know, it's just what all the VTubers are doing. But like with Shu, she doesn't need to worry about making jokes and videos. She's not funny at all. So I mean, it goes in hand with it.
And get 35% off of unlimited access. New sponsor. Show them some love and support my channel. Click the link. Performance enhancers are nothing new in military context because alcohol and caffeine have long been staples of supply packs for their effect on soldiers.
Would Seth's ground news tie into the fact that he uses a... I would love to see him using ground news to show how the media portrays his avatar, because doesn't he use like an African war criminal for an avatar, like for his like stand-in for himself? So like, yeah, isn't it Coney he uses? So like if he was like, here's what the media's reporting on Coney, or here's how the media perceives. Yeah, talk about London crime, perfect. Yeah.
Morale and energy levels. But what might surprise you is that narcotics were also issued fairly liberally in the early 20th century. After all, this was a time when your kids' fizzy drinks contained literal cocaine, and the easiest solution to your wife being depressed was for her to just do heroin about it, which she could get over the counter in any pharmacy. I would like to take this time to thank Big Pharma. Without them, Trainspotting would never have happened.
Honest to God, none of the drug PSAs I saw in school, not just high school, but like elementary school, did anything for me. What kept me away from any substances? Trainspotting. I saw it way too young. Possibly way too young, but it hits you. Trainspotting really hits you. It's funny. It can be funny at sometimes, but it is incredibly depressing. And number two, mixed feelings on some parts of it, but it is a really good movie, and it equally is as sombering reminder of some things never change. Yeah. And also, Trainspotting also gave rise to one of my favorite electronic groups, in Underworld. Because their song Born Slippy was used as the outro for the movie. And that gave rise to their popularity and would allow them to continue on making some of their best work later on.
While both sides made very liberal use of...
Yeah, the poo scene was that was depressing. I know the OD scene's very famous. It was the sinking carpet. It was really, really perfectly shot. Yeah, no, yeah, it's great how they're still touring too. I think their album 100 Days Off is about as old as I am, actually. Sorry to age you there, but like it's one of my favorite albums, and it's about as old as I am, actually. Yeah, they're 60, like, oh shit, yeah, they are 60. They look like school teachers. The funny thing is that 2 months off actually goes in beat and in hand, has been mashed up and remixed a million times and over with the Japanese J-pop group Perfume's song Polyrhythm. And it's horrifying how well it works.
Amphetamines during the war, it was the Germans that made the most prolific use of them, and a load of other weird and wonderful concoctions.
Of course they did.
Now, Nazi medicine is an entire rabbit hole in and of itself, and Theodore Morell deserves an entire video for blessing us with that amazing footage of Hitler tweaking out of his fucking gourd at the Olympics. But
he's seeing Agartha. He's going home. He is seeing a young black man singing his praise 80 years later.
If we get into Hitler's medicine cabinet, we'll be here all day, so let's just focus on the frontline prescriptions. The Nazis experimented with a whole host of substances, such as cocaine, meth, and whatever the fuck else the Führer was shooting up that day to help mitigate the physical and mental toll of warfare on their soldiers. One such result was D-IX, which was a combination of meth, cocaine, and oxycodone. But the most notable problem...
Is that what killed... No. Is that what killed Carrie Fisher? It's like, because holy shit. That was a cocktail.
Product was Pervitin, which was patented in 1937 by a German pharmaceutical company named Temmler.
Yeah, no, yeah, Fent just makes you into a zombie. Like, it completely shuts you down. Like, because it isn't Fent like a depressant, meanwhile meth is a stimulant. Right? So, like, it's kind of like how cocaine versus alcohol, or cocaine versus a hallucinogenic, like, no, not really hallucinogenic, like, kind of like cocaine versus marijuana, where it's like, or like high-dose THC, where one's a depressant, like, it completely will just nullify you and kind of fry your brain a bit, depending on how much you're taking. And the other one will just keep you going for hours.
Since it was created as an over-the-counter energy supplement and cure for depression, Pervitin was initially tested on the second most tired and depressed demographic in the world. College students.
Of course.
And it was so successful that a German doctor had the bright idea of giving it to the most tired and depressed demographic.
Blue-collar workers.
Soldiers.
Oh, that too. I mean, technically, tomato. I mean, to be fair, I think the words of, not Ray Pearson, what's his, Brad Iceman Colbert from Generation Kill, as he said, and it was recorded in the actual novel. Don't kid yourself, we're not soldiers, we're just skilled trades workers. That's how he called them, that's what they called themselves. Like, we're not doing anything for glory out here. We're just skilled labor.
Well, it became an instant hit. The energy that a single Pervitin pill provided was enough to keep Jerry marching all through the night, with no need for sleep, or even food for that matter, because Pervitin was very good at suppressing appetites.
Same with caffeine. I hope to God that either A, I do get a GamerStop like if I get big enough. I always say this, if I get big enough, it sounds very corporatized. What I'm saying, it's like a sellout already. I'm already really sellout, bro. I mean, who would totally do that? As I hold up my GamerStop's tub here, but like I take the max amount per day just to like keep myself going at high, like just to have the output to do all the stuff I do. And I can say this much: yeah, caffeine. Like that's what I'm getting at. Caffeine is a stupidly good appetite suppressant. Like, you can't go out there and say, oh, you should use this supplement for a diet, but it's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of the guys who say they're losing weight from GamerSubs from cutting out soda is not really the fact they just cut out soda. I'm pretty sure half of the weight loss is from the fact that they're suppressing their appetites. Which is okay, I guess, if you're morbidly obese, but like, yeah.
The energy boost that it provided was so effective that it promised practically unlimited power at an even lower price than a cup of coffee. Pervitin was so successful that in April of 1940, the Germans issued a stimulant decree, and the front lines became inner cities as 35 million pows flooded the soldiers' ration packs, where they were essentially used like sensu beans. If a soldier was tired from battle, all he had to do was take 1 or 2 pills for a second wind. It was almost perfect, except for the fact that Pervitin was meth. Like, literally. Like, Pervitin was just literally raw meth.
Nice.
Also, if you are anything like me and you like to spend some evenings unwinding by watching Steve MRE's ration unboxing videos...
Nice. Nice. I love Steve. I really, really love Steve. I love his work. He's phenomenal. I will say one thing though. I still find it hilarious that this man consumed hardtack from the Civil War. This man consumed First World War and Boer War bully beef. This man consumed 1940s rations, and including German chocolate. And the thing that sends him into the hospital for months on end is a brand new Chinese People's Liberation Army MRE. God bless you, Space Cowboy. God bless you. And my favorite video of his, because unironically, the MRE I would love to try, of all the MREs he's tried, was the Norwegian ration with the reindeer casserole with lingonberries. Because I want to know what that tastes like. Because, man, for an MRE, that looked appetizing. Listen, say what you want about Scandinavian countries and how far they've fallen off. They know how to get down with grub, honestly. Hearty, good old, just winter grub. Man, I could get down with that. Save your cultured spices and your delectable chipotle and all that shit. I want to have some of that MRE grub. I'm telling you that much. I would love just to trade with have that. They have liver pate spread. Apparently, it's like a nice fatty, like a sweet butter. It tastes like it. It's supposedly really good.
While absolutely not smoking the devil's cabbage, you will know that Pervitin made the ration collecting.
Maybe I gotta talk to Banana Juju because I know she's Swedish. I gotta ask her if she can like funnel some shit over. With that lingonberry jam, that sounds great. I wish I could do the real red potatoes instead of mashed ones. Yeah, that would definitely be great for that. But like I would totally like to do an ad at Banana Juju and say, hey, send me some of like Swedish like food, like not like the corny, ooh, here's some gross stuff like, surstrumming, or here's some like this, like this the quirky snacks. No, like send me some actual, like, convince some of the guys in the army to send me some MREs or some shit like that, because I want to try it. I want to try the food.
Hobby a little bit dodgy.
Swedish chocolates, I don't know if they're good or not.
Because if you buy an old World War II ration, you need to be careful because there might be some literal meth inside it. And I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but buying, selling, and possessing meth is a crime. So ration collectors need to be a little bit careful. So the soldiers were...
Oh, no, I said Swedish chocolate. I was talking about, because Banana Juju is Swedish. I want to get some of like, Scandinavian, Norwegian, or, Nordic or Scandinavian delicacies. I've had Swiss chocolate before. It's all right. It's not really, I don't know. Yeah, don't worry about it, man.
They are all on meth. Now, we're going to unpack why that was a little bit of a problem later on, but I don't think I need to spell out why getting an entire army hooked on meth might have not been the brightest idea. However, it undeniably worked wonders, with one commander's report reading, "Everyone was fresh and cheerful."
I forgot about this. Like, you look at some of these guys, like, the thing is, with the First World War, it wasn't as common, because once again, this was developed interwar, a lot of these stimulants. In the First World War, you would see the 1,000-yard stare. The one I think the most of is this one German soldier who is staring right past the camera, and he's just holding his Mauser over his shoulder, and he's staring, young guy, but like just 1,000-yard stare. That's not 1,000-yard stare. He is zonked. He's zoinked. He's gone.
Slight euphoria and increased thirst for action. Mental encouragement, very stimulated, no accidents. Long-lasting effect. This is like a German Nazis report, but it sounds like one of those drug adverts you get in America. Have you seen American drug adverts? Jesus fucking Christ. But
yeah. Look how small. Yeah, his pupils are dilated in. Oh my god. You know what? I will say this about you're about the American adverts, right? Because like I guess Leafland ones are no different. They're practically the same thing, but I will say, when we get TV from across the border, like when I was sick and I have to listen to it, the best advertisement, the most obnoxious ones were always, the car commercial ones, or factory outlets, or the lawyer ones. My favorite one is my favorite one personally is the Empire and the Empire jingle. You know the 1-800-588-2300 Empire today. That one I love. Yeah, the I love fridges guy. I know that one too. I love refrigerators. I love that one's just freaking. I know a majority of them because like they kept changing over the years, but they realized that one jingle was gonna work. I guess maybe the today end thunk worked best, but like for wood floors or he just had a good soothing voice to him. That was perfect. I don't know why I'm getting so nostalgic over advertisements like that, but that jingle puts me to sleep. It's nice.
Anyway, as you are about to see, Pervitin worked almost a little bit too well. Enter our boy, Aimo Koivunen, who was fighting the good fight against the Soviets in the Continuation War. We've discussed the Finnish war effort enough times by now that I'm sure you get the gist. Guerrilla warfare, German backing, skis, the most furious snowmen you've ever seen.
You gotta remember when the Soviets came a knocking. With the First World War, it was a bit more. You would see a lot of guys who would get in there who were too young, right? Second World War, there was more pressure from the public to prevent, even during the draft or enlistment, to prevent underage guys from getting in. Because once after the First World War, many people realized just what the hell was about to go on in the Second World War. That's why the whole women humiliating guys who didn't sign up with the white feather completely ground to a complete halt, because it was a matter of, oh, they're going to a meat grinder. But with the thing with the Europeans is, they still went for young guys because, especially when it came to like inter-war areas, like whether it be the Germans or the Finns or the Soviets, if you could reasonably were old enough to pick up a gun, they were gonna throw you in there. Young men too. I could talk about my grandfather's tales, but I don't want to. That's more personal. I'm refraining from saying any more about that. But there was many cases of getting underfed boys to cross-dress so they could blend in as girls and not be drafted when they reached the age of draftee to save them. That was a small practice done. I know it sounds mean, but whenever a few months ago I heard about the story of Rose the River, I never laughed so hard in my life. What was the story again? Maybe we can say it for another time, actually. Yeah, they're doing that today, even.
Etc. Watch the Laurie Torney video if you need a refresher. On the 18th of March 1944, Aimo was on his third day of a ski patrol deep behind enemy lines, just south of Murmansk, when he and his unit were ambushed by the Soviets. What happened next was a microcosm in the war as a whole. After putting up one hell of a firefight, the Finns were ultimately surrounded, and unfortunately, they were forced to give up and retreat, with Aimo only just managing to lead an escape. Now, this was day 3 of a long patrol, so the unit were already running on fumes. But skiing like his life depended on it.
Okay, so Rose the Riveter, a feminist icon, with the painting. Well, I would say for the time it wasn't a feminist iconic thing. It was just to invigorate women to work. But then again, people don't realize that in that sense of the workforce of riveting and on the welders line and the factory lines, they really overhyped up the women working, because there was a lot of older guys that were still behind who also had essential jobs in these already munitions factories, not just munitions factories, but like any factories that could be turned into, from plowshares to munitions, they were essentially considered essential, so they could not be drafted or enlisted. So they'd be serving at the home front. Same with welders, people who had certain skilled trades that we could offer to build stuff. But I find it funny that the model for Rosie quit, and became a housewife, because I'm pretty sure if she was working with her husband on the line, then it's like, yeah, it obviously wouldn't be for her, so just get her to do the post. She looked pretty enough for it, and it would incentivize women to do that, and that was it. I guess people really forget that they've overplayed the women's role in the workforce during the wars. I can tell you about my history class up here in Leafland with the feminists and socialists, how we spent more time focusing on how great it was for women's rights because women had government-covered daycare while they were working in the factories. We're not going to talk about the men dying on the front lines, though. That doesn't matter. But they had daycare, and how terrible it was after the war. They had to go back to being housewives. Oh, no.
For hours, really took...
And abortion was a crime with severe penalties.
Took a toll on Imo because he had the added task, because he was in front, of cutting a path through the knee-deep snow for the rest of his unit. Soon enough, fatigue set in, and Imo found himself beginning to fall behind, which he couldn't afford because the Soviets were still hot on the Finns' heels. Imo began to panic because he desperately needed an energy boost, and as luck would have it, he was in charge of his unit's Pervitin supply, which was one of the perks of the Finnish alliance with Germany. He'd actually been put in charge of carrying the supply because he hated the idea of taking these pills. So they were all given to him since he could be trusted not to dip into the supply for a little bit of a buzz.
Of course.
However, despite hating the idea of taking these pills, the need was dire.
Yeah.
So he reluctantly reached into his pocket and took the bottle out. But try as he might, he just couldn't get a pill out. The darkness, his thick mittens, and the fact that he couldn't stop skiing meant that Imo didn't have the dexterity required to fish just a single pill out of the bottle. In a fit of desperation, Imo did something that had never been tried in the heat of battle before. He just tipped the bottle into his hand and swallowed whatever landed there.
We all make mistakes in the heat of passion, Jimbo.
Naturally, this meant that Imo would OD a little bit. But under the circumstances, taking 1 or 2 extra pills isn't too bad, is it? Well, Imo had gotten a little bit carried away. Because it was dark, he couldn't see exactly how much meth he had emptied into his hand. It turned out it was all of it. It was the entire fucking bottle. And he took them.
Uh-oh.
He just shoved all of the meth into his mouth.
Oh, no.
He took all of the meth. He consumed an entire unit's worth of meth in 1 dose. He had enough meth inside him to turn 30 men into Trevor Phillips. And he took all of it. He took all the meth. To say that Imo overdosed is a little bit like saying that Amy Winehouse enjoyed a glass of wine before bed.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That shit-eating grin on his face. What kind of fuckery is this? You made me Mr. Slickman. I'm gonna replay that was good.
Took all of it. He took all the meth. To say that Imo overdosed is a little bit like saying that Amy Winehouse enjoyed a glass of wine before bed.
The fucking... the lidded... This is why I love Dankula. Like, even that shit-eating smirk and the lidded eyes as he just lays... He's got seriously good delivery. I know he does stand-up comedy, but fuck.
The burst of energy that this unholy amount of meth had given Imo basically turned him into a Super Saiyan and gave him the strength he needed to lead his men at a much faster pace than ever. Imo was moving so quickly that the Soviets just could not keep up with his unit, and soon they lost them.
Of course they did.
But there was just one other little teeny tiny problem. Imo was going so fast that his own unit couldn't keep up with him.
Oh no.
They just had to sit there and watch. They were probably shouting on him and everything. Imo, where the fuck are you going? As this little dot going at 30 miles an hour through the snow, full of fucking meth, just vanished over the horizon. Soon, Imo found that his vision was starting to blur, and because he took enough meth to kill a fucking horse, he eventually went delirious and blacked out.
Okay, hear me out. Right? Tomoe has the army, right? We got a whole military of Umas. Leaflet has done her Uma military girl. Hear me out. We give Umas carrots laced with methamphetamine, with Pervitins. What do you think would happen with something like Phenomeno or Gold Chip jacked up on Pervitin? I know IRL, they're brothers, and in the game they're sisters, but imagine someone as stern as Phenomeno, or someone as just ballistically chaotic as Gold Chip, and you jack them up with Pervitin. And you give them a Mosin Nagant or a Mauser Giewer, and you just send them out into the middle of Arabia. What happens? Call Raytheon. I got an idea.
Now, this is normally where I would tell you that Imo's heart gave out, but the path that he cut through the snow allowed his comrades to ski to safety, living to fight another day thanks to Imo's heroic sacrifice, because Imo really should have died right then and there. But, despite all of the odds, Imo woke up the next day. Alive. He had survived. He was the highest any human being had ever been in the history of mankind, but he was alive. But there was just one other little tiny problem. His comrades were nowhere to be found.
Oh no.
And Imo was also nowhere to be found, because it turned out that even though he had blacked out, it was just his brain that had stopped.
What?
His body had not. And he had just kept skiing while he was black.
I don't want to say the phrase sleepwalking. So, was this like a form of sleep paralysis? He enter like a pseudo sleep paralysis, or like an inverse of sleep paralysis? Yeah, it was kind of like. Oh my god! What the hell? The monkey brain was just operating on its own accord. Oh my god. That's incredible. That's actively incredible.
So he literally wasn't out of the woods just yet, because he was completely alone in the middle of a forest 62 miles away from where he first started. And he had absolutely no fucking idea where he was, because he got there during a meth blackout that he couldn't remember. And as if that wasn't bad enough.
And that's the thing too with the adrenaline. You're right, that is adrenaline, that it caused him to do this. But my thing is, if he was blacked out and his whole frontal cortex shut off, what was steering him from hitting trees? Because they're in the woods. What took over? That's the question. What took over?
He was stuck out there with nothing but his empty rifle, some water, and the clothes on his back. Imo's luck was so bad
that you know
what
they say about the ego, the super ego, and the id? As like in literary theory? What if he was just completely operating off the id? Going completely back to the most baseline animalistic behavior? No shit. That's incredible.
Managed to wake up to a nightmare. He was stuck in the middle of a frigid wasteland with temperatures of minus 20 degrees centigrade with no supplies and absolutely no chance of backup. And as if that wasn't enough, he was still being pursued by the Soviets. The situation seemed hopeless. Imo was standing alone against not just the Soviets, but also the elements themselves, which was too much for any one man to handle. Anyone else in Imo's situation would have given up and surrendered themselves to fate. However, Imo was unlike anyone else. Fate had bestowed upon him a raw power that no man was ever meant to wield. There was nothing more than divine providence keeping Imo alive as he teetered on the edge of the analog version of cyberpsychosis, so he decided to ride that edge all the way home. Sure, he probably wasn't going to make it. Any second he could succumb to meth-induced delirium, or his heart could just fucking explode from the strain, but even just trying would still be better than just waiting.
Like, this is, like, to me, this is like taking a base engine, 1.4 liter Ecotec turbo, and then grabbing... No, not even that. No, because that'd fail outright. This is like taking a Honda D15, right? And slapping a Garrett GTX 376 RT turbocharger and running it at full boost. Just on its stock internals. Somehow, by some miracle of God, it hasn't popped.
To die at the hands of the Soviets. Besides, what's the point of having the strength of 30 men coursing through your veins if you're not going to make the most of it? So, Imo got on his skis and set off. Now, it is a well-known fact that history is written by the victors.
Sure.
After all, everyone wants to paint themselves as the righteous heroes triumphing over those barbaric, treacherous heathens, or as they like to call themselves, the French.
That's my fellow Scotsman there. I say that as a 8% Scotsman. Oh, come on, they banned French hate too? Are you kidding me? Those surrendered cheese monkey fucking frogs are whimpering now? What's gonna go on, huh? You get all the French VTubers to come shit all over me, huh? Bunch of fucking cheese monkeys. And here's the thing I'm gonna say about Dankula, right? He's Scotsman, right? I'm not sure what clan he's from. 8%. I'm technically can't be indoctrinated into the clan because I don't share the last name for it. I am a descendant of Clan Gordon, apparently. Napoleon? Oh, you mean Napoleon? Yeah, we can all recognize the game. Napoleon was a great general. Oh, no, in World War II. Oh, de Gaulle? Charles de Gaulle? Yeah, Charles de Gaulle. Yeah. Yeah, Charles was alright. I wouldn't say he was spectacular, but he did his part. The French resistance and expeditionary force did okay. They did all right. The Vichy was the wrong French. The Free French were definitely did well.
You know how it goes. The losers' war crimes are thoroughly denounced as the monstrous acts they are, while the victors' war crimes are swept under the rug and treated as mere isolated gamer moments.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, it's messy enough we can talk about it on the Western Front, but when you go to the Eastern Front with the Soviets, you don't I know Death of Stalin hyped up Georgie there. Oh yeah, no, in World War I mean the Canadian war crimes joke. But like in Death of Stalin made everyone hype up Georgy Zhukov. And granted, he was a decent tactician, but he was the one that incentivized the rape, pillage, and murder on the Eastern Front. No, we're not saying the Germans were clean by any stretch of the imagination. I know commies like to just misconstrue words, but I'm saying about Georgie, though, is that 14 million girls and women raped. Yeah. I'm gonna put that out there. Granted, in Death of Stalin, he's played by a spectacular British actor, and it's absolutely hilarious the way he plays him up. And he's got that badass metal, the metal scene, which is just great to fire off at the Skittle people when it comes to just talking shit about them. Oh, you bullied a gay furry to death. Here's your medal, and just fucking throws the Zukov coat off with the medals dangling. And the fact that they literally made white vodka-looking Coca-Cola just for Zukov because he fell in love with it. And then apparently, I think it was like not Pat. It was Eisenhower gifted Zukov a fisher's a fishing rod and tackle box from the States, and he still used it till the day he died because he loved fishing so much, and he loved that tackle box. Yeah, no, I know about the female sniper you're talking about. I will say though, because one of the videos Dan Click did cover that I did watch, and I feel like if it was to watch on stream, it wouldn't be a first time, so it would be pre-watched. But it was about the Russian woman who bought a tank underneath. Yes, it was underneath communism, but like she bought a tank in the Second World War because her husband died in warfare, and it was Angry Girlfriend. Yeah, the female Russian. If you look at a photo picture, yeah, no, she was not pretty looking. I know, Slavic babushka, but she was Angry Girlfriend. Yeah, no, she hell hath no fury.
Which means that historians aren't exactly sure of what really happened. Well, we have a similar thing here, but for a slightly different reason. Our source for this entire video is Imo himself.
Oh no.
And Imo himself isn't really sure of what happened because he was on so much fucking meth. His memory of what happened next is patchy at best. But there is one thing that he knew for certain. He was absolutely off his tits. Imo didn't have to travel far before he found some familiar faces.
Zooted, if you will.
How fortunate. His journey had only just started and he'd already spotted a camp in the distance. He'd found his friends. He was saved. Salvation had come. Imo didn't even hesitate as he excitedly skied right into the middle of the camp, and it turned out to be the camp of the very Soviets that were after. It was... He skated right into the middle of the camp of the very same Soviets that were hunting him down. And I think the reason that the Soviets didn't just shoot him instantly is because he approached the camp with such confidence and glee that they must have just assumed he was one of theirs. Fortunately, even though he was as high as a fucking kite, Imo was lucid enough to look around and go, I believe I might have fucked up a little here.
Was the fact that they were all squatting wearing Adidas and drinking vodka, and the fact they weren't wearing dresses and skirts and sipping on Monster Energy that tipped him off? You know the stereotypes. So he very quickly skied away, but that didn't stop the Soviets from going... And I say this as any Finns that will watch the VOD afterwards. I am 1/5 Sylvanian, so make do with that with what you will. Femboys in arms, I suppose.
What the fuck? and chasing after him through the snow. I mean, after all, he did just ski right into the middle of their fucking camp. After spending an entire day shaking off the Soviets, Imo found a cabin in the woods, which was a perfect rest stop. He went inside, lit a fire, and went to sleep. And while we all appreciate a nice cozy snooze by the fire, Imo woke up in the middle of the night because he found himself a little bit too warm. The entire cabin was on fire. So, what did Imo do? Did he try to save his shelter by putting the...
What? How? Did he, like, hallucinate the fireplace being in a different spot? What did he do?
Fire out? Did he cut his...
I know how Finns, like, will have, like, a central, like, literal central fireplace sometimes. But what the fuck, man?
Bosses and leave. Nope, he just went, this is fine. And he laid down on the ground just outside the burning cabin and went back to sleep. After all, what is warmer than a burning house? It was minus 20 out there. You can't let a good fire go to waste. I mean,
no, you can't.
He might not have been able to use the cabin anymore, but it could still keep him warm. Luckily, it wasn't too long after Imo set off when he saw another light from another cabin.
I want you to imagine, because this is this is a Finnish man. I want you to imagine. Now I'm surprised, I'm surprised he's getting carbon monoxide poisoning. But then again, if you gotta remember, if he went outside, right, and the fire was starting at one end of the cabin, must have burned a hole through it. And these weren't probably this was probably an old shack cabin, probably a lot of air ventilation for it to feed it. It probably cleared the smoke from him, and he probably just was able to get outside. No problem. What I was saying, though, is that, once again, it's all in Finland. And I'm thinking, I think dumb shit sometimes. Imagine the fucking movements on this much meth. Imagine Snufkin. That explains why Snufkin's always on the move. Oh my god. And you know what? I'm starting to think too. Maybe for Girls in Panzer, they should have had the Finnish team. Lori Torney, Simo Haya, which they already have, with the witch girl. And have one of them just be zoinked out on meth for the driver. They should have done that in Girls in Panzer.
In the distance. So he followed it until he eventually noticed that the light wasn't getting any closer.
Of course it
But
was.
for once, it wasn't a hallucination, of which Imo had many during his journey.
You watch Girls in Panzer. Okay. So, Japanese history, military history nerds got together and said, let's make a sporting high school moe drama on an aircraft carrier the size of a giant fucking city with its own ecosystem, with stereotypical nations that have their girls fight each other in school combat with tanks, but no one gets hurt, no one dies. It's all light sport and fun, and each school is based off a nationality and has the stereotypes that go with it, and all their tanks that come along with that too. And Strike Witches is similar to that, but the girls literally morph themselves with like mecha components to become the aircraft, and they're all named after actual fighter pilots of the Second World War, like aces and famous pilots. And they're all moified girls. It's weird. That's Girls Frontline. Oh, you're not talking about, there's Nikkei, Girls Frontline, trying to think what else. I can't think of what the other one's called. Because all I can think of is Nikkei and Girls Frontline. And then there, of course, was Azure Lane. You know, big titty boat women. I lost my old account. I can't remember the name of it, but I rolled the gotcha, and I got the whole South Dakota class battleship line. All three of them are native girls, dark-skinned women. Steins, I don't know about Steens. I don't know about that one. I think they're meeting you because the autistic line there. Thankfully, I can see it on Caster Labs over here. Don't worry. But what I was getting at is that the on Azure Lane I used to have when I had my South Dakota line. They're all dark-skinned women, and then I'd also have a front lineup of little Minnesota. They call her Mighty Minnie, and then two other ones. I can't remember which ones I had on the front line, but I called it Chocolate Thunder. I called my main Vanguard Chocolate Thunder because they're all like dark. They're all the dark skinned girls in the game, like the hottest like ones in Azure Lane that I could get outside of Owari. I just called it Chocolate Thunder.
That was leading him astray. He had just been following the North Star.
Of course he had. Are you fucking kidding me? He was following the pole star. Head north, young man. Isn't that like the intro to Django Unchained where like Schultz tells the slaves just follow the North Star?
Upon realizing...
Oh, by the way, Thor, you were there to watch the Pumpkin Crush stream, right? The one where I did the One Man One Jar parody for Kirsha? Or did you see the clip of me doing the One Man One Jar parody with the pumpkins? Because I know it was with Therex, Advantage Therex, he posted on Twitter and it kind of went popular on the Kirsha thing. I'm surprised no one picked up the fact that I was using Dr. Schultz's theme from Django Unchained as like the music for the build-up. Yeah, you've probably seen it on Twitter. Yeah, I'm surprised no one realized I was using Dr. Schultz's theme for the build-up for the thing. I guess maybe people were distracted by the fact I was going to shove pumpkins up my ass. Or I was alluding to that.
This mistake. I can't really say that IMO went back on course because he never really had a course in the first place. But nevertheless, he did eventually come across a deserted German camp that would have been perfect to rest in if it hadn't been booby-trapped.
Of course I hadn't.
IMO stepped on a mine and shredded his right leg. Then he opened a cabin door.
No.
Because he could really do with some shelter to have a little lie down, but the door was also booby-trapped, and he got blown up again, with the explosion throwing him 30 feet into a ditch.
Why?
But on the bright side, it must have been a very comfy ditch, because IMO just decided to lie in it exactly where he landed for a week.
Yeah, that was last year. Remember that? It was that was last year's hand stream, wasn't it? The one with the apple crushing? Oh, that was 3 years ago. Oh, you've been around for a long while then. Okay. Okay. Okay, so that was an old one. All right. So, let me get this straight. He gets himself blown up twice, and he just says, I'm cozy maxing, honk shoe, me, in the ditch, in a snowy ditch. Nice.
Yet again, IMO nearly died and went, this is fine, and went for a sleep. Because meth. While the meth wasn't wearing off anytime soon, IMO did find himself starting to get a...
Hey, guess we have a new time chatter here. Welcome, Rock fell on my Dino Nugget. yeah, I know the Russian Badger. I know, I've seen him too, Draconic. How you doing, buddy? How you doing, bucko? We're watching some Count Dankula. Welcome. It's my birthday. Today's my birthday. I'm now 22. Yay me, another year around this rock.
A little bit peckish. He mainly survived on nothing but pine buds and melted snow, but he could feel the meth costing him his gains, so he got a little...
Not the gains, goblins, no!
...bit of protein by catching a Siberian jay and eating it raw.
What? Oh, I mean, he's on meth, so, I mean, this is like Ozzy Osbourne, but for the Finns.
I dread to think what kind of monstrosity that poor bird saw in his final moments. But that's not funny. Now, a diet like that sounds really bad because it is. But Imo wouldn't have felt the hunger as much as you would expect because the meth was suppressing his appetite. So the meth was keeping him alive in more ways than one, because he was mostly unfazed by the near total lack of sustenance available in this frigid wasteland. However, the high wouldn't last forever, and Imo knew that he couldn't stay in this ditch for much longer, especially after he realised that the Germans that provided his accommodation had abandoned the place and they weren't coming back. So he just strapped what was left of his feet to his skis and carried on with his journey. Now, you would think that after being blown up and having to keep skiing, Imo's luck couldn't get any worse.
I think he knew he was about to crash, man. Like he obviously knew he was coming down at some point. Like, this is... How long is it going to keep going?
And you would be wrong. Imo was then attacked by a wolverine.
What?
But a wolverine...
Okay, this is nuts.
Wolverine wasn't a landmine, so Imo refused to take this lion down, and he put up a valiant fight until he snapped out of his hallucination and realised that he was just beating up a tree.
What? Throwing fisticuffs with nature.
I'm sorry. He'd hallucinated the whole thing. He was just fighting with a tree. Sorry. Where was I? Well, after showing the tree who was boss, Imo continued on his way until eventually the inevitable finally happened. Imo ran out of steam and just...
Show his boss of this tundra.
collapsed in the snow, with only just enough energy to babble deliriously non-stop as he hallucinated.
I don't want to know, because, like, you gotta remember this far, too. His leg is shredded. He got sent back by his second landmine when he opened the door, so that probably means his arm got blasted up, too. What the hell? What was he throwing at the tree, then?
Had been given the strength of the gods, and he had put it to spectacular use for 2 glorious weeks now. So now it was time for his reward. As he laid there, babbling with his brain probably melting, Imo was picked up and taken to his final destination, where he would bask in the glory of his quest and feast alongside some of history's greatest warriors. However, it wouldn't be a Valkyrie taking him there, but Finnish soldiers.
They found him.
Somehow, despite getting to the point where not even the meth could save him, Imo survived long enough to be picked up by Finnish soldiers who could hear him babbling somewhere out in the snow. And they took one look at the absolute state of him, and they immediately rushed him to the hospital. But we're not done yet, because of course we aren't. That would be too fucking easy. On the way to the hospital, one of the soldiers stepped on a landmine. Finnish...
They just leave him there. I'm surprised they didn't just leave him there. Well, now we're gonna see why, because one of them just stepped on a freaking landmine.
Soldiers seem to have a real problem with landmines. But Imo's rescuers then had to rush that guy to hospital and just leave Imo lying there for a few days and wait for them to come...
Not hours, days. Days.
...back to him. And somehow the lucky bastard managed to survive that as well. As promised, the Finnish soldiers returned to Imo, and his 2-week-long, 250-mile journey...
2 weeks. 14... A fortnight. For a full fortnight. 14 days. Screaming. Incoherent. Oh, fuck.
Came to...
And all we know is he's eating some pine nuts and a J. Yes, 14 days.
An end when he finally arrived at the Finnish hospital via the scenic route, shall we call it. As he came down from the most legendary high of all time, Imo seriously needed emergency treatment, during which the full extent of just how fucked up he was became apparent. His right foot was described as a mixture of grated flesh and splinters, which was probably the least concerning thing on his medical chart. As a result of how little Imo ate during his adventure, he weighed only 94 pounds, which is just shy of 43 kilograms in real measurements. Imo had lost so much weight that he was now more meth than man, though he was still heavier than your average 3 kilograms and only 94 pounds.
94 pounds. How tall was he? Because, like, Finns can get up there. They're not as big as Dutch or Nordics or Scandinavians, but they can get up there. But a man is 94 pounds. A European, like, Northern European man, 94 pounds. Oh my God.
Which is just shy of 43 kilograms in real measurements. Imo had lost so much weight that he was now more meth than man, though he was still heavier than your average communist. And 2 weeks after that fateful dose, the Pervitin was still affecting Imo. His heart rate was measured at 200 beats per minute.
14 weeks probably of his heart at 200.
For perspective, an average resting heart rate is between 60 to 100 beats per minute. I mean, look at this man's eyes.
Holy shit.
Look at this man's eyes. Those are eyes that have seen God. Despite his diabolical condition, Imo managed to make a full recovery from the literal trip of a life.
I'm starting to wonder if it's... I can't... Because with the German soldier we saw in the first bit of this video, it makes sense that he's off his gore tweaking. But is this just Imo having very pale blue eyes? You know, being Aryan Finnish, all that, like that. Or is he just still, like, coming out of it?
Time, and perhaps unsurprisingly, he is the only known soldier to survive a meth overdose behind enemy lines. That's a pretty niche achievement. I've got a feeling that that's a very, very empty leaderboard. But while he managed to make it out of the other end relatively unscathed, many of his comrades were not so lucky. It didn't take long after the stimulant decree for the mass reports of deaths from heart failure, suicide, and negligence due to mental fatigue to start coming in as a direct result of Pervitin.
See, that's what made the Blitzkrieg partially with the Blitzkrieg. That's why the men were just hammering away. Now, granted, there was a lot of tactical... I mean, it was literally just to blitz the target at all costs, but... My question, when it came to Rommel's Ghost Division in the annexation of France, or the invasion of France, I should say, my question is, did Rommel jack his men up with that much too? Because that was a Hail Mary of a move, and especially with just the most of the war, it's like, these guys are being overclocked constantly.
It's funny how history repeats itself, isn't it? But by the time the German government realised that it had fucked up and outlawed Pervitin, it was too late. Everyone, even civilians, were now taking it. And no one was going to stop. What followed was a massive addiction problem because pretty much everyone was taking too much Pervitin. After all, when you tell someone who is already exhausted 24/7 to take 1 to 2 pills only as needed, well, they're going to pop them like fucking Smarties.
Yeah. And my question too is with the bombing raids going on from the war, you're not getting any sleep. I mean, how many guys are going to go work in the factories? they were probably just running on nothing but perfect.
And if returning to civilian life addicted to their military rations wasn't bad enough, the side effects as a result of even normal doses were really fucked. They included chronic nausea, seizures, irregular heartbeat, high blood pressure, psychosis, paranoia, and bleeding in the brain. But despite having taken enough meth to buy Walter Jr. breakfast for the rest of his life, by some miracle, Imo had no long or even short-term effects at all. I believe the medical term is he was built different. In fact, Imo managed to survive the rest of the war, and he lived until 1989 when he passed away at the ripe old age of 71. According to his son, Imo didn't talk about his adventure, likely due to the trauma that he went through, but I also have a feeling, and this is just my opinion, that the whole experience was just such a blur for Imo, who did hallucinate the entire time, that he might not have trusted what he did manage to remember.
That's fair.
And therefore didn't have very much to say. Nevertheless, the world needed to hear Imo's story, and in 1978 he wrote a memoir for a Finnish magazine that was holding a war story contest. And, much like Helge Meyer's autobiography, this memoir would have been really helpful for the writing of this video had it been written in a real language. But what happened next is arguably the most shocking part of this entire story. In the war story contest, Imo came second.
What? 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 Second? Like, the only way I can think of that being the case is if they're looking for, like, glory. Like, you know, something to reinvigorate, you know, some nationalistic pride or something with the troops, but... or with the people, but... how the hell do you get second place?
He came second. Imo told the world that he had gotten so unimaginably high that he carved a 250-mile path across the forest, skied straight through the camp of the very men that were hunting him, blew himself up twice, went toe-to-toe with Ted Kaczynski's stand... and somehow managed to not freeze to death when his rescuers abandoned him for a few days, all while tripping absolute fucking balls the entire time, and he came fucking second. I know that we like our facts here on Mad Lads, because as much as we enjoy crazy antics, they're always a lot more fun when they're real. There are many stories that I would absolutely love to cover, but I can't because of unreliable narrators that make them hard to tell objectively. And the last thing that I want to do is not do them justice by giving you... and the last thing that I want to do narrators that make them hard to tell objectively. Because of unreliable narrators that make them hard to tell objectively.
You know, I'm just going to slow it down.
Because of unreliable narrators that make them hard to tell objectively.
Yeah, okay. Maybe again. Yeah, it's Gandalf because... oh, fuck.
And the last thing that I want to do is not do them justice by giving you an inaccurate account. But I thought I would go for this one because while even Jeffrey Lebowski had a less crazy drug trip than Imo, the broad strokes of the story are pretty clear. And also... even if some of the stuff isn't remembered correctly and it was a hallucination, it's still madly entertaining. I also just really liked Imo's story because, in a way, it really invokes the indomitable human spirit, doesn't it? Imo was in one of the worst situations imaginable, and he managed to use what he had to his advantage. He turned the odds in his favour, and he made it home in almost one piece, you know, minus a few dozen pounds and a foot. It just goes to show you that you can do anything as long as you have enough willpower, courage, resilience, and meth. Lots and lots of meth.
Yeah.
If you want to achieve your dreams, you should do a shit ton of meth. For legal reasons, that's a joke.
It's Count Dankula on YouTube. Everybody just...
Hookers and cocaine. Breakfast of Champions. That was a great video. Yeah, so subscribe to Count Dankula, and definitely check out his channel. Check out his video. He made me laugh my ass off. Absolutely check him out. Love his videos. Love him. I think I'm gonna call it a night. Call it a morning. I'm gonna probably stream later on today when I get some sleep. But yeah, I think we've had a good run today. Yeah, all right. You guys have a good night. I'm just gonna play the outstream music, and then I think it's probably just you, Cole Art. So.